Napoleon's Letters to Josephine, 1796–1812. By Emperor of the French Napoleon I. Series A. Number 1. 7 o'clock in the morning. My waking thoughts are all of thee. Your portrait and the remembrance of last night's delirium have robbed my senses of repose. Sweet and incomparable Josephine, what an extraordinary influence you have over my heart. Are you vexed? Do I see you sad? Are you ill at ease? My soul is broken with grief, and there is no rest for your lover. But is there more for me when, delivering ourselves up to the deep feelings which master me, I breathe out upon your lips, upon your heart, a flame which burns me up? Ah, it was this past night I realized that your portrait was not you. You start at noon, I shall see you in 3 hours. Meanwhile, mio dolce amor, accept 1,000 kisses 14 but give me none, for they fire my blood. N.B. A Madame Beauharnais. March 9 th, Bonaparte marries Josephine. March 11 th, Bonaparte leaves Paris to join his army. Number 2. Chanceau's Post House. March 14, 1796. I wrote you at Chatillon, and sent you a power of attorney to enable you to receive various sums of money in course of remittance to me. Every moment separates me further from you, my beloved, and every moment I have less energy to exist so far from you. You are the constant object of my thoughts, I exhaust my imagination in thinking of what you are doing. If I see you unhappy, my heart is torn, and my grief grows greater. If you are gay and lively among your friends, male and female, I reproach you with having so soon forgotten the sorrowful separation 3 days ago, thence you must be fickle, and henceforward stirred by no deep emotions. So you see I am not easy to satisfy, but, my dear, I have quite different sensations when I fear that your health may be affected, or that you have cause to be annoyed, then I regret the haste with which I was separated from my darling. I feel, in fact, that your natural kindness of heart exists no longer for me. And it is only when I am quite sure you are not vexed that I am satisfied. If I were asked how I slept, I feel that before replying I should have to get a message to tell me that you had had a good night. The ailments, the passions of men influence me only when I imagine they may reach you, my dear. May my good genius, which has always preserved me in the midst of great dangers, surround you, enfold you, while I will face my fate unguarded. Ah! Be not gay, but a trifle melancholy, and especially may your soul be free from worries, as your body from illness. You know what our good Ossian says on this subject. Write me, dear, and at full length, and accept the 1,001 kisses of your most devoted and faithful friend. This letter is translated from St. Amand's La Cito Yen Bonaparte, p. 1892. March 27 th, arrival at Nice and proclamation to the soldiers. Number 3. April 3 rd, he is at Mentone. Port Maurice, April 3. I have received all your letters, but none has affected me like the last. How can you think, my charmer, of writing me in such terms? Do you believe that my position is not already painful enough without further increasing my regrets and subverting my reason? What eloquence, what feelings you portray, they are of fire, they inflame my poor heart. My unique Josephine, away from you there is no more joy, away from thee the world is a wilderness, in which I stand alone, and without experiencing the bliss of unburdening my soul. You have robbed me of more than my soul, you are the one only thought of my life. When I am weary of the worries of my profession, when I mistrust the issue, when men disgust me, when I am ready to curse my life, I put my hand on my heart where your portrait beats in unison. I look at it, and love is for me complete happiness, and everything laughs for joy, except the time during which I find myself absent from my beloved. By what art have you learned how to captivate all my faculties, to concentrate in yourself my spiritual existence? It is witchery, dear love, which will end only with me. To live for Josephine, that is the history of my life. I am struggling to get near you, I am dying to be by your side, fool that I am, I fail to realize how far off I am, that lands and provinces separate us. What an age it will be before you read these lines, the weak expressions of the fevered soul in which you reign. Ah, my winsome wife, I know not what fate awaits me, but if it keeps me much longer from you it will be unbearable, my strength will not last out. There was a time in which I prided myself on my strength, and, sometimes, when casting my eyes on the ills which men might do me, on the fate that destiny might have in store for me, I have gazed steadfastly on the most incredible misfortunes without a wrinkle on my brow or a vestige of surprise, but today the thought that my Josephine might be ill, and, above all, the cruel, the fatal thought that she might love me less, blights my soul, stops my blood, makes me wretched and dejected, without even leaving me the courage of fury and despair. I often used to say that men have no power over him who dies without regrets, but, today, to die without your love, to die in uncertainty of that, is the torment of hell, it is a lifelike and terrifying figure of absolute annihilation, I feel passion strangling me. My unique companion. You whom fate has destined to walk with me the painful path of life. The day on which I no longer possess your heart will be that on which parched nature will be for me without warmth and without vegetation. I stop, dear love. My soul is sad, my body tired, my spirit dazed, men worry me, I ought indeed to detest them, they keep me from my beloved. I am at Port Maurice, near Onaye, tomorrow I shall be at Albenga. The two armies are in motion. We are trying to deceive each other, victory to the most skillful. I am pretty well satisfied with Bewley, he need be a much stronger man than his predecessor to alarm me much. I expect to give him a good drubbing. Don't be anxious, love me as thine eyes, but that is not enough, as thyself, more than thyself, as thy thoughts, thy mind, thy sight, thy all. Dear love, forgive me, I am exhausted, nature is weak for him who feels acutely, for him whom you inspire. N.B. Kind regards to Barris, Sucy, Madame Tallien, compliments to Madame Chateau Renard, to Eugene and Hortense best love. Adieu, adieu. I lie down without thee, I shall sleep without thee, I pray thee, let me sleep. Many times I shall clasp thee in my arms, but, it is not thee. Allah Cito Yen Bonaparte chez la. Cito Yen Beauharnais. Rue Chantereine No. 6, Paris. No. 4. Albenga, April 5. It is an hour after midnight. They have just brought me a letter. It is a sad one, my mind is distressed, it is the death of Chauvet. He was commissionaire ordinateur and chef of the army, you have sometimes seen him at the house of Barris. My love, I feel the need of consolation. It is by writing to thee alone, the thought of whom can so influence my moral being, to whom I must pour out my troubles. What means the future? What means the past? What are we ourselves? What magic fluid surrounds and hides from us the things that it behoves us most to know? We are born, we live, we die in the midst of marvels. Is it astounding that priests, astrologers, charlatans have profited by this propensity, by this strange circumstance, to exploit our ideas, and direct them to their own advantage? Chauvet is dead. He was attached to me. He has rendered essential service to the fatherland. His last words were that he was starting to join me. Yes, I see his ghost, it hovers everywhere, it whistles in the air. His soul is in the clouds, he will be propitious to my destiny. But, fool that I am, I shed tears for our friendship, and who shall tell me that I have not already to bewail the irreparable? Soul of my life, write me by every courier, else I shall not know how to exist. I am very busy here. Bewley is moving his army again. We are face to face. I am rather tired, I am every day on horseback. Adieu, 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 I am going to dream of you. Sleep consoles me, it places you by my side, I clasp you in my arms. But on waking, alas! I find myself 300 leagues from you. Remembrances to Barris, Tallien, and his wife. N.B. Allah Cito Yen Bonaparte chez la. Cito Yen Beauharnais. Rue Chantereine No. 6, Paris. No. 5. Albenga, April 7. I have received the letter that you break off, in order, you say, to go into the country, and in spite of that you give me to understand that you are jealous of me, who am here, overwhelmed with business and fatigue. Ah, my dear, it is true I am wrong. In the spring the country is beautiful, and then the lover of 19 will doubtless find means to spare an extra moment to write to him who, distant 300 leagues from thee, lives, enjoys, exists only in thoughts of thee, who reads thy letters as one devours, after 6 hours hunting, the meat he likes best. I am not satisfied with your last letter, it is cold as friendship. I have not found that fire which kindles your looks, and which I have sometimes fancied I found there. But how infatuated I am! I found your previous letters weigh too heavily on my mind. The revolution which they produced there invaded my rest, and took my faculties captive. I desired more frigid letters, but they gave me the chill of death. Not to be loved by Josephine. The thought of finding her inconstant, but I am forging troubles, there are so many real ones, there is no need to manufacture more. You cannot have inspired a boundless love without sharing it, for a cultured mind and a soul like yours cannot requite complete surrender and devotion with the death blow. I have received the letter from Madame Chateau Renard. I have written to the minister. I will write to the former tomorrow, to whom you will make the usual compliments. Kind regards to Madame Tallien and Barris. You do not speak of your wretched indigestion, I hate it. Adieu, till tomorrow, mio dolce amor. A remembrance from my unique wife, and a victory from destiny, these are my wishes, a unique remembrance entirely worthy of him who thinks of thee every moment. My brother is here, he has learnt of my marriage with pleasure. He longs to see you. I am trying to prevail on him to go to Paris, his wife has just borne him a girl. He sends you a gift of a box of Genoa bonbons. You will receive oranges, perfumes, and orange flower water, which I am sending. Junot and Murat present their respects to you. Allah Cito Yen Bonaparte. Rue Chantereine No. 6, address not in B.S. writing. Chaussée d'Antin, Paris. April 10 th, campaign opens, Napoleon's available troops about 35,000. April 11 th, Colonel Rampon, with 1,200 men, breaks the attack of d'Argenton, giving Napoleon time to come up. April 12 th, Battle of Montinate, Austrians defeated. Lose 3,500 men, 2,000 prisoners, 5 guns and 4 stand of colors. April 14 th, Battle of Milsimo, Austrians and Sardinians defeated. Lose over 6,000 prisoners, 2 generals, 4,500 killed and wounded, 32 guns, and 15 stand of colors. Lens made colonel on the battlefield. April 15 th, Battle of Digo, the Allies defeated and separated. April 22 nd, Battle of Mondovi, Sardinians defeated. Lose 3,000 men, 8 guns, 10 stand of colors. Number 6. Carew, April 24. To my sweet love, my brother will remit you this letter. I have for him the most lively affection. I trust he will obtain yours, he merits it. Nature has endowed him with a gentle, even, and unalterably good disposition, he is made up of good qualities. I am writing Paris to help him to the consulate of some Italian port. He wishes to live with his little wife far from the great whirlwind, and from great events. I recommend him to you. I have received your letters of April, the 5th and 10th. You have been several days without writing me. What are you doing then? Yes, my kind love, I am not jealous, but sometimes uneasy. Come soon. I warn you, if you tarry you will find me ill, fatigue and your absence are too much for me at the same time. Your letters make up my daily pleasure, and my happy days are not often. Junot bears to Paris 22 flags. You ought to return with him, do you understand? Be ready, if that is not disagreeable to you. Should he not come, woe without remedy, should he come back to me alone, grief without consolation, constant anxiety. My beloved, he will see you, he will breathe on your temples, perhaps you will accord him the unique and priceless favor of kissing your cheek, and I shall be alone and very far away, but you are about to come, are you not? You will soon be beside me, on my breast, in my arms, over your mouth. Take wings, come quickly, but travel gently. The route is long, bad, fatiguing. If you should be overturned or be taken ill, if fatigue, go gently, my beloved. I have received a letter from Hortense. She is entirely lovable. I am going to write to her. I love her much, and I will soon send her the perfumes that she wants. N.B. I know not if you want money, for you never speak to me of business. If you do, will you ask my brother for it, he has 200 louis of mine. If you want a place for anyone you can send him, I will give him one. Chateau Renard may come too. A la Cito Yen Bonaparte, N.C. April 28 th, Armistice of Cherasco, submission of Sardinia to France. Peace signed May 15. May 7 th, Bonaparte passed the Po at Placentia, and attacks Bewley, who has 40,000 Austrians. May 8 th, Austrians defeated at Fombio. Lose 2,500 prisoners, guns, and 3 standards. Skirmish of Codogno, death of General Law. Harb. May 9 th, capitulation of Parma by the Grand Duke, who pays ransom of 2 million francs, 1,600 artillery horses, food, and 20 paintings. May 10 th, passage of Bridge of Lodi. Austrians lose 2,000 men and 20 cannon. May 14 th, Bonaparte was requested to divide his command, and thereupon tendered his resignation. May 15 th, Bonaparte enters Milan. Lombardy pays ransom of 20 million francs, and the Duke of Modena 10 millions, and 20 pictures. May 24 th 25 th, revolt of Lombardy, and punishment of Pavia by the French. May 30 th 31 st, Bonaparte defeats Bewley at Borghetto, crosses the Mincio, and makes French cavalry fight, a new feature for the Republican troops. June 3 RD occupies Verona and secures the line of the Adige. June 4 th, Battle of Altenkirchen, Franconia, won by Jordan. June 5 th, armistice with Naples. Their troops secede from the Austrian army. Number 7. To Josephine. Tortona, noon, June 15. My life is a perpetual nightmare. A presentiment of ill oppresses me. I see you no longer. I have lost more than life, more than happiness, more than my rest. I am almost without hope. I hasten to send a courier to you. He will stay only 4 hours in Paris, and then bring me your reply. Write me 10 pages. That alone can console me a little. You are ill, you love me, I have made you unhappy, you are in delicate health, and I do not see you, that thought overwhelms me. I have done you so much wrong that I know not how to atone for it. I accuse you of staying in Paris, and you were ill there. Forgive me, my dear, the love with which you have inspired me has bereft me of reason. I shall never find it again. It is an ill for which there is no cure. My presentiments are so ominous that I would confine myself to merely seeing you, to pressing you for 2 hours to my heart, and then dying with you. Who looks after you? I expect you have sent for Hortense. I love that sweet child 1,000 times more when I think she can console you a little, though for me there is neither consolation nor repose, nor hope until the courier that I have sent comes back, and until, in a long letter, you explain to me what is the nature of your illness, and to what extent it is serious. If it be dangerous, I warn you, I start at once for Paris. My coming shall coincide with your illness. I have always been fortunate, never has my destiny resisted my will, and today I am hurt in what touches me solely, uniquement. Josephine, how can you remain so long without writing to me? Your last laconic letter is dated May 22nd. Moreover, it is a distressing one for me, but I always keep it in my pocket. Your portrait and letters are perpetually before my eyes. I am nothing without you. I scarcely imagine how I existed without knowing you. Ah! Josephine, had you known my heart, would you have waited from May 18th to June 4th before starting? Would you have given an ear to perfidious friends who are perhaps desirous of keeping you away from me? I openly avow it to everyone, I hate everybody who is near you. I expected you to set out on May 24th, and arrive on June 3rd. Josephine, if you love me, if you realize how everything depends on your health, take care of yourself. I dare not tell you not to undertake so long a journey, and that, too, in the hot weather. At least, if you are fit to make it, come by short stages, write me at every sleeping place, and dispatch your letters in advance. All my thoughts are concentrated in thy boudoir, in thy bed, on thy heart. Thy illness, that is what occupies me night and day. Without appetite, without sleep, without care for my friends, for glory, for fatherland, you alone, the rest of the world exists no more for me than if it were annihilated. I prize honor since you prize it, I prize victory since it pleases you, without that I should leave everything in order to fling myself at your feet. Sometimes I tell myself that I alarm myself unnecessarily, that even now she is better, that she is starting, has started, is perhaps already at Lyons. Vain fancies. You are in bed suffering, more beautiful, more interesting, more lovable. You are pale and your eyes are more languishing, but when will you be cured? If one of us ought to be ill, it is I, more robust, more courageous, I should support illness more easily. Destiny is cruel, it strikes at me through you. What consoles me sometimes is to think that it is in the power of destiny to make you ill, but it is in the power of no one to make me survive you. In your letter, dear, be sure to tell me that you are convinced that I love you more than it is possible to imagine, that you are persuaded that all my moments are consecrated to you, that to think of any other woman has never entered my head, they are all in my eyes without grace, wit, or beauty, that you alone, such as I see you, such as you are, can please me, and absorb all the faculties of my mind, that you have traversed its whole extent, that my heart has no recess into which you have not seen, no thoughts which are not subordinate to yours, that my strength, my prowess, my spirit are all yours, that my soul is in your body, and that the day on which you change or cease to live will be my death day, that nature, that earth, is beautiful only because you dwell therein. If you do not believe all this, if your soul is not convinced, penetrated by it, you grieve me, you do not love me, there is a magnetic fluid between people who love one another. You know perfectly well that I could not brook a rival, much less offer you one. 15 To tear out his heart and to see him would be for me one and the same thing, and then if I were to carry my hands against your sacred person, no, I should never dare to do it, but I would quit a life in which the most virtuous of women had deceived me. But I am sure and proud of your love, misfortunes are the trials which reveal to each mutually the whole force of our passion. A child as charming as its mamma will soon see the daylight, and will pass many years in your arms. Hapless me! I would be happy with one day. 1,000 kisses on your eyes, your lips, your tongue, your heart. Most charming of thy sex, what is thy power over me? I am very sick of thy sickness, I have still a burning fever. Do not keep the courier more than 6 hours, and let him return at once to bring me the longed-for letter of my beloved. Do you remember my dream, in which I was your boots, your dress, and in which I made you come bodily into my heart? Why has not nature arranged matters in this way? She has much to do yet. N.B. Allah Cito Yen Bonaparte, N.C. June 18th, Bonaparte enters Medina, and takes 50 cannon at Urbino. June 19th, occupies Bologna and takes 114 cannon. June 23 RD, armistice with Rome. The Pope to pay 21 millions, 100. Rare pictures, 200 manuscripts, and to close his ports to the English. June 24 Desaix, with part of Moro's army, forces the passage of the Rhine. Number 8. To Josephine. Pistoia, Tuscany, June 26. For a month I have only received from my dear love 2 letters of 3 lines each. Is she so busy, that writing to her dear love is not then needful for her, nor, consequently, thinking about him? To live without thinking of Josephine would be death and annihilation to your husband. Your image gilds my fancies, and enlivens the black and somber picture of melancholy and grief. A day perhaps may come in which I shall see you, for I doubt not you will be still at Paris, and verily on that day I will show you my pockets stuffed with letters that I have not sent you because they are too foolish, bet. Yes, that's the word. Good heavens! Tell me, you who know so well how to make others love you without being in love yourself, do you know how to cure me of love? I will give a good price for that remedy. You ought to have started on May 24th being good-natured. I waited till June 1st, as if a pretty woman would give up her habits, her friends, both Madame Tallien and a dinner with Barras, and the acting of a new play, and Fortune, yes, Fortune, whom you love much more than your husband, for whom you have only a little of the esteem, and a share of that benevolence with which your heart abounds. Every day I count up your misdeeds. I lash myself to fury in order to love you no more. Bah, don't I love you the more? In fact, my peerless little mother, I will tell you my secret. Set me at defiance, stay at Paris, have lovers, let everybody know it, never write me a monosyllable. Then I shall love you 10 times more for it, and it is not folly, a delirious fever. And I shall not get the better of it. Oh! Would to heaven I could get better. But don't tell me you are ill, don't try to justify yourself. Good heavens! You are pardoned. I love you to distraction. And never will my poor heart cease to give all for love. If you did not love me, my fate would be indeed grotesque. You have not written me, you are ill, you do not come. But you have passed Lyons, you will be at Turin on the 28th, at Milan on the 30th, where you will wait for me. You will be in Italy, and I shall be still far from you. Adieu, my well-beloved, a kiss on thy mouth, another on thy heart. We have made peace with Rome, who gives us money. Tomorrow we shall be at Leghorn, and as soon as I can in your arms, at your feet, on your bosom. Allah Cito Yen Bonaparte, N.C. June 27 th, Leghorn occupied by Murat and Vauboy. June 29 th, surrender of Citadel of Milan, 1,600 prisoners and 150 cannon taken. Series B. 1796-97. Day 1796, Lorsk, avec 30,000 hommes, il fait la conquête de l'Italie, il est non seulement grand général, mais profond politique, des idées napoléoniennes. Your government has sent against me 4 armies without generals, and this time a general without an army, Napoleon to the Austrian plenipotentiaries, at Leoben. Series B. Number 1. July 5 th, Archduke Charles defeated by Moro at Radstadt. July 6 th, sortie from Mantua, Austrians fairly successful. To Josephine, at Milan. Rover Bella, July 6, 1796. I have beaten the enemy. Kilmaine will send you the copy of the dispatch. I am tired to death. Pray start at once for Verona. I need you, for I think that I am going to be very ill. I send you 1,000 kisses. I am in bed. Bonaparte. July 9 th, Bonaparte asks Kellerman for reinforcements. July 14 th, Frankfurt on the Main captured by Kleber. July 16 th, sortie from Mantua, Austrians defeated. Number 2. July 17 th, attempted coup de main at Mantua, French unsuccessful. To Josephine, at Milan. Marmarolo, July 17, 1796, 9 p.m. I got your letter, my beloved, it has filled my heart with joy. I am grateful to you for the trouble you have taken to send me news. Your health should be better today, I am sure you are cured. I urge you strongly to ride, which cannot fail to do you good. Ever since I left you, I have been sad. I am only happy when by your side. Ceaselessly I recall your kisses, your tears, your enchanting jealousy, and the charms of the incomparable Josephine keep constantly alight a bright and burning flame in my heart and senses. When, free from every worry, from all business, shall I spend all my moments by your side, to have nothing to do but to love you, and to prove it to you. I shall send your horse, but I am hoping that you will soon be able to rejoin me. I thought I loved you some days ago, but, since I saw you, I feel that I love you even 1,000 times more. Ever since I have known you, I worship you more every day, which proves how false is the maxim of La Bruyere that love comes all at once. Everything in nature has a regular course, and different degrees of growth. Ah! Pray let me see some of your faults, be less beautiful, less gracious, less tender, and, especially, less kind, above all never be jealous, never weep, your tears madden me, fire my blood. Be sure that it is no longer possible for me to have a thought except for you, or an idea of which you shall not be the judge. Have a good rest. Haste to get well. Come and join me, so that, at least, before dying, we could say, we were happy for so many days. Millions of kisses, and even to Fortune, in spite of his naughtiness. Bonaparte. Number 3. July 18th, trenches opened before Mantua. July 18th, Stuttgart occupied by Saint Cyr, who, like Kleber, is under Moro. July 18th, Würzburg captured by Klein and Ney, acting under Jordan. To Josephine, at Milan. Marmarolo, July 18, 1796, 2 p.m. I passed the whole night under arms. I ought to have had Mantua by a plucky and fortunate coup, but the waters of the lake have suddenly fallen, so that the column I had shipped could not land. This evening I shall begin a new attempt, but one that will not give such satisfactory results. I got a letter from Eugene, which I send you. Please write for me to these charming children of yours, and send them some trinkets. Be sure to tell them that I love them as if they were my own. What is yours or mine is so mixed up in my heart, that there is no difference there. I am very anxious to know how you are, what you are doing. I have been in the village of Virgil, on the banks of the lake, by the silvery light of the moon, and not a moment without dreaming of Josephine. The enemy made a general sortie on June 16, it has killed or wounded 200 of our men, but lost 500 of its own in a precipitous retreat. I am well. I am Josephine's entirely, and I have no pleasure or happiness except in her society. 3 Neapolitan regiments have arrived at Brescia, they have sundered themselves from the Austrian army, in consequence of the convention I have concluded with M. Pignatelli. I've lost my snuff box, please choose me another, rather flat-shaped, and write something pretty inside, with your own hair. 1,000 kisses as burning as you are cold. Boundless love, and fidelity up to every proof. Before Joseph starts, I wish to speak to him. Bonaparte. Number 4. To Josephine, at Milan. Marmarolo, July 19, 1796. I have been without letters from you for 2 days. That is at least the 30th time today that I have made this observation to myself. You are thinking this particularly wearisome, yet you cannot doubt the tender and unique anxiety with which you inspire me. We attacked Mantua yesterday. We warmed it up from 2 batteries with red-hot shot and from mortars. All night long that wretched town has been on fire. The sight was horrible and majestic. We have secured several of the outworks, we open the first parallel tonight. Tomorrow I start for Castiglione with the staff, and I reckon on sleeping there. I have received a courier from Paris. There were 2 letters for you, I have read them. But though this action appears to me quite natural, and though you gave me permission to do so the other day, I fear you may be vexed, and that is a great trouble to me. I should have liked to have sealed them up again, fie! That would have been atrocious. If I am to blame, I beg your forgiveness. I swear that it is not because I am jealous, assuredly not. I have too high an opinion of my beloved for that. I should like you to give me full permission to read your letters, then there would be no longer either remorse or apprehension. Achille has just written post from Milan, no letters from my beloved. Adieu, my unique joy. When will you be able to rejoin me? I shall have to fetch you myself from Milan. 1,000 kisses as fiery as my soul, as chaste as yourself. I have summoned the courier, he tells me that he crossed over to your house, and that you told him you had no commands. Fie! Naughty, undutiful, cruel, tyrannous, jolly little monster. You laugh at my threats, at my infatuation, ah, you well know that if I could shut you up in my breast, I would put you in prison there. Tell me you are cheerful, in good health, and very affectionate. Bonaparte. Number 5. To Josephine, at Milan. Castiglione, July 21, 1796, 8 a.m. I am hoping that when I arrive tonight I shall get one of your letters. You know, my dear Josephine, the pleasure they give me, and I am sure you have pleasure in writing them. I shall start tonight for Peschiera, for the mountains of, for Verona, and thence I shall go to Mantua, and perhaps to Milan, to receive a kiss, since you assure me they are not made of ice. I hope you will be perfectly well by then, and will be able to accompany me to headquarters, so that we may not part again. Are you not the soul of my life, and the quintessence of my heart's affections? Your protégés are a little excitable, they are like the will-o'-the-wisp. How glad I am to do something for them which will please you. They will go to Milan. A little patience is requisite in everything. Adieu, belle T-bone, quite unequalled, quite divine. 1,000 loving kisses. Bonaparte. Number 6. To Josephine, at Milan. Castiglione, July 22, 1796. The needs of the army require my presence hereabouts, it is impossible that I can leave it to come to Milan. 5 or 6 days would be necessary, and during that time movements may occur whereby my presence here would be imperative. You assure me your health is good, I beg you therefore to come to Brescia. Even now I am sending Murat to prepare apartments for you there in the town, as you desire. I think you will do well to spend the first night, July 24th, at Cassano, setting out very late from Milan, and to arrive at Brescia on July 25th, where the most affectionate of lovers awaits you. I am disconsolate that you can believe, dear, that my heart can reveal itself to others as to you, it belongs to you by right of conquest, and that conquest will be durable and forever. I do not know why you speak of Madame T, with whom I do not concern myself in the slightest, nor with the women of Brescia. As to the letters which you are vexed at my opening, this shall be the last, your letter had not come. Adieu, ma tendre Amy, send me news often, come forthwith and join me, and be happy and at ease, all goes well, and my heart is yours for life. Be sure to return to the Adjutant General Mealy's the box of medals that he writes me he has sent you. Men have such false tongues, and are so wicked, that it is necessary to have everything exactly on the square. Good health, love, and a prompt arrival at Brescia. I have at Milan a carriage suitable alike for town or country, you can make use of it for the journey. Bring your plate with you, and some of the things you absolutely require. Travel by easy stages, and during the cold, so as not to tire yourself. Troops only take 3 days coming to Brescia. Traveling posted is only a 14 hours journey. I request you to sleep on the 24th at Cassano, I shall come to meet you on the 25th at latest. Adieu, my own Josephine. 1,000 loving kisses. Bonaparte. July 29th, advance of Wormser, by the Adige Valley, on Mantua. And of Questanoich on Brescia, who drives back Messina and Sorat. July 31 St, siege of Mantua raised. August 3 RD, Bonaparte victorious at Lonato. August 5 Agro victorious at Castiglione, completing the campaign of 5 days, in which 10,000 prisoners are taken. August 8 Verona occupied by Serurier. August 15 Moro arrives on the Danube, Wormser retreats upon Trent, the capital of Italian Tyrol. August 18 Alliance, offensive and defensive, between France and Spain. September 3 RD, Jordan routed by Archduke Charles at Würzburg. Number 7. To Josephine, at Milan. Brescia, August 30th, 1796. Arriving, my beloved, my first thought is to write to you. Your health, your sweet face and form have not been absent a moment from my thoughts the whole day. I shall be comfortable only when I have got letters from you. I await them impatiently. You cannot possibly imagine my uneasiness. I left you vexed, annoyed, and not well. If the deepest and sincerest affection can make you happy, you ought to be. I am worked to death. Adieu, my kind Josephine, love me, keep well, and often, often think of me. Bonaparte. Number 8. To Josephine, at Milan. Brescia, August 31st, 1796. I start at once for Verona. I had hoped to get a letter from you, and I am terribly uneasy about you. You were rather ill when I left, I beg you not to leave me in such uneasiness. You promised me to be more regular, and, at the time, your tongue was in harmony with your heart. You, to whom nature has given a kind, genial, and wholly charming disposition, how can you forget the man who loves you with so much fervor? No letters from you for 3 days, and yet I have written to you several times. To be parted is dreadful, the nights are long, stupid, and wearisome, the day's work is monotonous. This evening, alone with my thoughts, work, and correspondence, with men and their stupid schemes, I have not even one letter from you which I might press to my heart. The staff has gone, I set off in an hour. Tonight I get an express from Paris, there was for you only the enclosed letter, which will please you. Think of me, live for me, be often with your well-beloved, and be sure that there is only one misfortune that he is afraid of, that of being no longer loved by his Josephine. 1,000 kisses, very sweet, very affectionate, very exclusive. Send M. Monclas at once to Verona, I will find him a place. He must get there before September 4th. Bonaparte. September 1 St, Bonaparte leaves Verona and directs his troops on Trent. Wormser, reinforced by 20,000 men, leaves his right wing at Rovredu, and marches via the Brenta Gorge on Verona. Number 9. To Josephine, at Milan. Allah, September 3, 1796. We are in the thick of the fight, my beloved, we have driven in the enemy's outposts, we have taken 8 or 10 of their horses with a like number of riders. My troops are good-humoured and in excellent spirits. I hope that we shall do great things, and get into Trent by the 5th. No letters from you, which really makes me uneasy, yet they tell me you are well, and have even had an excursion to Lake Como. Every day I wait impatiently for the post which will bring me news of you, you are well aware how I prize it. Far from you I cannot live, the happiness of my life is near my gentle Josephine. Think of me. Write me often, very often, in absence it is the only remedy, it is cruel, but, I hope, will be only temporary. Bonaparte. September 4th, Austrian right wing defeated at Rouvredoux. September 5th, Bonaparte enters Trent, cutting off Wurmser from his base. Defeats de Vidowich on the Lavis and leaves Vaubois to contain this general while he follows Wurmser. September 6th, Wurmser continues his advance, his outposts occupy Vicenza and Montebello. September 7th, combat of Primolano, Austrians defeated. Austrian vanguard attack Verona, but are repulsed by General Kilmaine. September 8th, Battle of Bassano, Wurmser completely routed, and retires on Legnago. Number 10. To Josephine, at Milan. Montebello, noon, September 10, 1796. My dear, the enemy has lost 18,000 men prisoners, the rest killed or wounded. Wurmser, with a column of 1,500 cavalry, and 500 infantry, has no resource but to throw himself into Mantua. Never have we had successes so unvarying and so great. Italy, Friuli, the Tyrol, are assured to the Republic. The Emperor will have to create a second army, artillery, pontoons, baggage, everything is taken. In a few days we shall meet, it is the sweetest reward for my labors and anxieties. 1,000 fervent and very affectionate kisses. Bonaparte. September 11th, skirmish at Syria, Austrians successful. Bonaparte arrives alone, and is nearly captured. Number 11. To Josephine, at Milan. Ronco, September 12, 1796, 10 a.m. My dear Josephine, I have been here 2 days, badly lodged, badly fed, and very cross at being so far from you. Wurmser is hemmed in, he has with him 3,000 cavalry and 5,000 infantry. He is at Porto Legnago, he is trying to get back into Mantua, but for him that has now become impossible. The moment this matter shall be finished I will be in your arms. I embrace you 1,000,000 times. Bonaparte. September 13th, Wurmser, brushing aside the few French who oppose him, gains the suburbs of Mantua. September 14th, Messina attempts a surprise, but is repulsed. September 15th, Wurmser makes a sortie from St. George's, but is driven back. September 16th, and at La Favorite, with like result. Number 12. To Josephine, at Milan. Verona, September 17, 1796. My dear, I write very often and you seldom. You are naughty, and undutiful, very undutiful, as well as thoughtless. It is disloyal to deceive a poor husband, an affectionate lover. Ought he to lose his rights because he is far away, up to the neck in business, worries, and anxiety? Without his Josephine, without the assurance of her love, what in the wide world remains for him? What will he do? Yesterday we had a very sanguinary conflict, the enemy has lost heavily, and been completely beaten. We have taken from him the suburbs of Mantua. Adieu, charming Josephine, one of these nights the door will be burst open with a bang, as if by a jealous husband, and in a moment I shall be in your arms. 1,000 affectionate kisses. Bonaparte. October 2 ND, Moreau defeats Latour at Biberach, but then continues his retreat. October 8th, Spain declares war against England. October 10th, peace with Naples signed. Number 13. To Josephine, at Milan. Medina, October 17, 1796, 9 p.m. The day before yesterday I was out the whole day. Yesterday I kept my bed. Fever and a racking headache both prevented me writing to my beloved, but I got your letters. I have pressed them to my heart and lips, and the grief of 100 miles of separation has disappeared. At the present moment I can see you by my side, not capricious and out of humor, but gentle, affectionate, with that mellifluent kindness of which my Josephine is the sole proprietor. It was a dream, judge if it has cured my fever. Your letters are as cold as if you were 50, we might have been married 15 years. One finds in them the friendship and feelings of that winter of life. Fie! Josephine! It is very naughty, very unkind, very undutiful of you. What more can you do to make me indeed an object for compassion? Love me no longer? That is already accomplished. Hate me? Well, I prefer that. Everything grows stale except ill will, but indifference, with its marble pulse, its rigid stare, its monotonous demeanor. 1,000 very heartfelt kisses. I am rather better. I start tomorrow. The English evacuate the Mediterranean. Corsica is ours. Good news for France, and for the army. Bonaparte. October 25th, Moreau recrosses the Rhine. November 1 St, advance of Marshal Alvanzi. Vaubois defeated by Davidovich on November 5, after 2 days fight. November 6th, Napoleon successful, but Vaubois defeat compels the French army to return to Verona. Number 14. To Josephine, at Milan. Verona, November 9, 1796. My dear, I have been at Verona since the day before yesterday. Although tired, I am very well, very busy, and I love you passionately at all times. I am just off on horseback. I embrace you 1,000 times. Bonaparte. November 12th, combat of Caldiero, Napoleon fails to turn the Austrian position, owing to heavy rains. His position desperate. November 15th, first battle of Arcola. French gain partial victory. November 16th and 17th, second battle of Arcola. French completely victorious. Lodi was nothing to Arcola, Brienne. November 17th, death of Tsarina Catherine II of Russia. November 18th, Napoleon victoriously re-enters Verona by the Venice Gate, having left it, apparently in full retreat, on the night of the 14th by the Milan Gate. Number 15. From Brienne's Life of Napoleon, Vol. I Chapter 4. Verona, November 19, noon. My adored Josephine, once more I breathe freely. Death is no longer before me, and glory and honor are once more re-established. The enemy is beaten at Arcola. Tomorrow we will repair Vaubois' blunder of abandoning Rivoli. In a week Mantua will be ours, and then your husband will clasp you in his arms, and give you 1,000 proofs of his ardent affection. I shall proceed to Milan as soon as I can. I am rather tired. I have received letters from Eugene and Hortense, charming young people. I will send them to you as soon as I find my belongings, which are at present somewhat dispersed. We have made 5,000 prisoners, and killed at least 6,000 of the enemy. Goodbye, my adored Josephine. Think of me often. If you cease to love your Achilles, if for him your heart grows cold, you will be very cruel, very unjust. But I am sure you will always remain my faithful mistress, as I shall ever remain your fond lover. Death alone can break the chain which sympathy, love, and sentiment have forged. Let me have news of your health. 1,000 kisses. Number 16. To Josephine, at Milan. Verona, November 23, 1796. I don't love you an atom, on the contrary, I detest you. You are a good-for-nothing, very ungraceful, very tactless, very tatterdemalion. You never write to me, you don't care for your husband, you know the pleasure your letters give him, and you write him barely half a dozen lines, thrown off anyhow. How, then, do you spend the livelong day, madam? What business of such importance robs you of the time to write to your very kind lover? What inclination stifles and alienates love, the affectionate and unvarying love which you promised me? Who may this paragon be, this new lover who engrosses all your time, is master of your days, and prevents you from concerning yourself about your husband? Josephine, be vigilant, one fine night the doors will be broken in, and I shall be before you. Truly, my dear, I am uneasy at getting no news from you. Write me 4 pages immediately, and some of those charming remarks which fill my heart with the pleasures of imagination. I hope that before long I shall clasp you in my arms, and cover you with 1,000,000 kisses as burning as if under the equator. Bonaparte. Number 17. Verona, November 24, 1796. I hope soon, darling, to be in your arms. I love you to distraction. I am writing to Paris by this courier. All goes well. Wormser was beaten yesterday under Mantua. Your husband only needs Josephine's love to be happy. Bonaparte. Number 18. To Josephine, at Genoa. Milan, November 27, 1796, 3 p.m. I get to Milan, I fling myself into your room, I have left all in order to see you, to clasp you in my arms. You were not there. You gad about the towns amid junketings, you run farther from me when I am at hand, you care no longer for your dear Napoleon. A passing fancy made you love him, fickleness renders him indifferent to you. Used to perils, I know the remedy for weariness and the ills of life. The ill luck that I now suffer is past all calculations, I did right not to anticipate it. I shall be here till the evening of the 29th. Don't alter your plans, have your fling of pleasure, happiness was invented for you. The whole world is only too happy if it can please you, and only your husband is very, very unhappy. Bonaparte. Number 19. To Josephine, at Genoa. Milan, November 28, 1796, 8 p.m. I have received the courier whom Berthier had hurried on to Genoa. You have not had time to write me, I feel it intuitively. Surrounded with pleasures and pastimes, you would be wrong to make the least sacrifice for me. Berthier has been good enough to show me the letter which you wrote him. My intention is that you should not make the least change in your plans, nor with respect to the pleasure parties in your honor, I am of no consequence, either the happiness or the misery of a man whom you don't love is a matter of no moment. For my part, to love you only, to make you happy, to do nothing which may vex you, that is the object and goal of my life. Be happy, do not reproach me, do not concern yourself in the happiness of a man who lives only in your life, rejoices only in your pleasure and happiness. When I exacted from you a love like my own I was wrong, why expect lace to weigh as heavy as gold? When I sacrifice to you all my desires, all my thoughts, every moment of my life, I obey the sway which your charms, your disposition, and your whole personality have so effectively exerted over my unfortunate heart. I was wrong, since nature has not given me attractions with which to captivate you, but what I do deserve from Josephine is her regard and esteem, for I love her frantically and uniquely. Farewell, beloved wife, farewell, my Josephine. May fate concentrate in my breast all the griefs and troubles, but may it give Josephine happy and prosperous days. Who deserves them more? When it shall be quite settled that she can love me no more, I will hide my profound grief, and will content myself with the power of being useful and serviceable to her. I reopen my letter to give you a kiss. Ah! Josephine. Josephine. Bonaparte. December 24 th, French under Hoki sail for Ireland, return. Foiled by the elements. January 7, 1797, Alfonso begins his new attack on Rivoli. While Provera tries to get to Mantua with 11,000 men via Padua and Legnago. Alfonso's total force is 48,000, but only 28,000 at Rivoli. Against Bonaparte's 23,000. January 9 th, Cal, after 48 days siege, surrenders to Archduke Charles. January 10 th, Napoleon at Bologna advised of the advance, and hastens to make Verona, as before, the pivot of his movements. Number 20. January 12 th, combat of St. Michel, Messina defeats Austrians. To Josephine, at Milan. Verona, January 12, 1797. Scarcely set out from Roverbella, I learnt that the enemy had appeared at Verona. Messina made some dispositions, which have been very successful. We have made 600 prisoners, and have taken 3 pieces of cannon. General Brune got 7 bullets in his clothes, without being touched by one of them. This is what it is to be lucky. I give you 1,000 kisses. I am very well. We have had only 10 men killed, and 100 wounded. Bonaparte. January 13 th, Joubert attacked, retires from Corona on Rivoli in the morning, joined by Bonaparte at night. January 14 th, Battle of Rivoli, Austrian center defeated. Bonaparte at close of day hurries off with Messina's troops to overtake Provera, marching 16 leagues during the night. Messina named next day Infantry de la Victoire by Bonaparte, and later Duc de Rivoli. January 15 th, Joubert continues Battle of Rivoli, complete. Defeat of Austrians. Provera, however, has reached St. George's. Outside Mantua. January 16, sortie of Wormser at La Favorite repulsed. Provera. Hurled back by Victor, named the Terrible on this day, is surrounded by skillful maneuvers of Bonaparte, and surrenders with 6,000 men. In 3 days Bonaparte had taken 18,000 prisoners and all Alphonse's artillery. Colonel Graham gives Austrian losses at 14,000 to 15,000, exclusive of Provera's 6,000. January 26 th, combat of Carpendolo, Messina defeats the Austrians. February 2 nd, Joubert occupies Laus. Capitulation of Mantua, by Wormser, with 13,000 men, and 6,000 in hospital, but he, his staff, and 200 cavalry allowed to return. Enormous capture of artillery, including siege train abandoned by Bonaparte before the Battle of Castiglione. Advance of Victor on Rome. Number 21. To Josephine, at Bologna. Forli, February 3, 1797. I wrote you this morning. I start tonight. Our forces are at Rimini. This country is beginning to be tranquilized. My cold makes me always rather tired. I idolize you, and send you 1,000 kisses. 1,000 kind messages to my sister. Bonaparte. February 9 th, capture of Ancona. Number 22. To Josephine, at Bologna. Ancona, February 10, 1797. We have been at Ancona these 2 days. We took the citadel, after a slight fusillade, and by a coup de main. We made 1,200 prisoners. I sent back the 50 officers to their homes. I am still at Ancona. I do not press you to come, because everything is not yet settled, but in a few days I am hoping that it will be. Besides, this country is still discontented, and everybody is nervous. I start tomorrow for the mountains. You don't write to me at all, yet you ought to let me have news of you every day. Please go out every day, it will do you good. I send you a million kisses. I never was so sick of anything as of this vile war. Goodbye, my darling. Think of me. Bonaparte. Number 23. To Josephine, at Bologna. Ancona, February 13, 1797. I get no news from you, and I feel sure that you no longer love me. I have sent you the papers, and various letters. I start immediately to cross the mountains. The moment that I know something definite, I will arrange for you to accompany me, it is the dearest wish of my heart. 1,000 kisses. Bonaparte. Number 24. To Josephine, at Bologna. February 16, 1797. You are melancholy, you are ill, you no longer write to me, you want to go back to Paris. Is it possible that you no longer love your comrade? The very thought makes me wretched. My darling, life is unbearable to me now that I am aware of your melancholy. I make haste to send you Mascati, so that he may look after you. My health is rather bad, my cold gets no better. Please take care of yourself, love me as much as I love you, and write me every day. I am more uneasy than ever. I have told Mascati to escort you to Ancona, if you care to come there. I will write to you there, to let you know where I am. Perhaps I shall make peace with the Pope, then I shall soon be by your side, it is my soul's most ardent wish. I send you 100 kisses. Be sure that nothing equals my love, unless it be my uneasiness. Write to me every day yourself. Goodbye, dearest. Bonaparte. Number 25. February 19th. Peace of Tolentino with the Pope, who has to pay for his equivocal attitude and broken treaty. To Josephine, at Bologna. Tolentino, February 19, 1797. Peace with Rome has just been signed. Bologna, Ferrara, Romagna, are ceded to the Republic. The Pope is to pay us 30 millions shortly, and various works of art. I start tomorrow morning for Ancona, and thence for Rimini, Ravenna, and Bologna. If your health permit, come to Rimini or Ravenna, but, I beseech you, take care of yourself. Not a word from you, what on earth have I done? To think only of you, to love only Josephine, to live only for my wife, to enjoy happiness only with my dear one, does this deserve such harsh treatment from her? My dear, I beg you, think often of me, and write me every day. You are ill, or else you do not love me. Do you think, then, that I have a heart of stone? And do my sufferings concern you so little? You must know me very ill. I cannot believe it. You to whom nature has given intelligence, tenderness, and beauty, you who alone can rule my heart, you who doubtless know only too well the unlimited power you hold over me. Write to me, think of me, and love me, yours ever, for life. Bonaparte. March 16th. Bonaparte defeats Archduke Charles on the Tagliamento. March 25th. Bonaparte writes the Directory from Goritz that up till now Prince Charles has maneuvered worse than Bewley and Wormser. March 29th. Klagenfurt taken by Messina. April 1 St. Laybach by Bernadotte. April 17th. Preliminaries of peace at Leoben signed by Bonaparte. April 18th. Hockey crosses the Rhine at Neuwied. April 21 St. Moro at Kell. April 23 RD. Armistice of two Rhine armies follows preliminaries of Leoben. May 16th. Agro enters Venice. June 28th. French capture Corfu, and 600 guns. July 8th. Death of Edmund Burke, aged 68. July 18th. Talleyrand becomes French Minister of Foreign Affairs. September 4th. Day of 18th Fructidor at Paris. Coup d'état of Riobel, Laravelliere Lepiaz, and Barras, secretly aided by Bonaparte, who has sent them Agro to command Paris. September 18th. Death of Lazare Hockey, aged 29. Probably poisoned by the Directory, which has recalled Moro, retired Bernadotte, and will soon launch Bonaparte on the seas, so that he may find failure in Bantry Bay at Aboukir. Montgaillard. September 30th. National bankruptcy admitted in France, the sixth time in 2 centuries. October 17th. Treaty of Campo Formio, Bonaparte called thereupon by Talleyrand General Pacificator. November 16th. Death of Frederick William II, King of Prussia, aged 53, succeeded by his son, Frederick William III, aged 27. December 1 St. Bonaparte Minister Plenipotentiary at Congress of Rastatt, and December 5th. Arrives at Paris. December 10th. Bonaparte presented to the Directory by Talleyrand. December 27th. Riots at Rome, Joseph Bonaparte, Ambassador. Insulted, General Dupont, engaged to Joseph's sister-in-law. Desiree, killed. Series C. The Marengo Campaign, 1800. Letters of the first consul Bonaparte to his wife. Third outlaw. By the bare scalp of Robin Hood's fat friar. This fellow were a king for our wild faction. First outlaw. We'll have him, sirs, a word. Speed. Master, be one of them. It is an honorable kind of thievery. The Two Gentlemen of Verona. Act 4, Scene I. Series C. The Campaign of Marengo, 1800. Events of 1798. Napoleonic History, May 20th, Napoleon sails from Toulon for Egypt. June 11th, takes Malta, sails for Egypt, June 20th. July 4th, captures Alexandria. July 21 St, defeats Mamelukes at Battle of the Pyramids, and enters Cairo the following day. August 1 St, French fleet destroyed by Nelson at the Battle of the Nile. October 7th, Desaix defeats Murad Bey at Sedaman, Upper Egypt. General History, January 4th, confiscation of all English merchandise in France. Commencement of Continental System. January 5th, Directory failed to float a loan of 80 millions francs, and January 28th, forthwith invade Switzerland, ostensibly to defend the Vaudois, under a 16th century treaty, really to revolutionize the country, and seize upon the treasure of Bern. February 15th, Republic proclaimed at Rome. French occupy the Vatican, and February 20th, drive Pope Pius VI into exile to the convent of Siena. March 5th, capture of Bern by General Brune. April 13th, Bernadotte, ambassador, attacked at the French embassy in Vienna. May 19th, Fitzgerald, a leader in the Irish Rebellion, arrested. August 22 ND, General Humbert and 1100 French troops land at Killala, County Mayo. September 8th, Humbert and 800 men taken by Lord Cornwallis at Ballinamak. September 12th, Turkey declares war with France, and forms alliance with England and Russia. November 19th, Wolfe Tone commits suicide. December 5th, MacDonald defeats Mack and 40,000 Neapolitans at Civita Castellana. December 9th, Joubert occupies Turin. December 15th, French occupy Rome. December 29th, coalition of Russia, Austria, and England against France. Events of 1799. Napoleonic History, January 23 RD, Desaix defeats Murad Bey at Samhoud, Upper Egypt. February 3 RD, Desaix defeats Murad Bey at the Isle of Fili, near Aswan, furthest limit of the Roman Empire. Napoleon crosses Syrian desert and takes El Arish. February 20th, and Gaza, February 25th, captures Jaffa, March 7th, and Sour, formerly Tyre, April 3rd. Junot defeats Turks and Arabs at Nazareth, April 8th, and Kleber defeats them at Mount Tabor, April 16th. Napoleon invests Acre but retires, May 21st. Re-enters Cairo, June 14th, annihilates Turkish army at Abu Qir. July 25th, secretly sails for France, August 23rd, lands at Fréjus, October 9th, arrives at Paris, October 13th, dissolves the Directory, November 9th, and Council of 500, November 10th, and is proclaimed first consul, December 24th. General History, January 10th, champion it occupies Capua. January 20th, pacification of La Vendée by General Hedeville. January 23 RD, champion it occupies Naples. March 3 RD, Corfu taken from the French by a Russo-Turkish force. March 7th, Messina defeats the Austrians, and conquers the country of the Grisons. March 25th, Archduke Charles defeats Jordan at Stockach. March 30th, Cray defeats French, Underscorer, near Verona. April 5th, and again at Magnano. April 14th, Suwarrow takes command of Austrian army at Verona. April 22 ND, defeats French at Cassano, with heavy loss. April 28th, French plenipotentiaries, returning from Rastatt, murdered by men in Austrian uniforms, Montgaillard thinks by creatures of the Directory. May 4th, capture of Seringapatam by General Baird. May 12th, Austro-Russian army checked at Bossinana. May 16th, Seis becomes one of the Directory. May 20th, Suwarrow takes Brescia. May 24th, and Milan, citadel. June 5th, Messina defeated at Zurich by Archduke Charles, and MacDonald, June 19th, by Suwarrow at the Trebia. June 18th, Gohier, Roger Ducas, and Moulin replaced Trielhard, Lariviere Lepiaz, and Merlin on the Directory. June 20th, Turin surrenders to Austro-Russians. June 22 ND, Turkey, Portugal, and Naples join the coalition against France. July 14th, French carry their prisoner, Pope Pius VI, to Valence, where he dies, August 29. July 22 ND, Alessandria surrenders to Austro-Russians. July 30th, Mantua, after 72 days siege, surrenders to Kray. August 15th, French defeated at Novi by Suwarrow. French lose Joubert and 20,000 men. August 17th, French, under Lecombe, force the St. Gothard. August 27th, English army disembark at the Helder. August 30th, Dutch fleet surrendered to the British admiral. September 19th, Brune defeats Duke of York at Bergen. September 25th, Messina defeats allies at Zurich, who lose 16,000 men and 100 guns. Messina saves France at Zurich, as Villars saved it at Denain, Montgaillard. October 6th, Brune defeats Duke of York at Castricum. October 7th, French take Constance. October 16th, Saint-Cyr, without cavalry or cannon, defeats Austrians at Bosco. October 18th, capitulation at Alkmaar by Duke of York to General Brune, the son of George III. Capitulates at Alkmaar as little honorably as the son of George II had capitulated at Closter 7 in 1757, Montgaillard. November 4th, Melas defeats French at Fossano. November 13th, Ancona surrendered to the Austrians by Monnier. After a 6-month siege. November 24th, Moreau made commander of the armies of the Rhine. Being in disgrace, has served as a volunteer in Italy most of this year. Messina sent to the army of Italy. December 5th, Coney, the key of Piedmont, surrenders to the Austrians. December 14th, death of George Washington. December 15th, Battle of Montefaxio, near Genoa. Saint-Cyr defeats Austrians. Events of 1800. February 11th, Bank of France constituted. February 20th, Kleber defeats Turks at Heliopolis. May 3 RD, Battle of Engen. Moreau defeats Kray, who loses 10,000 men, and May 5th, again defeats Austrians at Moeskirch. May 6th, Napoleon leaves Paris. May 8th, arrives at Oxenay, and on the 9th at Geneva, from thence moves to Lausanne, May 12th, where he is delighted with reception accorded to the French troops, and hears of Moreau's victory at Bibernac, May 11th. On the 14th he hears of Desaix's safe arrival at Toulon from Egypt, together with Davist, and orders the praises of their past achievements to be sung in the Moniteur. The same day writes Messina that in Genoa a man like himself, Messina, is worth 20,000. On the 16th is still at Lausanne. Number 1. To Josephine, at Paris. Lausanne, May 15, 1800. I have been at Lausanne since yesterday. I start tomorrow. My health is fairly good. The country round here is very beautiful. I see no reason why, in 10 or 12 days, you should not join me here. You must travel incognito, and not say where you are going, because I want no one to know what I am about to do. You can say you are going to Plombières. I will send you Mustache 16 who has just arrived. My very kindest regards to Hortense. Eugene will not be here for 8 days, he is en route. Bonaparte. Number 2. To Josephine, at Paris. Torre de Garifola, May 16, 1800. I start immediately to spend the night at St. Maurice. I have not received a single letter from you, that is not well. I have written you by every courier. Eugene may arrive the day after tomorrow. I have rather a cold, but it will have no ill effects. My very kindest regards to you, my good little Josephine, and to all who belong to you. Bonaparte. May 17th 19th, at Martigny, struggling against ice, snowstorms, and avalanches, and astonishing the great St. Bernard with the passage of our pieces of 8, and especially of our limbers, a new experience for it. On May 20th he climbed the St. Bernard on a mule, and descended it on a sledge. On May 21st he is at Aosta, hoping to be back in Paris within a fortnight. His army had passed the mountain in 4 days. On May 27th he is at Ivrea, taken by Lons on the 24th. Number 3. 17. From Tenant's Tour, NC, Vol 2. 11 p.m. I hardly know which way to turn. In an hour I start for Vercelli. Murat ought to be at Novara tonight. The enemy is thoroughly demoralized, he cannot even yet understand us. I hope within 10 days to be in the arms of my Josephine, who is always very good when she is not crying and not flirting. Your son arrived this evening. I have had him examined, he is in excellent health. Accept 1,000 tender thoughts. I have received Ms. letter. I will send her by the next courier a box of excellent cherries. We are here, within 2 months for Paris, yours entirely. N.B. To Madame Bonaparte. Address not in Bonaparte's writing. June 1 St. First experiments with vaccination at Paris, with fluid sent from London. On June 2 Napoleon enters Milan, where he spends a week. Number 4. To Josephine, at Paris. Milan. I am at Milan, with a very bad cold. I can't stand rain, and I have been wet to the skin for several hours, but all goes well. I don't persuade you to come here. I shall be home in a month. I trust to find you flourishing. I am just starting for Pavia and Stradella. We are masters of Brescia, Cremona, and Placentia. Kindest regards. Murat has borne himself splendidly. June 5 th, Messina gives up Genoa, but leaves with all the honors of war. June 7 th, Lens takes Pavia, 350 cannon and 10,000 muskets. June 9 th, Battle of Montebello. Bonaparte defeats Austrians, who lose 8,000 men. June 14 th, Bonaparte wins Marengo, but loses Desaix, the man I loved and esteemed the most. In his bulletin he admits the battle at one time was lost, until he cried to his troops, children, remember it is my custom to sleep upon the battlefield. He mentions the charges of Desaix and Kellerman, and especially eulogizes the latter, a fact interesting on account of the false statements made of his ignoring it. In the bulletin of June 21, he blames the Punic faith of Lord Keith at Genoa, a criticism the admiral repaid with usury 15 years later. June 14 th, assassination of Kleber, in Egypt. June 16 th, Convention of Alessandria between Bonaparte and Melas, end of the campaign of 30 days. June 19 th, Moro defeats Cray at Hochstadt, and occupies Ulm. June 23 rd, Genoa re-entered by the French. June 26 th, Bonaparte leaves Messina in command of the Army of Reserve, now united with the Army of Italy. July 3 rd, the first consul is back in Paris unexpectedly, not wishing triumphal arches or such like qualificates, in spite of which the plaudits he receives are very dear to him, sweet as the voice of Josephine. September 5 th, Vaubois surrenders Malta to the English, after 2 years blockade. September 15 th, armistice between France and Austria in Germany. September 30 th, Treaty of Friendship and Commerce between France and US, agreed that the flag covers the goods. October 3 rd, to facilitate peace King George renounces his title of King of France. November 12 th, rupture of armistice between France and Austria. December 3 rd, Moro wins the Battle of Hohenlinden, Austrian loss, 16,000 men, 80 guns, French 3,000. December 20 th, Moro occupies Linz, 100 miles from Vienna. December 24 th, Royalist conspirators fail to kill Bonaparte with an infernal machine. December 25 th, armistice at Steyr between Moro and Archduke Charles, sent for by the Austrians a fortnight before as their last hope. Series D. The Peace of Amiens had always been regarded from the side of England as an armed truce, on the side of Napoleon it had a very different character. A careful reader must admit that we were guilty of a breach of faith in not surrendering Malta. The promise of its surrender was the principal article of the treaty. England and Napoleon in 1803. Edited for the R. Hist. S. by Oscar Browning, 1887. Series D. Josephine's 2 visits to Plombières. 1801 and 1802. Events of 1801. January 1 St. Legislative Union of Great Britain and Ireland. January 3 rd, French under Brune occupy Verona, and January 8 th, Vicenza. January 11 th, cross the Brenta. January 16 th, armistice at Treviso between Brune and the Austrian General Bellegarde. February 9 th, Treaty of Luneville, by which the Talweg of the Rhine became the boundary of Germany and France. March 8 th, English land at Aboukir. March 21 st, Battle of Alexandria, Canopus. Menu defeated by Abercrombie, with loss of 2,000. March 24 th, the Tsar Paul is assassinated. March 28 th, Treaty of Peace between France and Naples, who seats Elba and Piombino. April 2 nd, Nelson bombards Copenhagen. May 23 rd, General Baird lands at Kossir on the Red Sea with 1,000 English and 10,000 sepoys. June 7 th, French evacuate Cairo. July 1 st, Toussaint Louverture elected life governor of St. Domingo. Slavery abolished there. The new ruler declares, I am the Bonaparte of St. Domingo, and the colony cannot exist without me, and heads his letters to the first consul, from the first of the blacks to the first of the whites. July 15 th, Concordat between Bonaparte and the Pope, signed at Paris by Bonaparte, ratified by the Pope, August 15. August 4 th, Nelson attacks Boulogne flotilla and is repulsed. August 15 th, attacks again, and suffers severely. August 31 st, Menu capitulates to Hutchinson at Alexandria. September 29 th, Treaty of Peace between France and Portugal. Boundaries of French Guiana extended to the Amazon. October 1 st, Treaty between France and Spain, who restores Louisiana. Preliminaries of peace between France and England. Signed in London. October 8 th, Treaty of Peace between France and Russia. October 9 th, and between France and Turkey. December 14 th, expedition sent out to St. Domingo by the French. Under General Leclerc. Number 1. To Josephine, at Plombières. Paris the 27, 1801. The weather is so bad here that I have remained in Paris. Malmaison, without you, is too dreary. The fete has been a great success, it has rather tired me. The blister they have put on my arm gives me constant pain. Some plants have come for you from London, which I have sent to your gardener. If the weather is as bad at Plombières as it is here, you will suffer severely from floods. Best love to Maman and Hortense. Bonaparte. Events of 1802. January 4 th, Louis Bonaparte marries Hortense Beauharnais, both unwilling. January 9 th, the first consul, with Josephine, leaves for Lyons. Where? January 25 th, he remodels the Cisalpine Republic as the Italian Republic, under his presidency. March 25 th, Treaty of Amiens signed in London. French lose only Ceylon and Trinidad. Malta to be restored to the Order of Knights. Reconstituted. May 7 th, Toussaint surrenders to Leclerc. May 19 th, Institution of the Legion of Honor. Number 2. To Josephine, at Plombières. Malmaison, June 19, 1802. I have as yet received no news from you, but I think you must already have begun to take the waters. It is rather dull for us here, although your charming daughter does the honors of the house to perfection. For the last 2 days I have suffered slightly from my complaint. The fat Eugene arrived yesterday evening, he is very hale and hearty. I love you as I did the first hour, because you are kind and sweet beyond compare. Hortense told me that she was often writing you best wishes, and a love kiss, yours ever. Bonaparte. Number 3. To Josephine, at Plombières. Malmaison, June 23, 1802. My good little Josephine, your letter has come. I am sorry to see you have been poorly on the journey, but a few days' rest will put you right. I am very fairly well. Yesterday I was at the Marley hunt, and one of my fingers was very slightly injured whilst shooting a boar. Hortense is usually in good health. Your fat son has been rather unwell, but is getting better. I think the ladies are playing the Barber of Seville tonight. The weather is perfect. Rest assured that my truest wishes are ever for my little Josephine, yours ever. Bonaparte. Number 4. To Josephine, at Plombières. Malmaison, June 27, 1802. Your letter, dear little wife, has apprised me that you are out of sorts. Corvisart tells me that it is a good sign that the baths are having the desired effect, and that your health will soon be re-established. But I am most truly grieved to know that you are in pain. Yesterday I went to see the Sèvres manufactory at St. Cloud. Best wishes to all, yours for life. Bonaparte. June 29 th, Pope withdraws excommunication from Talleyrand. Number 5. To Josephine, at Plombières. Malmaison, July 1, 1802. Your letter of June 29 has arrived. You say nothing of your health nor of the effect of the baths. I see that you expect to be home in a week, that is good news for your lover, who is tired of being alone. You ought to have seen General Ney, who started for Plombières, he will be married on his return. Yesterday Hortense played Rosina in The Barber of Seville with her usual skill. Rest assured of my love, and that I await your return impatiently. Without you everything here is dreary. Bonaparte. August 2 ND, Napoleon Bonaparte made first consul for life. The conduct and the language of Bonaparte represents at once Augustus, Mahomet, Louis XI, Masaniello, Montgaillard, an avowed enemy. September 22 ND, opening of the Arc waterworks for the supply of Paris. September 25 th, Mass celebrated at St. Cloud for the first time. In this month Napoleon annexes Piedmont, and the next sends to occupy Switzerland. October 11 th, birth of Napoleon Charles, son of Louis Bonaparte and Hortense. October 29 th, Napoleon and Josephine visit Normandy, and, contrary to expectation, receive ovations everywhere. They return to Paris, November 14. Events of 1803. February 19 th, new constitution imposed by France on Switzerland. April 14 th, Bank of France reorganized by Bonaparte, it alone allowed to issue notes. April 27 th, death of Toussaint Louverture at Besançon. April 30 th, France sells Louisiana to US for £4 million, $15 million. May 22 ND, France declares war against England, chiefly respecting Malta. England having seized all French ships in British harbours previous to war being declared, Napoleon seizes all British tourists in France. May 31 st, his soldiers occupy electorate of Hanover. June 14 th, he visits north of France and Belgium, accompanied by Josephine, and returns to Paris August 12. September 27 th, press censorship established in France. November 30 th, French evacuate St. Domingo. Series E. 1804. Everywhere the King of the Earth found once more, to put a bridle on his pride, the inevitable Lords of the Sea, Bignon, v 130. Series E. Letters of the Emperor Napoleon to the Empress Josephine during his journey along the coast, 1804. Events of 1804. February 15 th, the conspiracy of Pichegru. Moreau arrested. Pichegru, February 28, and Georges Cadeau Udall, March 9. March 21 st, Duc d'Enghien shot at Vincennes. April 6 th, suicide of Pichegru. April 30 th, proposal to make Bonaparte emperor. May 4 th, Tribune adopts the proposal. May 18 th, the first consul becomes the Emperor Napoleon. May 19 th, Napoleon confers the dignity of Marshal of the Empire on Berthier, Murat, Moncey, Jourdan, Messina, Augereau, Bernadotte, Soult, Brune, Lons, Mortier, Ney, Davist, Bessières, Kellerman, Lefebvre, Perignon, Serrurier. July 14 th, inauguration of the Legion of Honor. Number 1. To the Empress Josephine. Pont de Brix, July 21, 1804. Madam and dear wife, during the 4 days that I have been away from you I have always been either on horseback or in a conveyance, without any ill effect on my health. M. Marat tells me that you intend starting on Monday, travelling by easy stages, you can take your time and reach the spa without tiring yourself. The wind having considerably freshened last night, one of our gunboats, which was in the harbour, broke loose and ran on the rocks about a league from Boulogne. I believed all lost, men and merchandise, but we managed to save both. The spectacle was grand, the shore sheeted in fire from the alarm guns, the sea raging and bellowing, the whole night spent in anxiety to save these unfortunates or to see them perish. My soul hovered between eternity, the ocean, and the night. At 5 a.m. all was calm, everything saved, and I went to bed with the feeling of having had a romantic and epic dream, a circumstance which might have reminded me that I was all alone, had weariness and soaked garments left me any other need but that of sleep. Napoleon. Correspondence of Napoleon I, number 7861. Communicated by M. Chambry. Number 2. To the Empress, at Aix-la-Chapelle. Boulogne, August 3, 1804. My dear, I trust soon to learn that the waters have done you much good. I am sorry to hear of all the vexations you have undergone. Please write me often. My health is very good, although I am rather tired. I shall be at Dunkirk in a very few days, and shall write you from there. Eugene has started for Blois. Jet couvre de Béziers. Napoleon. Number 3. To the Empress, at Aix-la-Chapelle. Calais, August 6, 1804. My dear, I arrived at Calais at midnight, I expect to start tonight for Dunkirk. I am in very fair health, and satisfied with what I see. I trust that the waters are doing you as much good as exercise, camp, and seascape are doing me. Eugene has set off for Blois. Hortense is well. Louis is at Plombières. I am longing to see you. You are always necessary to my happiness. My very best love. Napoleon. Number 4. To the Empress, at Aix-la-Chapelle. Ostend, August 14, 1804. My dear, I have had no letter from you for several days, yet I should be more comfortable if I knew that the waters were efficacious, and how you spend your time. During the past week I have been at Ostend. The day after tomorrow I shall be at Boulogne for a somewhat special fete. Advise me by the courier what you intend to do, and how soon you expect to end your baths. I am very well satisfied with the army and the flotillas. Eugene is still at Blois. I hear no more of Hortense than if she were on the Congo. I am writing to scold her. My best love to all. Napoleon. Number 5. To the Empress, at Aix-la-Chapelle. Arras, Wednesday, August 29, 1804. Madam and dear wife, I have just reached Arras. I shall stay there tomorrow. I shall be at Mons on Friday, and on Sunday at Aix-la-Chapelle. I am as well satisfied with my journey as with the army. I think I shall pass through Brussels without stopping there, thence I shall go to Maastricht. I am rather impatient to see you. I am glad to hear you have tried the waters, they cannot fail to do you good. My health is excellent. Eugene is well, and is with me. Very kindest regards to everyone. Bonaparte. Translated from a letter in the collection of Baron Heath. Philibibelin Society, Vol. 14. October 2 ND, Sir Sidney Smith attacks flotilla at Boulogne. Unsuccessfully. Number 6. To Josephine, at St. Cloud. Treves, October 6, 1804. My dear, I arrive at Treves the same moment that you arrive at St. Cloud. I am in good health. Do not grant an audience to T, and refuse to see him. Receive B, only in general company, and do not give him a private interview. Make promises to sign marriage contracts only after I have signed them, yours ever. Napoleon. December 1 St, plebiscite confirms election of Napoleon as Emperor, by 3,500,000 votes to 2,000. December 2 ND, Napoleon crowns himself Emperor, and Josephine Empress, in the presence and with the benediction of the Pope. General events, October 8 th, the Negro de Saline crowned Emperor of St. Domingo, under title of James I. December 12 th, Spain declares war against England. Series F. Campaign of Austerlitz, 1805. To convey an idea of the brilliant campaign of 1805, I should, like the almanac makers, be obliged to note down a victory for every day. Bourrienne, Vol. 2 323. Si jamma correspondence de mari a femme et intime et. Frequent, si jamma continuait et permanence de tendresse et. Marquis, c'est bien dans ces lettres écrites, choc jour presque. Par Napoleon a sa femme durant la campagne de L14, f. Masson, Josephine, Imperatrice et reine, 1899, p. 427. Series F. Letters of the Emperor Napoleon to the Empress Josephine, during the Austerlitz campaign, 1805. Events of 1805. March 13 th, Napoleon proclaimed King of Italy. May 26 th, crowned at Milan. June 8 th, Prince Eugene named Viceroy of Italy. June 23 rd, Lucca made a principality, and given to Elisa Bonaparte. July 22 nd, naval battle between Villeneuve and Sir Robert Calder, which saves England from invasion. August 16 th, Napoleon breaks up Camp of Boulogne. September 8 th, Third Continental Coalition, Russia, Austria, and England against France. Austrians cross the Inn, and invade Bavaria. September 21 st, Treaty of Paris between France and Naples, which engages to take no part in the war. September 23 rd, Moniteur announces invasion of Bavaria by Austria. September 24 th, Napoleon leaves Paris. September 27 th, joins at Strasbourg his Grand Army, 160,000 strong. October 1 st, arrives at Ettlingen. October 2 nd, arrives at Louisbourg. Hostilities commence. Number 1. To Josephine, at Strasbourg. Imperial Headquarters, Ettlingen. October 2, 1805, 10 am. I am well, and still here. I am starting for Stuttgart, where I shall be tonight. Great operations are now in progress. The armies of Württemberg and Baden have joined mine. I am well placed for the campaign, and I love you. Napoleon. Number 2. To Josephine, at Strasbourg. Louisbourg, October 4, 1805, noon. I am at Louisbourg. I start tonight. There is as yet nothing new. My whole army is on the march. The weather is splendid. My junction with the Bavarians is effected. I am well. I trust in a few days to have something interesting to communicate. Keep well, and believe in my entire affection. There is a brilliant court here, a new bride who is very beautiful, and upon the whole some very pleasant people, even our electress, who appears extremely kind, although the daughter of the King of England. Napoleon. Number 3. To Josephine, at Strasbourg. Louisbourg, October 5, 1805. I continue my march immediately. You will, my dear, be 5 or 6 days without hearing from me. Don't be uneasy, it is connected with operations now taking place. All goes well, and just as I could wish. I have assisted at a marriage between the son of the Elector and a niece of the King of Prussia. I wish to give the young princess a wedding present to cost 36,000 to 40,000 francs. Please attend to this, and send it to the bride by one of my chamberlains, when they shall come to rejoin me. This matter must be attended to immediately. Adieu, dear, I love you and embrace you. Napoleon. October 6th 7th, French cross the Danube and turn Mack's army. October 8th, Battle of Wertingen. Murat defeats the Austrians. October 9th, Battle of Günzburg. Ney defeats Mack. Number 4. October 10th, French enter Augsburg. To Josephine, at Strasbourg. Augsburg, Thursday, October 10, 1805. 11 a.m. I slept last night 18 with the former Elector of Treves, who is very well lodged. For the past week I have been hurrying forward. The campaign has been successful enough so far. I am very well, although it rains almost every day. Events crowd on us rapidly. I have sent to France 4,000 prisoners, 8 flags, and have 14 of the enemy's cannon. Adieu, dear, I embrace you. Napoleon. October 11th, Battle of Haslach. Dupont holds his own against much superior forces. Number 5. October 12th, French enter Munich. To Josephine, at Strasbourg. October 12, 1805, 11 p.m. My army has entered Munich. On one side the enemy is beyond the Inn, I hold the other army, 60,000 strong, blocked on the Iller between Ulm and Memmingen. The enemy is beaten, has lost its head, and everything points to a most glorious campaign, the shortest and most brilliant which has been made. In an hour I start for Burgosser-Liller. I am well, but the weather is frightful. It rains so much that I change my clothes twice a day. I love and embrace you. Napoleon. October 14th, capture of Memmingen and 400 Austrians by Soult. October 15th, Battle of Elchingen. Ney defeats Laudon. October 17th, capitulation of Ulm. Number 6. October 19th, Werneck and 8,000 men surrender to Murat. To Josephine, at Strasbourg. Abbaye d'Elchingen, October 19, 1805. My dear Josephine, I have tired myself more than I ought. Soaked garments and cold feet every day for a week have made me rather ill, but I have spent the whole of today indoors, which has rested me. My design has been accomplished, I have destroyed the Austrian army by marches alone, I have made 60,000 prisoners, taken 120 pieces of cannon, more than 90 flags, and more than 30 generals. I am about to fling myself on the Russians, they are lost men. I am satisfied with my army. I have only lost 1,500 men, of whom 2/3 are but slightly wounded. Prince Charles is on his way to cover Vienna. I think Messina should be already at Vicenza. The moment I can give my thoughts to Italy, I will make Eugene win a battle. Very best wishes to Hortense. Adieu, my Josephine, kindest regards to everyone. Napoleon. October 20th, Mack and his army defile before Napoleon. Number 7. October 21 St, Battle of Trafalgar, Franco-Spanish fleet. Destroyed after a 5 hours fight. The result of the Battle of Trafalgar compensates, for England, the results of the operations of Ulm. It has been justly observed that this power alone, of all those who fought France from 1793 to 1812, never experienced a check in her political or military combinations without seeing herself compensated forthwith by a signal success in some other part of the world. Montgaillard. To the Empress, at Strasbourg. Elchingen, October 21, 1805, noon. I am fairly well, my dear. I start at once for Augsburg. I have made 33,000 men lay down their arms, I have from 60,000 to 70,000 prisoners, more than 90 flags, and 200 pieces of cannon. Never has there been such a catastrophe in military annals. Take care of yourself. I am rather jaded. The weather has been fine for the last 3 days. The first column of prisoners files off for France today. Each column consists of 6,000 men. Napoleon. Number 8. October 25th, the Emperor of Russia and King of Prussia swear at the tomb of the great Frederick, to make implacable war on France, convention signed November 3rd. To the Empress, at Strasbourg. Augsburg, October 25, 1805. The 2 past nights have thoroughly rested me, and I am going to start tomorrow for Munich. I am sending word to M. de Talleyrand and M. Marat to be near at hand. I shall see something of them, and I am going to advance upon the Inn in order to attack Austria in the heart of her hereditary states. I should much have liked to see you, but do not reckon upon my sending for you, unless there should be an armistice or winter quarters. Adieu, dear, 1,000 kisses. Give my compliments to the ladies. Napoleon. Number 9. To the Empress, at Strasbourg. Munich, Sunday, October 27, 1805. I received your letter per Leroyce. I was grieved to see how needlessly you have made yourself unhappy. I have heard particulars which have proved how much you love me, but you should have more fortitude and confidence. Besides, I had advised you that I should be 6 days without writing you. Tomorrow I expect the Elector. At noon I start to support my advance on the Inn. My health is fair. You need not think of crossing the Rhine for 2 or 3 weeks. You must be cheerful, amuse yourself, and hope that before the end of the month 19 we shall meet. I am advancing against the Russian army. In a few days I shall have crossed the Inn. Adieu, my dear, kindest regards to Hortense, Eugene, and the 2 Napoleons. Keep back the wedding present a little longer. Yesterday I gave a concert to the ladies of this court. The Precentor is a superior man. I took part in the Elector's pheasant shoot, you see by that I am not so tired. M. de Talleyrand has come. Napoleon. October 28th, Grand Army cross the Inn. Lens occupies. Braunau. October 28 to October 29th 30th, Battle of Caldiero, Messina. With 55,000 men attacks Archduke Charles entrenched with 70,000. After 2 days fight French repulsed at this place, previously disastrous to their arms. Number 10. To the Empress, at Strasbourg. Hague, November 3, 1805, 10 p.m. I am in full march, the weather is very cold, the earth covered with a foot of snow. This is rather trying. Luckily there is no want of wood, here we are always in forests. I am fairly well. My campaign proceeds satisfactorily, my enemies must have more anxieties than I. I wish to hear from you and to learn that you are not worrying yourself. Adieu, dear, I am going to lie down. Napoleon. November 4th, Combat of Amstetten. Lens and Murat drive back. The Russians. Davist occupies Steyr. Army of Italy takes Vicenza. Number 11. To the Empress, at Strasbourg. Tuesday, November 5, 1805. I am at Linz. The weather is fine. We are within 70 miles of Vienna. The Russians do not stand, they are in full retreat. The House of Austria is at its wit's end, and in Vienna they are removing all the court belongings. It is probable that something new will occur within 5 or 6 days. I much desire to see you again. My health is good. I embrace you. Napoleon. November 7th, Ney occupies Innsbruck. November 9th, Davist defeats Meerfeld at Marienzel. November 10th, Marmont arrives at Leoben. November 11th, Battle of Dürnstein, Mortier overwhelmed by Russians, but saved by Dupont. November 13th, Vienna entered and bridge over the Danube seized. Messina crosses the Tagliamento. November 14th, Ney enters Trent. Number 12. To the Empress, at Strasbourg. November 15, 1805, 9 p.m. I have been at Vienna 2 days, my dear, rather fagged. I have not yet seen the city by day, I have traversed it by night. Tomorrow I receive the notables and public bodies. Nearly all my troops are beyond the Danube, in pursuit of the Russians. Adieu, Josephine, as soon as it is possible I will send for you. My very best love. Napoleon. Number 13. November 16th, Jelichich surrenders to Agro at Feldkirch. With 7,000 men. To the Empress, at Strasbourg. Vienna, November 16, 1805. I am writing to M. D. Harville, so that you can set out and make your way to Baden, thence to Stuttgart, and from there to Munich. At Stuttgart you will give the wedding present to the Princess Paul. If it costs 15 to 20,000 francs, that will suffice, the rest will do for giving presents at Munich to the daughters of the Electress of Bavaria. All that Madame de Sarent has advised you is definitely arranged. Take with you the wherewithal to make presents to the ladies and officers who will wait upon you. Be civil, but receive full homage, they owe everything to you, and you owe nothing save civility. The Electress of Württemberg is daughter of the King of England. She is an excellent woman, you should be very kind to her, but yet without affectation. I shall be very glad to see you, the moment circumstances permit me. I start to join my vanguard. The weather is frightful, it snows heavily. Otherwise my affairs go excellently. Adieu, my dear. Napoleon. November 19th, French occupy Brunn, and Napoleon establishes his headquarters at Wiscah. November 24th, Messina occupies Trieste. November 28th, Army of Italy joins troops of the Grand Army at Klagenfurt. December 2nd, Battle of the Three Emperors, Austerlitz. French forces 80,000, Allies 95,000. Number 14. To the Empress, at Strasbourg. Austerlitz, December 3, 1805. I have dispatched to you Lerbre from the field of battle. I have beaten the Russian and Austrian army commanded by the two emperors. I am rather fatigued. I have bivouacked 8 days in the open air, through nights sufficiently keen. Tonight I rest in the chateau of Prince Kaunitz, where I shall sleep for the next 2 or 3 hours. The Russian army is not only beaten, but destroyed. I embrace you. Napoleon. December 4th, Haugwitz, the Prussian minister, congratulates Napoleon on his victory. Voila! Replied the emperor, un. Compliment don't la fortune a change l'address. Number 15. To the Empress, at Munich. Austerlitz, December 5, 1805. I have concluded a truce. The Russians have gone. The Battle of Austerlitz is the grandest of all I have fought. 45 flags, more than 150 pieces of cannon, the standards of the Russian Guard, 20 generals, 30,000 prisoners, more than 20,000 slain, a horrible sight. The Emperor Alexander is in despair, and on his way to Russia. Yesterday, at my bivouac, I saw the Emperor of Germany. We conversed for 2 hours, we have agreed to make peace quickly. The weather is not now very bad. At last behold peace restored to the continent, it is to be hoped that it is going to be to the world. The English will not know how to face us. I look forward with much pleasure to the moment when I can once more be near you. My eyes have been rather bad the last 2 days, I have never suffered from them before. Adieu, my dear. I am fairly well, and very anxious to embrace you. Napoleon. Number 16. To the Empress, at Munich. Austerlitz, December 7, 1805. I have concluded an armistice, within a week peace will be made. I am anxious to hear that you reached Munich in good health. The Russians are returning, they have lost enormously, more than 20,000 dead and 30,000 taken. Their army is reduced by 3/4. Buxhowden, their general-in-chief, was killed. I have 3,000 wounded and 700 to 800 dead. My eyes are rather bad, it is a prevailing complaint, and scarcely worth mentioning. Adieu, dear. I am very anxious to see you again. I am going to sleep tonight at Vienna. Napoleon. Number 17. To the Empress, at Munich. Brunn, December 10, 1805. It is a long time since I had news of you. Have the grand fates at Baden, Stuttgart and Munich made you forget the poor soldiers, who live covered with mud, rain and blood? I shall start in a few days for Vienna. We are endeavoring to conclude peace. The Russians have gone, and are in flight far from here, they are on their way back to Russia, well drubbed and very much humiliated. I am very anxious to be with you again. Adieu, dear. My bad eyes are cured. Napoleon. December 15th, Treaty with Prussia. Number 18. To the Empress, at Munich. December 19, 1805. Great Empress, not a single letter from you since your departure from Strasbourg. You have gone to Baden, Stuttgart, Munich, without writing us a word. This is neither very kind nor very affectionate. I am still at Brunn. The Russians are gone. I have a truce. In a few days I shall see what I may expect. Deign from the height of your grandeur to concern yourself a little with your slaves. Napoleon. Number 19. To the Empress, at Munich. Schönbrunn, December 20, 1805. I got your letter of the 16th. I am sorry to learn you are in pain. You are not strong enough to travel 250 miles at this time of the year. I know not what I shall do, I await events. I have no will in the matter, everything depends on their issue. Stay at Munich, amuse yourself. That is not difficult when you have so many kind friends and so beautiful a country. I, for my part, am sufficiently busy. In a few days my decision will be made. Adieu, dear. Kindest and most affectionate regards. Napoleon. December 27th. 21, Peace of Pressburg. December 31 St. Napoleon arrives outside Munich, and joins Josephine the next morning. Series G. Battles then lasted a few hours, campaigns a few days. Bignan, on Friedland, Vol 6 292. Series G. Letters of the Emperor Napoleon to the Empress Josephine during the campaign against Prussia and Russia. 1806-7. 1806. January 1 St, the Elector of Bavaria and the Duke of Württemberg. Created kings by France. January 23 RD, death of William Pitt, aged 47. February 15 Th, Joseph Bonaparte enters Naples, and on March 10 is declared King of the Two Sicilies. April 1 St, Prussia seizes Hanover. June 5 Th, Louis Bonaparte made King of Holland. July 6 Th, Battle of Maida, Calabria. English defeat General Rainier. French loss 4,000, English 500. July 12 Th, Napoleon forms Confederation of the Rhine, with himself as chief and protector. July 18 Th, Gaeta surrenders to Messina. August 6 Th, Francis II, Emperor of Germany, becomes Emperor of Austria as Francis I. August 15 Th, Russia refuses to ratify peace preliminaries signed by her ambassador at Paris on July 25. September 13 Th, death of Charles James Fox, aged 57. Number 1. October 5 Th, proclamation by the Prince of the Peace against France, germ of Spanish War. To the Empress, at Mayence. October 5, 1806. It will be quite in order for the Princess of Baden to come to Mayence. I cannot think why you weep, you do wrong to make yourself ill. Hortense is inclined to pedantry, she loves to air her views. She has written me, I am sending her a reply. She ought to be happy and cheerful. Pluck and a merry heart, that's the recipe. Adieu, dear. The Grand Duke has spoken to me about you, he saw you at Florence at the time of the retreat. Napoleon. Number 2. To the Empress, at Mayence. Bamberg, October 7, 1806. I start this evening, my dear, for Kronach. The whole of my army is advancing. All goes well. My health is perfect. I have only received as yet one letter from you. I have some from Eugene and from Hortense. Stephanie should now be with you. Her husband wishes to make the campaign, he is with me. Adieu. 1,000 kisses and the best of health. Napoleon. October 8 Th, Prussia, assisted by Saxony, Russia, and England, declares war against France. October 9 Th, campaign opens. Prussians defeated at Schulitz. October 10 Th, Lons defeats them at Saalfeld. Prince Louis of Prussia killed, 1,000 men and 30 guns taken. October 11 Th, French peace negotiations with England broken off. Number 3. To the Empress, at Mayence. Gera, October 13, 1806, 2 am. My dear, I am at Gera today. My affairs go excellently well, and everything as I could wish. With the aid of God, they will, I believe, in a few days have taken a terrible course for the poor King of Prussia, whom I am sorry for personally, because he is a good man. The Queen is at Erfurt with the King. If she wants to see a battle, she shall have that cruel pleasure. I am in splendid health. I have already put on flesh since my departure, yet I am doing, in person, 20 and 25 leagues a day, on horseback, in my carriage, in all sorts of ways. I lie down at 8, and get up at midnight. I fancy at times that you have not yet gone to bed, yours ever. Napoleon. October 14 Th, Battles of Jena and Auerstadt. Number 4. October 15 Th, Napoleon at Weimar, he releases 6,000 Saxon prisoners, which soon causes peace with Saxony. To the Empress, at Mayence. Jena, October 15, 1806, 3 am. My dear, I have made excellent maneuvers against the Prussians. Yesterday I won a great victory. They had 150,000 men. I have made 20,000 prisoners, taken 100 pieces of cannon, and flags. I was in presence of the King of Prussia, and near to him, I nearly captured him and the Queen. For the past 2 days I have bivouacked. I am in excellent health. Adieu, dear. Keep well, and love me. If Hortense is at Mayence, give her a kiss, also to Napoleon and to the little one. Napoleon. Number 5. October 16 Th, Soult routs Kockruth at Griessen, Erfurt and 16,000 men capitulate to Murat. To the Empress, at Mayence. Weimar, October 16, 1806, 5 p.m. Talleyrand will have shown you the bulletin, my dear, you will see my successes therein. All has happened as I calculated, and never was an army more thoroughly beaten and more entirely destroyed. I need only add that I am very well, and that fatigue, bivouacs, and night watches have made me fat. Adieu, dear. Kindest regards to Hortense and to the great M. Napoleon, yours ever. Napoleon. October 17th, Bernadotte defeats Prussian reserve at Halle. October 18th, Davis takes Leipzig, and an enormous stock of English merchandise. October 19th, Napoleon at Halle. October 20th, Lens takes Dessau, and Davis Wittenberg. October 21 St, Napoleon at Dessau. Number 6. October 23 RD, Napoleon makes Wittenberg central depot for his army. To the Empress, at Mainz. Wittenberg, October 23, 1806, noon. I have received several of your letters. I write you only a line. My affairs prosper. Tomorrow I shall be at Potsdam, and at Berlin on the 25th I am wonderfully well, and thrive on hard work. I am very glad to hear you are with Hortense and Stephanie, and Grande company. So far, the weather has been fine. Kind regards to Stephanie, and to everybody, not forgetting M. Napoleon. Adieu, dear, yours ever. Napoleon. Number 7. October 24th, Lens occupies Potsdam. To the Empress, at Mainz. Potsdam, October 24, 1806. My dear, I have been at Potsdam since yesterday, and shall remain there today. I continue satisfied with my undertakings. My health is good, the weather very fine. I find Sans Souci very pleasant. Adieu, dear. Best wishes to Hortense and to M. Napoleon. Napoleon. October 25th, Marshal Davis enters Berlin, Bernadotte occupies Brandenburg. October 28th, Prince Hohenlohe surrenders at Prenzlau to Murat. With 16,000 men, including the Prussian Guard. October 30th, Stettin surrenders with 5,000 men and 150 cannon. Number 8. November 1 St, Anclam surrenders, with 4,000 men, to General Becker. To the Empress, at Mainz. November 1, 1806, 2 a.m. Talleyrand has just arrived and tells me, my dear, that you do nothing but cry. What on earth do you want? You have your daughter, your grandchildren, and good news, surely these are sufficient reasons for being happy and contented. The weather here is superb, there has not yet fallen during the whole campaign a single drop of water. I am very well, and all goes excellently. Adieu, dear, I have received a letter from M. Napoleon, I do not believe it is from him, but from Hortense. Kindest regards to everybody. Napoleon. November 2 ND, Custrin surrenders, with 4,000 men and 90 guns, to Davis. Number 9. To the Empress, at Mainz. Berlin, November 2, 1806. Your letter of October 26 to hand. We have splendid weather here. You will see by the bulletin that we have taken Stettin, it is a very strong place. All my affairs go as well as possible, and I am thoroughly satisfied. One pleasure is alone wanting, that of seeing you, but I hope that will not long be deferred. Kindest regards to Hortense, Stephanie, and to the little Napoleon. Adieu, dear, yours ever. Napoleon. No 9a. From the Memoirs of Mademoiselle d'Avrillon, Vol. I 128. To the Empress, at Mainz. Berlin, Monday, noon. My dear, I have received your letter. I am glad to know that you are in a place which pleases me, and especially to know that you are very well there. Who should be happier than you? You should live without a worry, and pass your time as pleasantly as possible, that, indeed, is my intention. I forbid you to see Madame Tallien, under any pretext whatever. I will admit of no excuse. If you desire a continuance of my esteem, if you wish to please me, never transgress the present order. She may possibly come to your apartments, to enter them by night, forbid your porter to admit her. I shall soon be at Malmaison. I warn you to have no lovers there that night, I should be sorry to disturb them. Adieu, dear, I long to see you and assure you of my love and affection. Napoleon. Number 10. To the Empress, at Mainz. November 6, 1806, 9 p.m. Yours to hand, in which you seem annoyed at the bad things I say about women. It is true that I hate intriguing women more than anything. I am used to kind, gentle, persuasive women, these are the kind I like. If I have been spoilt, it is not my fault, but yours. Moreover, you shall learn how kind I have been to one who showed herself sensible and good, Madame de Hatzfeld. When I showed her husband's letter to her she admitted to me, amid her sobs, with profound emotion, and frankly, ah! It is indeed his writing. While she was reading, her voice went to my heart, it pained me. I said, well, madam, throw that letter on the fire, I shall then have no longer the power to punish your husband. She burnt the letter, and seemed very happy. Her husband now feels at ease, 2 hours later he would have been a dead man. You see then how I like kind, frank, gentle women, but it is because such alone resemble you. Adieu, dear, my health is good. Napoleon. November 6 and 7 th. Blücher and his army, 17,000 men. Surrender at Lübeck to Soult, Murat and Bernadotte. November 8 th. Magdeburg surrenders to Ney, with 20,000 men. Immense stores, and nearly 800 cannon. Number 11. November 9 th. Napoleon levies a contribution of 150 million francs on Prussia and her allies. To the Empress, at Mainz. Berlin, November 9, 1806. My dear, I am sending good news. Magdeburg has capitulated, and on November 7 I took 20,000 men at Lübeck who escaped me last week. The whole Prussian army, therefore, is captured. Even beyond the Vistula there does not remain to Prussia 20,000 men. Several of my army corps are in Poland. I am still at Berlin. I am very fairly well. Adieu, dear, heartiest good wishes to Hortense, Stephanie and the 2 little Napoleons, yours ever. Napoleon. November 10 th. Davist occupies Posen. Hanover occupied by Marshal Mortier. Number 12. To the Empress, at Mainz. Berlin, November 16, 1806. I received your letter of November 11. I note with satisfaction that my convictions give you pleasure. You are wrong to think flattery was intended. I was telling you of yourself as I see you. I am grieved to think that you are tired of Mainz. Were the journey less long, you might come here, for there is no longer an enemy, or, if there is, he is beyond the Vistula, that is to say, more than 300 miles away. I will wait to hear what you think about it. I should also be delighted to see M. Napoleon. Adieu, my dear, yours ever. Napoleon. I have still too much business here for me to return to Paris. November 17 th. Suspension of arms signed at Charlottenburg. November 19 th. French occupy Hamburg. November 20 th. French occupy Hameln. November 21 st. French occupy Bremen. Berlin Decree. Napoleon. Interdicts trade with England. Number 13. To the Empress, at Mainz. November 22, 1806, 10 p.m. Your letter received. I am sorry to find you in the dumps, yet you have every reason to be cheerful. You are wrong to show so much kindness to people who show themselves unworthy of it. Madame L. is a fool, such an idiot that you ought to know her by this time, and pay no heed to her. Be contented, happy in my friendship, and in the great influence you possess. In a few days I shall decide whether to summon you hither or send you to Paris. Adieu, dear, you can go at once, if you like, to Darmstadt, or to Frankfurt, that will make you forget your troubles. Kindest regards to Hortense. Napoleon. November 25 th. Napoleon leaves Berlin. Number 14. To the Empress, at Mainz. Custrin, November 26, 1806. I am at Custrin, making a tour and spying out the land a little. I shall see in a day or two whether you should come. You can keep ready. I shall be very pleased if the Queen of Holland be of the party. The Grand Duchess of Baden must write to her husband about it. It is 2 a.m. I am just getting up, it is the usage of war. Kindest regards to you and to everyone. Napoleon. Number 15. November 27 th. Napoleon arrives at Posen. To the Empress, at Mainz. Mies Ritz, November 27, 1806, 2 a.m. I am about to make a tour in Poland. This is the first town there. Tonight I shall be at Posen, after which I shall send for you to come to Berlin, so that you can arrive there the same day as I. My health is good, the weather rather bad, it has rained for the past 3 days. My affairs prosper. The Russians are in flight. Adieu, dear, kindest regards to Hortense, Stephanie and the little Napoleons. Napoleon. November 28 th. Murat enters Warsaw. French occupy duchies of Mecklenburg. Number 16. To the Empress, at Mainz. Posen, November 29, 1806, noon. I am at Posen, capital of Great Poland. The cold weather has set in, I am in good health. I am about to take a circuit round Poland. My troops are at the gates of Warsaw. Adieu, dear, very kindest regards, and a hearty embrace. Number 17. December 2 ND, Glagow surrenders to Van Damme. To the Empress, at Mainz. Posen, December 2, 1806. Today is the anniversary of Austerlitz. I have been to a city ball. It is raining, I am in good health. I love you and long for you. My troops are at Warsaw. So far the cold has not been severe. All these fair Poles are French women at heart, but there is only one woman for me. Would you know her? I could draw her portrait very well, but I should have to flatter it too much for you to recognize yourself. Yet, to tell the truth, my heart would only have nice things to say to you. These nights are long, all alone, yours ever. Napoleon. Number 18. To the Empress, at Mayence. December 3, 1806, noon. Yours of November 26 received. I notice two things in it. You say I do not read your letters, it is an unkind thought. I take your bad opinion anything but kindly. You tell me that perhaps it is a mere fantasy of the night, and you add that you are not jealous. I found out long ago that angry persons always assert that they are not angry, that those who are afraid keep on repeating that they have no fear, you therefore are convinced of jealousy. I am delighted to hear it. Nevertheless, you are wrong, I think of nothing less, and in the desert plains of Poland one thinks little about beauties. I had yesterday a ball of the provincial nobility, the women good-looking enough, rich enough, dowdy enough, although in Paris fashions. Adieu, dear, I am in good health, yours ever. Napoleon. Number 19. To the Empress, at Mayence. Posen, December 3, 1806, 6 p.m. Yours of November 27 received, from which I see that your little head is quite turned. I am reminded of the verse. Désir de femme est un faux qui devour. Still you must calm yourself. I wrote you that I was in Poland, that, when we were established in winter quarters, you could come, you will have to wait a few days. The greater one becomes, the less one can consult one's wishes, being dependent on events and circumstances. You can come to Frankfurt or Darmstadt. I am hoping to send for you in a few days, that is, if circumstances will permit. The warmth of your letter makes me realize that you, like other pretty women, know no bounds. What you will, must be, but, as for me, I declare that of all men I am the greatest slave, my master has no pity, and this master is the nature of things. Adieu, dear, keep well. The person that I wish to speak to you about is Madame L., of whom everyone is speaking ill, they assure me that she is more Prussian than French woman. I don't believe it, but I think her an idiot who talks nothing but trash. Napoleon. December 6 th, Thorn, on the Vistula, occupied by Ney. Number 20. To the Empress, at Mayence. Posen, December 9, 1806. Yours of December 1 received. I see with pleasure that you are more cheerful, that the Queen of Holland wishes to come with you. I long to give the order, but you must still wait a few days. My affairs prosper. Adieu, dear, I love you and wish to see you happy. Napoleon. Number 21. To the Empress, at Mayence. Posen, December 10, 1806, 5 p.m. An officer has just brought me a rug, a gift from you, it is somewhat short and narrow, but I thank you for it nonetheless. I am in fair health. The weather is very changeable. My affairs prosper pretty well. I love you and long for you much. Adieu, dear, I shall write for you to come with at least as much pleasure as you will have in coming, yours ever. Napoleon. A kiss to Hortense, Stephanie, and Napoleon. December 11 th, Davist forces the passage of the bug. Number 22. December 12 th, Treaty of Peace and Alliance between France and Saxony signed at Posen. To the Empress, at Mayence. Posen, December 12, 1806, 7 p.m. My dear, I have not received any letters from you, but know, nevertheless, that you are well. My health is good, the weather very mild, the bad season has not begun yet, but the roads are bad in a country where there are no highways. Hortense will come then with Napoleon, I am delighted to hear it. I long to see things shape themselves into a position to enable you to come. I have made peace with Saxony. The Elector is king and one of the Confederation. Adieu, my well-beloved Josephine, yours ever. Napoleon. A kiss to Hortense, Napoleon, and Stephanie. Payer, the famous musician, his wife, a virtuoso whom you saw at Milan 12 years ago, and Britzi are here, they give me a little music every evening. Number 23. To the Empress, at Mayence. December 15, 1806, 3 p.m. My dear, I start for Warsaw. In a fortnight I shall be back, I hope then to be able to send for you. But if that seems a long time, I should be very glad if you would return to Paris, where you are wanted. You well know that I am dependent on events. All my affairs go excellently. My health is very good, I am as well as possible. Adieu, dear. I have made peace with Saxony, yours ever. Napoleon. December 17 th, Turkey declares war on Russia. So Montgaillard. But Napoleon refers to it in the 39th bulletin, dated December 7, while Haydn dates it January 7 th. Number 24. To the Empress, at Mayence. Warsaw, December 20, 1806, 3 p.m. I have no news from you, dear. I am very well. The last 2 days I have been at Warsaw. My affairs prosper. The weather is very mild, and even somewhat humid. It has as yet barely begun to freeze, it is October weather. Adieu, dear, I should much have liked to see you, but trust that in 5 or 6 days I shall be able to send for you. Kindest regards to the Queen of Holland and to her little Napoleons, yours ever. Napoleon. December 22 ND, Napoleon crosses the Neru, and the next day defeats Russians at Zarnau, also. December 24 th, at Nasilsk. December 26 th, Ni defeats Lstock at Solda, Lons defeats Benningsen at Pultusk. December 28 th, and Agro defeats Buxhowden at Gollyman. Number 25. To the Empress, at Mayence. Gollyman, December 29, 1806, 5 am. I write you only a line, my dear. I am in a wretched barn. I have beaten the Russians, taken 30 pieces of cannon, their baggage, and 6,000 prisoners, but the weather is frightful. It is raining, we have mud up to our knees. In 2 days I shall be at Warsaw, whence I shall write you, yours ever. Napoleon. Number 26. To the Empress, at Mayence. Pultusk, December 31, 1806. I have had a good laugh over your last letters. You idealize the fair ones of Great Poland in a way they do not deserve. I have had for 2 or 3 days the pleasure of hearing Payer and 2 lady singers, who have given me some very good music. I received your letter in a wretched barn, having mud, wind, and straw for my only bed. Tomorrow I shall be at Warsaw. I think all is over for this year. The army is entering winter quarters. I shrug my shoulders at the stupidity of Madame de L. Still you should show her your displeasure, and counsel her not to be so idiotic. Such things become common property, and make many people indignant. For my part, I scorn ingratitude as the worst fault in a human heart. I know that instead of comforting you, these people have given you pain. Adieu, dear, I am in good health. I do not think you ought to go to Kassel, that place is not suitable. You may go to Darmstadt. Napoleon. Number 27. To the Empress, at Mayence. Warsaw, January 3, 1807. My dear, I have received your letter. Your grief pains me, but one must bow to events. There is too much country to travel between Mayence and Warsaw, you must, therefore, wait till circumstances allow me to come to Berlin, in order that I may write you to come thither. It is true that the enemy, defeated, is far away, but I have many things here to put to rights. I should be inclined to think that you might return to Paris, where you are needed. Send away those ladies who have their affairs to look after, you will be better without people who have given you so much worry. My health is good, the weather bad. I love you from my heart. Napoleon. January 5 th, capture of Breslau, with 7,000 men, by Vandamme and Hedeville. Number 28. January 7 th, English orders in council against Berlin decree. To the Empress, at Mayence. Warsaw, January 7, 1807. My dear, I am pained by all that you tell me, but the season being cold, the roads very bad and not at all safe, I cannot consent to expose you to so many fatigues and dangers. Return to Paris in order to spend the winter there. Go to the Tuileries, receive, and lead the same life as you are accustomed to do when I am there, that is my wish. Perhaps I shall not be long in rejoining you there, but it is absolutely necessary for you to give up the idea of making a journey of 750 miles at this time of the year, through the enemy's country, and in the rear of the army. Believe that it costs me more than you to put off for some weeks the pleasure of seeing you, but so events and the success of my enterprise order it. Adieu, my dear, be cheerful, and show character. Napoleon. Number 29. To the Empress, at Mayence. Warsaw, January 8, 1807. My dear, I received your letter of the 27th with those of M. Napoleon and Hortense, which were enclosed with it. I had begged you to return to Paris. The season is too inclement, the roads unsafe and detestable, the distance is too great for me to permit you to come hither, where my affairs detain me. It would take you at least a month to come. You would arrive ill, by that time it might perhaps be necessary to start back again, it would therefore be folly. Your residence at Mayence is too dull, Paris reclaims you, go there, it is my wish. I am more vexed about it than you. I should have liked to spend the long nights of this season with you, but we must obey circumstances. Adieu, dear, yours ever. Napoleon. Number 30. To the Empress, at Mayence. Warsaw, January 11, 1807. Your letter of the 27th received, from which I note that you are somewhat uneasy about military events. Everything is settled, as I have told you, to my satisfaction, my affairs prosper. The distance is too great for me to allow you to come so far at this time of year. I am in splendid health, sometimes rather wearied by the length of the nights. Up to the present I have seen few people here. Adieu, dear. I wish you to be cheerful, and to give a little life to the capital. I would much like to be there, yours ever. Napoleon. I hope that the Queen has gone to The Hague with M. Napoleon. Number 31. January 16th, capture of Brieg by the French. To the Empress, at Mayence. January 16, 1807. My dear, I have received your letter of the 5th of January, all that you tell me of your unhappiness pains me. Why these tears, these repinings? Have you then no longer any fortitude? I shall see you soon. Never doubt my feelings, and if you wish to be still dearer to me, show character and strength of mind. I am humiliated to think that my wife can distrust my destinies. Adieu, dear. I love you, I long to see you, and wish to learn that you are content and happy. Napoleon. Number 32. To the Empress, at Mayence. Warsaw, January 18, 1807. I fear that you are greatly grieved at our separation and at your return to Paris, which must last for some weeks longer. I insist on your having more fortitude. I hear you are always weeping. Fie! How unbecoming it is! Your letter of January 7th makes me unhappy. Be worthy of me, assume more character. Cut a suitable figure at Paris, and, above all, be contented. I am very well, and I love you much, but, if you are always crying, I shall think you without courage and without character. I do not love cowards. An empress ought to have fortitude. Napoleon. Number 33. To the Empress, at Mayence. Warsaw, January 19, 1807. My dear, your letter to hand. I have laughed at your fear of fire. I am in despair at the tone of your letters and at what I hear. I forbid you to weep, to be petulant and uneasy, I want you to be cheerful, lovable, and happy. Napoleon. Number 34. To the Empress, at Mayence. Warsaw, January 23, 1807. Your letter of January 15 to hand. It is impossible to allow women to make such a journey as this, bad roads, miry and unsafe. Return to Paris, be cheerful and content there. Perhaps even I shall soon be there. I have laughed at what you say about your having taken a husband to be with him. I thought, in my ignorance, that the wife was made for the husband for his country, his family, and glory. Pardon my ignorance, one is always learning from our fair ladies. Adieu, my dear. Think how much it costs me not to send for you. Say to yourself, it is a proof how precious I am to him. Napoleon. Number 35. January 25th, Russians defeated at Moringen by Bernadotte. To the Empress, at Mayence. January 25, 1807. I am very unhappy to see you are in pain. I hope that you are at Paris, you will get better there. I share your griefs, and do not groan. For I could not risk losing you by exposing you to fatigues and dangers which befit neither your rank nor your sex. I wish you never to receive tea, at Paris, he is a black sheep. You would grieve me by doing otherwise. Adieu, my dear. Love me, and be courageous. Napoleon. Number 36. To the Empress, at Paris. Warsaw, January 26, 1807, noon. My dear, I have received your letter. It pains me to see how you are fretting yourself. The bridge of Mayence neither increases nor decreases the distance which separates us. Remain, therefore, at Paris. I should be vexed and uneasy to know that you were so miserable and so isolated at Mayence. You must know that I ought, that I can, consider only the success of my enterprise. If I could consult my heart I should be with you, or you with me, for you would be most unjust if you doubted my love and entire affection. Napoleon. Number 37. To the Empress, at Paris. Willemberg, February 1, 1807, noon. Your letter of the 11th, from Mayence, has made me laugh. Today, I am 100 miles from Warsaw, the weather is cold, but fine. Adieu, dear, be happy, show character. Napoleon. Number 38. To the Empress, at Paris. My dear, your letter of January 20th has given me pain, it is too sad. That's the fault of not being a little more devout. You tell me that your glory consists in your happiness. That is narrow-minded, one should say, my glory consists in the happiness of others. It is not conjugal, one should say, my glory consists in the happiness of my husband. It is not maternal, one should say, my glory consists in the happiness of my children. Now, since nations, your husband, your children, can only be happy with a certain amount of glory, you must not make little of it. Fie, Josephine. Your heart is excellent and your arguments weak. You feel acutely, but you don't argue as well. That's sufficient quarreling. I want you to be cheerful, happy in your lot, and that you should obey, not with grumbling and tears, but with gaiety of heart and a little more good temper. Adieu, dear, I start tonight to examine my outposts. Napoleon. February 5th, Combats of Bergfried, Waltersdorf and Deppen. Russians forced back. February 6th, Combat of Hof. Murat victorious. February 8th, Battle of Eylau, retreat of Russians. Number 39. To the Empress, at Paris. Eylau, February 9, 1807, 3 am. My dear, yesterday there was a great battle, the victory has remained with me, but I have lost many men. The loss of the enemy, which is still more considerable, does not console me. To conclude, I write you these 2 lines myself, although I am very tired, to tell you that I am well and that I love you, yours ever. Napoleon. Number 40. To the Empress, at Paris. Eylau, February 9, 1807, 6 p.m. My dear, I write you a line in order that you may not be uneasy. The enemy has lost the battle, 40 pieces of cannon, 10 flags, 12,000 prisoners, he has suffered frightfully. I have lost many, 1,600 killed, 3,000 or 4,000 wounded. Your cousin Tasher conducts himself well, I have summoned him near me with the title of orderly officer. Corbino has been killed by a shell, I was singularly attached to that officer, who had much merit, I am very unhappy about him. My mounted guard has covered itself with glory. Dahlmann is dangerously wounded. Adieu, dear, yours ever. Napoleon. Number 41. To the Empress, at Paris. Eylau, February 11, 1807, 3 am. My dear, I write you a line, you must have been very anxious. I have beaten the enemy in a fight to be remembered, but it has cost many brave lives. The bad weather that has set in forces me to take cantonments. Do not afflict yourself, please, all this will soon be over, and the happiness of seeing you will make me promptly forget my fatigues. Besides, I have never been in better health. Young Tasher, of the 4th Regiment, has behaved well, he has had a rough time of it. I have summoned him near me, I have made him an orderly officer, there's an end to his troubles. This young man interests me. Adieu, dear, 1,000 kisses. Napoleon. Number 42. To the Empress, at Paris. Eylau, February 12, 1807. I send you a letter from General d'Armagnac. He is a very good soldier, who commanded the 32nd. He is much attached to me. If this Madame de Richmond be well off, and it is a good match, I shall see this marriage with pleasure. Make this known to both of them. Napoleon. Number 43. To the Empress, at Paris. Eylau, February 14, 1807. My dear, I am still at Eylau. This country is covered with dead and wounded. It is not the bright side of warfare, one suffers, and the mind is oppressed at the sight of so many victims. My health is good. I have done as I wished, and driven back the enemy, while making his projects fail. You are sure to be uneasy, and that thought troubles me. Nevertheless, calm yourself, my dear, and be cheerful, yours ever. Napoleon. Tell Caroline and Pauline that the Grand Duke and the Prince 22 are in excellent health. February 16th, Savary defeats Russians at Ostrolenxa. Number 44. To the Empress, at Paris. Eylau, February 17, 1807, 3 am. Your letter to hand, informing me of your arrival at Paris. I am very glad to know you are there. My health is good. The Battle of Eylau was very sanguinary, and very hardly contested. Corbino was slain. He was a very brave man. I had grown very fond of him. Adieu, dear, it is as warm here as in the month of April, everything is thawing. My health is good. Napoleon. Number 45. To the Empress, at Paris. Landsberg, February 18, 1807, 3 am. I write you 2 lines. My health is good. I am moving to set my army in winter quarters. It rains and thaws as in the month of April. We have not yet had one cold day. Adieu, dear, yours ever. Napoleon. Number 46. To the Empress, at Paris. Lippstadt, February 20, 1807, 2 am. I write you 2 lines, dear, in order that you may not be uneasy. My health is very good, and my affairs prosper. I have again put my army into cantonments. The weather is extraordinary, it freezes and thaws, it is wet and unsettled. Adieu, dear, yours ever. Napoleon. Number 47. To the Empress, at Paris. Lippstadt, February 21, 1807, 2 am. Your letter of the February 4th to hand, I see with pleasure that your health is good. Paris will thoroughly re-establish it by giving you cheerfulness and rest, and a return to your accustomed habits. I am wonderfully well. The weather and the country are vile. My affairs are fairly satisfactory. It thaws and freezes within 24 hours, there can never have been known such an extraordinary winter. Adieu, dear, I love you. I think of you, and wish to know that you are contented, cheerful, and happy, yours ever. Napoleon. Number 48. To the Empress, at Paris. Liebstadt, February 21, 1807, noon. My dear, your letter of the 8th received. I see with pleasure that you have been to the opera, and that you propose holding receptions weekly. Go occasionally to the theatre, and always into the royal box. I notice also with pleasure the banquets you are giving. I am very well. The weather is still unsettled, it freezes and thaws. I have once more put my army into cantonments in order to rest them. Never be doleful, love me, and believe in my entire affection. Napoleon. Number 49. To the Empress, at Paris. Ost Road, February 23, 1807, 2 p.m. My dear, your letter of the 10th received. I am sorry to see you are a little out of sorts. I have been in the country for the past month, experiencing frightful weather, because it has been unsettled, and varying from cold to warm within a week. Still, I am very well. Try and pass your time pleasantly, have no anxieties, and never doubt the love I bear you. Napoleon. February 26 th, Dupont defeats Russians at Braunsberg. Number 50. To the Empress, at Paris. Ost Road, March 2, 1807. My dear, it is 2 or 3 days since I wrote to you, I reproach myself for it, I know your uneasiness. I am very well, my affairs prosper. I am in a wretched village, where I shall pass a considerable time, it is not as good as the great city. I again assure you, I was never in such good health, you will find me very much stouter. It is spring weather here, the snow has gone, the streams are thawing, which is what I want. I have ordered what you wish for Malmaison, be cheerful and happy, it is my will. Adieu, dear, I embrace you heartily, yours ever. Napoleon. March 9 th, the Grand Sanhedrim, which assembled at Paris on February 9, terminates its sittings. Number 51. To the Empress, at Paris. Ost Road, March 10, 1807, 4 p.m. My dear, I have received your letter of the 25th. I see with pleasure that you are well, and that you sometimes make a pilgrimage to Malmaison. My health is good, and my affairs prosper. The weather has become rather cold again. I see that the winter has been very variable everywhere. Adieu, dear, keep well, be cheerful, and never doubt my affection, yours ever. Napoleon. Number 52. To the Empress, at Paris. Ost Road, March 11, 1807. My dear, I received your letter of the 27th. I am sorry to see from it that you are ill, take courage. My health is good, my affairs prosper. I am waiting for fine weather, which should soon be here. I love you and want to know that you are content and cheerful. A great deal of nonsense will be talked of the Battle of Eylau, the bulletin tells everything, our losses are rather exaggerated in it than minimized, yours ever. Napoleon. Number 53. To the Empress, at Paris. Ost Road, March 13, 1807, 2 p.m. My dear, I learn that the vexatious tittle-tattle that occurred in your salon at Mayence has begun again, make people hold their tongues. I shall be seriously annoyed with you if you do not find a remedy. You allow yourself to be worried by the chatter of people who ought to console you. I desire you to have a little character, and to know how to put everybody into his, or her, proper place. I am in excellent health. My affairs here are good. We are resting a little, and organizing our food supply. Adieu, dear, keep well. Napoleon. Number 54. To the Empress, at Paris. Ost Road, March 15, 1807. I received your letter of the 1st of March, from which I see that you were much upset by the catastrophe of Minerva at the opera. I am very glad to see that you go out and seek distractions. My health is very good. My affairs go excellently. Take no heed of all the unfavorable rumors that may be circulated. Never doubt my affection, and be without the least uneasiness, yours ever. Napoleon. Number 55. To the Empress, at Paris. Ost Road, March 17, 1807. My dear, it is not necessary for you to go to the small plays and into a private box, it ill befits your rank, you should only go to the 4 great theatres, and always into the royal box. Live as you would do if I were at Paris. My health is very good. The cold weather has recommenced. The thermometer has been down to 8°. Yours ever. Napoleon. Number 56. To the Empress, at Paris. Ost Road, March 17, 1807, 10 p.m. I have received yours of March 5, from which I see with pleasure that you are well. My health is perfect. Yet the weather of the past 2 days has been cold again, the thermometer tonight has been at 10 degrees, but the sun has given us a very fine day. Adieu, dear. Very kindest regards to everybody. Tell me something about the death of that poor Dupuis, have his brother told that I wish to help him. My affairs here go excellently, yours ever. Napoleon. Number 57. March 25th, Abolition of slave trade in Great Britain by Parliament. To the Empress, at Paris. March 25, 1807. I have received your letter of March 13th. If you really wish to please me, you must live exactly as you live when I am at Paris. Then you were not in the habit of visiting the second-rate theatres or other places. You ought always to go into the royal box. As for your home life, hold receptions there, and have your fixed circles of friends. That, my dear, is the only way to deserve my approbation. Greatness has its inconveniences, an empress cannot go where a private individual may. Very best love. My health is good. My affairs prosper. Napoleon. Number 58. To the Empress, at Paris. Ost Road, March 27, 1807, 7 p.m. My dear, your letter pains me. There is no question of your dying. You are in good health, and you can have no just ground for grief. I think you should go during May to St. Cloud, but you must spend the whole month of April at Paris. My health is good. My affairs prosper. You must not think of traveling this summer, nothing of that sort is feasible. You ought not to frequent inns and camps. I long as much as you for our meeting and for a quiet life. I can do other things besides fight, but duty stands first and foremost. All my life long I have sacrificed everything to my destiny, peace of mind, personal advantage, happiness. Adieu, dear. See as little as possible of that Madame de P. She is a woman who belongs to the lowest grade of society, she is thoroughly common and vulgar. Napoleon. I have had occasion to find fault with M. de T. I have sent him to his country house in Burgundy. I wish no longer to hear his name mentioned. Number 59. To the Empress, at Paris. Ost Road, April 1, 1807. My dear, I have just got your letter of the 20th. I am sorry to see you are ill. I wrote you to stay at Paris the whole month of April, and to go to St. Cloud on May 1. You may go and spend the Sundays, and a day or two, at Malmaison. At St. Cloud you may have your usual visitors. My health is good. It is still quite cold enough here. All is quiet. I have named the little Princess Josephine. 23. Eugene should be well pleased, yours ever. Napoleon. Number 60. To the Empress, at Paris. Finkenstein, April 2, 1807. My dear, I write you a line. I have just moved my headquarters into a very fine chateau, after the style of Bessieres, where I have several fireplaces, which is a great comfort to me. Getting up often in the night, I like to see the fire. My health is perfect. The weather is fine, but still cold. The thermometer is at 4 to 5 degrees. Adieu, dear, yours ever. Napoleon. Number 61. To the Empress, at Paris. Finkenstein, April 6, 1807, 3 p.m. My dear, I have received your letter, from which I see you have spent Holy Week at Malmaison, and that your health is better. I long to hear that you are thoroughly well. I am in a fine chateau, where there are fireplaces, which I find a great comfort. It is still very cold here, everything is frozen. You will have seen that I have good news from Constantinople. My health is good. There is nothing fresh here, yours ever. Napoleon. Number 62. To the Empress, at Paris. Finkenstein, April 10, 1807, 6 p.m. My dear, my health is excellent. Here spring is beginning, but as yet there is no vegetation. I wish you to be cheerful and contented, and never to doubt my attachment. Here all goes well. Napoleon. Number 63. To the Empress, at Paris. Finkenstein, April 14, 1807, 7 p.m. I have received your letter of April 3. I see from it that you are well, and that it has been very cold in Paris. The weather here is very unsettled, still I think the spring has come at length, already the ice has almost gone. I am in splendid health. Adieu, dear. I ordered some time ago for Malmaison all that you ask for, yours ever. Napoleon. Number 64. To the Empress, at Paris. Finkenstein, April 18, 1807. I have received your letter of April 5. I am sorry to see from it that you are grieved at what I have told you. As usual, your little Creole head becomes flurried and excited in a moment. Let us not, therefore, speak of it again. I am very well, but yet the weather is rainy. Savary is very ill of a bilious fever, before Danzig. I hope it will be nothing serious. Adieu, dear, my very best wishes to you. Napoleon. Number 65. To the Empress, at Paris. Finkenstein, April 24, 1807, 7 p.m. I have received your letter of the 12th. I see from it that your health is good, and that you are very happy at the thought of going to Malmaison. The weather has changed to fine, I hope it may continue so. There is nothing fresh here. I am very well. Adieu, dear, yours ever. Napoleon. Number 66. To the Empress, at Paris. Finkenstein, May 2, 1807, 4 p.m. My dear, I have just received your letter of the 23rd, I see with pleasure that you are well, and that you are as fond as ever of Malmaison. I hear the Arch-Chancellor is in love. Is this a joke, or a fact? It has amused me, you might have given me a hint about it. I am very well, and the fine season commences. Spring shows itself at length, and the leaves begin to shoot. Adieu, dear, very best wishes, yours ever. Napoleon. Number 67. To the Empress, at Paris. Finkenstein, May 10, 1807. I have just received your letter. I know not what you tell me about ladies in correspondence with me. I love only my little Josephine, sweet, pouting, and capricious, who can quarrel with grace, as she does everything else, for she is always lovable, except when she is jealous, then she becomes a regular shrew. 24. But let us come back to these ladies. If I had leisure for any among them, I assure you that I should like them to be pretty rosebuds. Are those of whom you speak of this kind? I wish you to have only those persons to dinner who have dined with me, that your list be the same for your assemblies, that you never make intimates at Malmaison of ambassadors and foreigners. If you should do the contrary, you would displease me. Finally, do not allow yourself to be duped too much by persons whom I do not know, and who would not come to the house, if I were there. Adieu, dear, yours ever. Napoleon. Number 68. To the Empress, at Paris. Finkenstein, May 12, 1807. I have just received your letter of May 2, in which I see that you are getting ready to go to St. Cloud. I was sorry to see the bad conduct of Madame. Might you not speak to her about mending her ways, which at present might easily cause unpleasantness on the part of her husband? From what I hear, Napoleon is cured. I can well imagine how unhappy his mother has been, but measles is an ailment to which everyone is liable. I hope that he has been vaccinated, and that he will at least be safe from the smallpox. Adieu, dear. The weather is very warm, and vegetation has begun, but it will be some days before there is any grass. Napoleon. Number 69. To the Empress, at St. Cloud. Finkenstein, May 14, 1807. I realize the grief which the death of this poor Napoleon 25 must cause you, you can imagine what I am enduring. I should like to be by your side, in order that your sorrow might be kept within reasonable bounds. You have had the good fortune never to lose children, but it is one of the pains and conditions attached to our miseries here below. I trust I may hear you have been rational in your sorrow, and that your health remains good. Would you willingly augment my grief? Adieu, dear. Napoleon. Number 70. To the Empress, at St. Cloud. Finkenstein, May 16, 1807. I have just received your letter of May 6. I see from it how ill you are already, and I fear that you are not rational, and that you are making yourself too wretched about the misfortune which has come upon us. Adieu, dear, yours ever. Napoleon. Number 71. To the Empress, at Laeken. Finkenstein, May 20, 1807. I have just received your letter of May 10. I see that you have gone to Laeken. I think you might stay there a fortnight, it would please the Belgians and serve to distract you. I am sorry to see that you have not been rational. Grief has bounds which should not be passed. Take care of yourself for the sake of your friend, and believe in my entire affection. Napoleon. Number 72. May 24 th. Danzig surrenders to Lefebvre after 2 months. Siege, with 800 guns and immense stores. To the Empress, at Laeken. Finkenstein, May 24, 1807. Your letter from Laeken just received. I am sorry to see your grief undiminished, and that Hortense has not yet come. She is unreasonable, and does not deserve our love, since she only loves her children. Try to calm her, and do not make me wretched. For every ill without a remedy consolations must be found. Adieu, dear, yours ever. Napoleon. Number 73. To the Empress, at Laeken. Finkenstein, May 26, 1807. I have just received your letter of the 16th. I have seen with pleasure that Hortense has arrived at Laeken. I am annoyed at what you tell me of the state of stupor in which she still is. She must have more courage, and force herself to have it. I cannot imagine why they want her to go to take the waters. She will forget her trouble much better at Paris, and find more sources of consolation. Show force of character, be cheerful, and keep well. My health is excellent. Adieu, dear. I suffer much from all your griefs, it is a great trouble to me not to be by your side. Napoleon. May 28 th. Lefebvre made Duke of Danzig by Napoleon. May 29 th. Salim III. Deposed in Turkey by Mustafa IV, his nephew. June 1 St. 22,000 Spanish troops, sent by Charles IV, join the French army in Germany. Number 74. To the Empress, at Malmaison. Danzig, June 2, 1807. My dear, I note your arrival at Malmaison. I have no letters from you, I am vexed with Hortense, she has never written me a line. All that you tell me about her grieves me. Why have you not found her some distractions? Weeping won't do it. I trust you will take care of yourself in order that I may not find you utterly woebegone. I have been the 2 past days at Danzig, the weather is very fine, my health excellent. I think more of you than you are thinking of a husband far away. Adieu, dear, very kindest regards. Pass on this letter to Hortense. Napoleon. Number 75. To the Empress, at St. Cloud. Marienburg, June 3, 1807. This morning I slept at Marienburg. Yesterday I left Danzig, my health is very good. Every letter that comes from St. Cloud tells me you are always weeping. That is not well, it is necessary for you to keep well and be cheerful. Hortense is still unwell, what you tell me of her makes me very sorry for her. Adieu, dear, think of all the affection I bear for you. Napoleon. June 5 th, Russians defeated at Spandau, Bernadotte wounded. Number 76. June 6 th, Russians defeated at Depin by Soult. To the Empress, at St. Cloud. Finkenstein, June 6, 1807. My dear, I am in flourishing health. Your yesterday's letter pained me, it seems to me that you are always grieving, and that you are not reasonable. The weather is very fine. Adieu, dear, I love you and wish to see you cheerful and contented. Napoleon. June 9 th, Russians defeated at Gstaad by Napoleon, and June 10 th, at Heilsberg. June 14 th, Battle of Friedland, completing the campaign of 10 days. Number 77. To the Empress, at St. Cloud. Friedland, June 15, 1807. My dear, I write you only a line, for I am very tired, by reason of several days bivouacking. My children have worthily celebrated the anniversary of the Battle of Marengo. The Battle of Friedland will be as celebrated for my people, and equally glorious. The entire Russian army routed, 80 pieces of cannon captured, 30,000 men taken or slain, 25 Russian generals killed, wounded, or taken, the Russian guard wiped out. The battle is worthy of her sisters, Marengo, Austerlitz, Jena. The bulletin will tell you the rest. My loss is not considerable. I outmaneuvered the enemy successfully. Be content and without uneasiness. Adieu, dear, my horse is waiting. Napoleon. You may give this news as official, if it arrives before the bulletin. They may also fire salvos. Cambycheries will make the proclamation. Number 78. June 16 th, Königsberg captured by Soult, what was left to the King of Prussia is conquered. To the Empress, at St. Cloud. Friedland, June 16, 1807, 4 p.m. My dear, yesterday I dispatched Mustache with the news of the Battle of Friedland. Since then I have continued to pursue the enemy. Königsberg, which is a town of 80,000 souls, is in my power. I have found there many cannon, large stores, and, lastly, more than 160,000 muskets, which have come from England. Adieu, dear. My health is perfect, although I have a slight catarrh caused by bivouacking in the rain and cold. Be happy and cheerful, yours ever. Napoleon. June 17 th, Nyssa, in Silesia, with 6,000 men, surrenders to the French, also. June 18, Glatz. Number 79. To the Empress, at St. Cloud. Tilsit, June 19, 1807. This morning I dispatched Tasher to you, to calm all your fears. Here all goes splendidly. The Battle of Friedland has decided everything. The enemy is confounded, overwhelmed, and greatly weakened. My health is good, and my army is superb. Adieu, dear. Be cheerful and contented. Napoleon. June 21 St. Armistice concluded at Tilsit. Number 80. To the Empress, at St. Cloud. Tilsit, June 22, 1807. My dear, I have your letter of June 10. I am sorry to see you are so depressed. You will see by the bulletin that I have concluded a suspension of arms, and that we are negotiating peace. Be contented and cheerful. I dispatched Borghese to you, and, 12 hours later, Mustache, therefore you should have received in good time my letters and the news of the grand battle of Friedland. I am wonderfully well, and wish to hear that you are happy, yours ever. Napoleon. Number 81. To the Empress, at St. Cloud. Tilsit, June 25, 1807. My dear, I have just seen the Emperor Alexander. I was much pleased with him. He is a very handsome, young, and kind-hearted emperor. He has more intelligence than people usually give him credit for. Tomorrow he will lodge in the town of Tilsit. Adieu, dear. I am very anxious to hear that you are well and happy. My health is very good. Napoleon. Number 82. To the Empress, at St. Cloud. Tilsit, July 3, 1807. My dear, M. de Turenne will give you full details of all that has occurred here. Everything goes excellently. I think I told you that the Emperor of Russia drinks your health with much cordiality. He, as well as the King of Prussia, dines with me every day. I sincerely trust that you are happy. Adieu, dear. 1,000 loving remembrances. Napoleon. Number 83. To the Empress, at St. Cloud. Tilsit, July 6, 1807. I have your letter of June 25. I was grieved to see that you were selfish, and that the success of my arms should have no charm for you. The beautiful Queen of Prussia is to come tomorrow to dine with me. I am well, and am longing to see you again, when destiny shall so order it. Still, it may be sooner than we expect. Adieu, dear, 1,000 loving remembrances. Napoleon. Number 84. July 7 th, peace signed between France and Russia. To the Empress, at St. Cloud. Tilsit, July 7, 1807. My dear, yesterday the Queen of Prussia dined with me. I had to be on the defense against some further concessions she wished me to make to her husband, but I was very polite, and yet held firmly to my policy. She is very charming. I shall soon give you the details, which I could not possibly give you now unless at great length. When you read this letter, peace with Prussia and Russia will be concluded, and Jerome acknowledged King of Westphalia, with a population of 3 millions. This news is for yourself alone. Adieu, dear, I love you, and wish to know that you are cheerful and contented. Napoleon. Number 85. To the Empress, at St. Cloud. Tilsit, July 8 26 1807. The Queen of Prussia is really charming, she is full of coquetry for me, but don't be jealous, I am an oilcloth over which all that can only glide. It would cost me too much to play the lover. Napoleon. Number 12875 of the correspondence, taken from Las Cases. July 9 th, peace signed between France and Prussia, the latter resigning all its possessions between the Rhine and the Elbe. Number 86. To the Empress, at St. Cloud. Dresden, July 18, 1807, noon. My dear, yesterday I arrived at Dresden at 5 p.m., in excellent health, although I remained 100 hours in the carriage without getting out. I am staying here with the King of Saxony, with whom I am highly pleased. I have now therefore traversed more than half the distance that separates us. It is very likely that one of these fine nights I may descend upon St. Cloud like a jealous husband, so beware. Adieu, dear, I shall have great pleasure in seeing you, yours ever. Napoleon. July 25 th, plot of Prince Ferdinand of Asturias against his parents, the King and Queen of Spain. July 27 th, Napoleon arrives at St. Cloud, 5 am. August 19 th, Napoleon suppresses the French tribunate. August 20 th, Marshal Brune captures Stralsund from the Swedes. September 1 st, the Ionian Isles become part of the French Empire. September 5 to 7 th, bombardment of Copenhagen by the English. September 7 th, occupation of Rügen by Marshal Brune. October 6 th, war between Russia and Sweden. October 16 th, treaty of alliance between France and Denmark. October 17 th, Junot with 27,000 men starts for Portugal, with whom France has been nominally at war since 1801. October 27 th, Treaty of Fontainebleau signed between France and Spain. Plot of Prince Ferdinand against his father discovered at Madrid the same day. November 8 th, Russia declares war against England. November 15 th, Napoleon constitutes the Kingdom of Westphalia, with his brother Jerome as king. November 26 th, Junot enters Abrantes, and on November 30, enters Lisbon. December 9 th, trade suspended between England and the United States, rewrites of neutrals. December 23 rd, France levies a contribution of 100 million francs on Portugal. Series H. Napoleon was received with unbounded adulation by all the towns of Italy. He was the redeemer of France, but the creator of Italy. Alison, Hist. of Europe, Vol 11 280. Series H. Letters of the Emperor Napoleon to the Empress Josephine during the journey he made in Italy, 1807. November 16 th, Napoleon leaves Fontainebleau. November 22 nd 25 th, at Milan. Number 1. To the Empress, at Paris. Milan, November 25, 1807. My dear, I have been here 2 days. I am very glad that I did not bring you here, you would have suffered dreadfully in crossing Mont Cenis, where a storm detained me 24 hours. I found Eugene in good health, I am very pleased with him. The princess is ill, I went to see her at Monza. She has had a miscarriage, she is getting better. Adieu, dear. Napoleon. November 29 to December 7th, at Venice, writes Talleyrand. This land is a phenomenon of the power of commerce. Number 2. To the Empress, at Paris. Venice, November 30, 1807. I have your letter of November 22. The last 2 days I have been at Venice. The weather is very bad, which has not prevented me from sailing over the lagoons in order to see the different forts. I am glad to see you are enjoying yourself at Paris. The King of Bavaria, with his family, as well as the Princess Eliza, are here. I am spending December 2 and 27 here, and that past I shall be on my way home, and very glad to see you. Adieu, dear. Napoleon. Number 3. To the Empress, at Paris. Udine, December 11, 1807. My dear, I have your letter of December 3, from which I note that you were much pleased with the Jardin des Plantes. Here I am at the extreme limit of my journey, it is possible I may soon be in Paris, where I shall be very glad to see you again. The weather has not as yet been cold here, but very rainy. I have profited by this good season up to the last moment, for I suppose that at Christmas the winter will at length make itself felt. Adieu, dear, yours ever. Napoleon. December 12th, at Udine. December 14th, at Mantua. December 16th, at Milan, till December 26th. December 17th, his Milan decree against English commerce. December 27th, 28th, at Turin. 1808. January 1 St, at Paris. Series I. The imbecility of Charles IV, the vileness of Ferdinand, and the corruption of Godoy were undoubtedly the proximate causes of the calamities which overwhelmed Spain. Napier's Peninsular War, Vol I. Preface. Series I. Letters of the Emperor Napoleon to the Empress Josephine during the stay that he made at Bayonne, 1808. This year offers a strange picture. The Emperor Napoleon was at Venice in the month of January, surrounded by the homage of all the courts and princes of Italy. In the month of April he was at Bayonne, surrounded by that of Spain, and the great personages of that country, and, finally, in the month of October he is at Erfurt, with his parterre of kings, Memoirs du Duc de Rovigo. January 27 th, Queen and Prince Regent of Portugal reach Rio de Janeiro. February 2 nd, French troops enter Rome. February 17 th, French occupy Pamplona, and February 29 th, Barcelona. March 19 th, Charles IV abdicates, and his son proclaimed. Ferdinand 7. March 20 th, Godoy imprisoned by Ferdinand. March 23 rd, Murat enters Madrid. March 27 th, Napoleon excommunicated. April 15 th, Napoleon arrives at Bayonne. Number 1. To the Empress, at Bordeaux. Bayonne, April 16, 1808. I have arrived here in good health, rather tired by a dull journey and a very bad road. I am very glad you stayed behind, for the houses here are wretched and very small. I go today into a small house in the country, about a mile from the town. Adieu, dear. Take care of yourself. Number 2. To the Empress, at Bordeaux. Bayonne, April 17, 1808. I have just received yours of April 15. What you tell me of the owner of the country house pleases me. Go and spend the day there sometimes. I am sending an order for you to have 20,000 francs per month additional while I am away, counting from the 1st of April. I am lodged atrociously. I am leaving this place in an hour, to occupy a country house, Bastide, about a mile away. The infant Don Carlos and 5 or 6 Spanish grandees are here, the Prince of the Asturias 50 miles away. King Charles and the Queen are due. I know not how I shall lodge all these people. Everything here is still most primitive, à l'auberge. The health of my troops in Spain is good. It took me some time to understand your little jokes, I have laughed at your recollections. Oh you women, what memories you have! My health is fairly good, and I love you most affectionately. I wish you to give my kind regards to everybody at Bordeaux, I have been too busy to send them to anybody. Napoleon. April 20 th, Ferdinand arrives at Bayonne. Number 3. To the Empress, at Bordeaux. April 21, 1808. I have just received your letter of April 19. Yesterday I had the Prince of the Asturias and his suite to dinner, which occasioned me considerable embarrassment. I am waiting for Charles IV. And the Queen. My health is good. I am now sufficiently recovered for the campaign. Adieu, dear. Your letters always give me much pleasure. Napoleon. Number 4. To the Empress, at Bordeaux. Bayonne, April 23, 1808. My dear, a son has been born to Hortense 28. I am highly delighted. I am not surprised that you tell me nothing of it, since your letter is dated the 21st, and the child was only born on the 29 during the night. You can start on the 26th, sleep at Mont de Marsan, and arrive here on the 27th. Have your best dinner service sent on here on the 25th, in the evening. I have made arrangements for you to have a little house in the country, next to the one I have. My health is good. I am waiting for Charles IV. And his wife. Adieu, dear. Napoleon. April 30th, Charles IV. And the Queen arrive at Bayonne. May 1 St, Ferdinand gives back the crown to his father. May 2 Nd, Murat subdues insurrection at Madrid. May 5 Th, Treaty of Bayonne, Charles IV. And Ferdinand, May 6. Surrender to Napoleon their rights to the Spanish crown. May 13 Th, Spanish junta ask for Joseph Bonaparte to be their king. June 6 Th, King Joseph proclaimed King of Spain and the Indies by Napoleon, in an imperial decree, dated Bayonne. June 7 Th, French, under Dupont, sacked Cordova. June 9 Th, Emperor of Austria calls out his militia. June 15 Th, French fleet at Cadiz surrender to the Spanish. July 4 Th, English cease hostilities with Spain, and recognize Ferdinand 7. July 7 Th, Spanish new constitution sworn to by Joseph and by the junta. July 9 Th, commences the siege of Saragossa. July 14 Th, Besiers defeats 40,000 Spaniards at Medina de Rio Seco. July 15 Th, Murat declared King of Naples. July 20 Th, Joseph enters Madrid. Mahmud deposed by his younger brother at Constantinople. July 22 Nd, Dupont capitulates at Balen, the only stain on French arms for 20 years, 1792 to 1812. Montgaillard. July 30 Th, French protest against Austrian armaments. August 1 St, Wellington landed in Portugal. August 21 St, Battle of Vimera, creditable to Junot. August 25 Th, Spanish troops reoccupy Madrid. August 30 Th, Convention of Sintra. French only hold Barcelona, Biscay, Navarre and Alava, in the whole of Spain. September 8 Th, Convention of Paris, Prussia and France. Prussian army not to exceed 40,000 men. Series J. When he shows a seeking quarter, with paws like hands in prayer. That is the time of peril, the time of the truce of the bear. Kipling. Series J. Letters of the Emperor Napoleon to the Empress Josephine during his stay at Erfurt, 1808. Number 1. To the Empress, at St. Cloud. Erfurt, September 29, 1808. I have rather a cold. I have received your letter, dated Malmaison. I am well pleased with the Emperor and every one here. It is an hour after midnight, and I am tired. Adieu, dear, take care of yourself. Napoleon. Number 2. To the Empress, at St. Cloud. October 9, 1808. My dear, I have received your letter. I note with pleasure that you are well. I have just been shooting over the battlefield of Jena. We had breakfast, déjeuner, at the spot where I bivouacked on the night of the battle. I assisted at the Weimar ball. The Emperor Alexander dances, but not I. 40 years are 40 years. My health is really sound, in spite of a few trifling ailments. Adieu, dear, I hope to see you soon, yours ever. Napoleon. Number 3. To the Empress, at St. Cloud. My dear, I write you seldom, I am very busy. Conversations which last whole days, and which do not improve my cold. Still all goes well. I am pleased with Alexander, he ought to be with me. If he were a woman, I think I should make him my sweetheart. I shall be back to you shortly, keep well and let me find you plump and rosy. Adieu, dear. Napoleon. Series K. The winter campaign commenced on the 1st of November 1808, and terminated on the 1st of March 1809, to the advantage of the French, who, for that reason, denominated the Imperial Campaign. The Spaniards were long before they could recover from the terror caused by the defeat of their armies, the capture of Madrid, the surrender of Saragossa, and the departure of the English from Corunna. Sarrazin's History of the War in Spain and Portugal, 1815. Series K. Letters of the Emperor Napoleon to the Empress Josephine during the Spanish Campaign, 1808 and 1809. October 29 th, English enter Spain. October 31 st, Blake defeated by Lefebvre at Tornosa. Number 1. To the Empress, at Paris. November 3, 1808. I arrived to night 30 with considerable trouble. I had ridden several stages at full speed. Still, I am well. Tomorrow I start for Spain. My troops are arriving in force. Adieu, dear, yours ever. Napoleon. November 4 th, Napoleon enters Spain. Number 2. To the Empress, at Paris. Tolosa, November 5, 1808. I am at Tolosa. I am starting for Vitoria, where I shall be in a few hours. I am fairly well, and I hope everything will soon be completed. Napoleon. Number 3. To the Empress, at Paris. Vitoria, November 7. My dear, I have been the last 2 days at Vitoria. I am in good health. My troops are arriving daily, the guard arrived today. The king is in very good health. I am very busy. I know that you are in Paris. Never doubt my affection. Napoleon. November 10 th, Battle of Burgos. Soult and Bessieres defeat. Spaniards, who lose 3,000 killed and 3,000 prisoners, and 20 cannon. November 12 th, Battle of Espinosa. Marshal Victor defeats Law. Romana and Blake, who lose 20,000 men and 50 cannon. Number 4. November 14 th, Third Revolution at Constantinople. Mahmud IV. Assassinated, November 15. To the Empress, at Paris. Burgos, November 14, 1808. Matters here are progressing at a great rate. The weather is very fine. We are successful. My health is very good. Napoleon. November 23 rd, Battle of Tudela. Castanos and Palafox. Defeated, with loss of 7,000 men and 30 cannon, by Marshal Lons. The Battle of Tudela makes the pendant of that of Espinosa, Napoleon. Number 5. To the Empress, at Paris. November 26, 1808. I have received your letter. I trust that your health be as good as mine is, although I am very busy. All goes well here. I think you should return to the Tuileries on December 21, and from that date give a concert daily for 8 days, yours ever. Napoleon. Kind regards to Hortense and to M. Napoleon. December 3 rd, French voluntarily evacuate Berlin. December 4 th, surrender of Madrid. Napoleon abolishes the Inquisition and feudal rights. He regards the taking of a capital as decisive for the submission of a whole kingdom, thus in 1814 will act his adversaries, pale but judicious imitators of his strategy, Montgaillard. Number 6. To the Empress, at Paris. December 7, 1808. Your letter of the 28th to hand. I am glad to see that you are well. You will have seen that young Tasher has distinguished himself, which has pleased me. My health is good. Here we are enjoying Parisian weather of the last fortnight in May. We are hot, and have no fires, but the nights are rather cool. Madrid is quiet. All my affairs prosper. Adieu, dear, yours ever. Napoleon. Kind regards to Hortense and to M. Napoleon. Number 7. To the Empress, at Paris. Chamardin, December 10, 1808. My dear, yours to hand, in which you tell me what bad weather you are having in Paris. Here it is the best weather imaginable. Please tell me what mean these alterations Hortense is making. I hear she is sending away her servants. Is it because they have refused to do what was required? Give me some particulars. Reforms are not desirable. Adieu, dear. The weather here is delightful. All goes excellently, and I pray you to keep well. Napoleon. Number 8. To the Empress, at Paris. December 21, 1808. You ought to have been at the Tuileries on the 12th. I trust you may have been pleased with your rooms. I have authorized the presentation of Kurakin to you and the family. Be kind to him, and let him take part in your plays. Adieu, dear. I am well. The weather is rainy, it is rather cold. Napoleon. Number 9. December 22 nd, Napoleon quits Madrid. To the Empress, at Paris. Madrid, December 22, 1808. I start at once to outmaneuver the English, who appear to have received reinforcements and wish to look big. The weather is fine, my health perfect, don't be uneasy. Napoleon. Number 10. To the Empress, at Paris. Benevento, December 31, 1808. My dear, the last few days I have been in pursuit of the English, but they flee panic-stricken. They have pusillanimously abandoned the remnant of La Romana's army in order not to delay its retreat a single half-day. More than 100 wagons of their baggage have already been taken. The weather is very bad. Lefebvre 31 has been captured. He took part in a skirmish with 300 of his chasseurs. These idiots crossed a river by swimming and threw themselves in the midst of the English cavalry. They killed several, but on their return Lefebvre had his horse wounded. It was swimming. The current took him to the bank where the English were. He was taken. Console his wife. Adieu, dear. Bessières, with 10,000 cavalry, is at Astorga. Napoleon. A happy new year to everybody. Number 11. To the Empress, at Paris. January 3, 1809. My dear, I have received your letters of the 18th and 21st. I am close behind the English. The weather is cold and rigorous, but all goes well. Adieu, dear, yours ever. Napoleon. A happy new year, and a very happy one, to my Josephine. Number 12. To the Empress, at Paris. Benevento, January 5, 1809. My dear, I write you a line. The English are in utter rout. I have instructed the Duke of Dalmatia to pursue them closely. La paix dans les reins. I am well, the weather bad. Adieu, dear. Napoleon. Number 13. To the Empress, at Paris. January 8, 1809. I have received yours of the 23rd and 26th. I am sorry to see you have toothache. I have been here 2 days. The weather is what we must expect at this season. The English are embarking. I am in good health. Adieu, dear. I am writing Hortense. Eugene has a daughter. Yours ever. Napoleon. Number 14. To the Empress, at Paris. January 9, 1809. Mustache brings me your letter of December 31st. I see from it, dear, that you are sad and have very gloomy disquietudes. Austria will not make war on me. If she does, I have 150,000 men in Germany and as many on the Rhine, and 400,000 Germans to reply to her. Russia will not separate herself from me. They are foolish in Paris. All goes well. I shall be at Paris the moment I think it worthwhile. I advise you to beware of ghosts, one fine day, at 2 o'clock in the morning. But adieu, dear, I am well, and am yours ever. Napoleon. Series L. Berthier, incapable of acting a principal part, was surprised, and making a succession of false movements that would have been fatal to the French army, if the Emperor, journeying night and day, had not arrived at the very hour when his lieutenant was on the point of consummating the ruin of the army. But then was seen the supernatural force of Napoleon's genius. In a few hours he changed the aspect of affairs, and in a few days, maugre their immense number, his enemies, baffled and flying in all directions, proclaimed his mastery in an art which, up to that moment, was imperfect, for never, since troops first trod a field of battle, was such a display of military genius made by man. Napier. Series L. Letters of the Emperor Napoleon to the Empress Josephine during the Austrian campaign, 1809. Events of 1809. January 7 th. King and Queen of Prussia visit Alexander at St. Petersburg. January 12 th. Cayenne and French Guiana captured by Spanish and Portuguese South Americans. January 13 th. Combat of Alcázar. Victor defeats Spaniards. January 14 th. Treaty of alliance between England and Spain. January 16 th. Battle of Corunna. More killed, Baird wounded. January 17 th. English army sails for England. January 22 nd. King Joseph returns to Madrid. January 27 th. Soult takes Ferrol, retaken by English. June 22. February 21 st. Lens takes Saragossa. February 23 rd. English capture Martinique. March 4 th. Madison made President of United States. March 29 th. Soult fights Battle of Oporto. Spaniards lose 20,000 men and 200 guns. Gustavus Adolphus abdicates throne of Sweden. April 9 th. Austrians under Archduke Charles cross the Inn. Enter Bavaria, and take Munich. Napoleon receives this news April 12, and reaches Strasbourg April 15. April 15 th. Eugene defeated on the Tagliamento. April 16 th. and at Sicily. April 19 th. Combat of Pfafferhofen. Udino repulses Austrians. While Davist wins the Battle of Thon. Napoleon joins the army. April 20 th. Battle of Ebensburg. Archduke Louis defeated. Austrians take Ratisbon, and 1,800 prisoners. Poles defeated by Archduke Ferdinand at Bazzi. April 21 st. Combat of Landshut, heavy Austrian losses. Austrians under Archduke Ferdinand take Warsaw. April 22 nd. Battle of Eckmühl. Napoleon defeats Archduke Charles. April 23 RD, French take Ratisbon. April 25 th, King of Bavaria re-enters Munich. April 26 th, French army crosses the Inn. April 28 th 30 th, French force the Salza, and cut into the main Austrian army, one of the most beautiful maneuvers of modern tactics, Montgaillard. April 29 th, Combat of Caldiero. Eugene defeats Archduke John. May 3 RD, Russia declares war on Austria, and enters Galicia. May 4 th, Combat of Ebersberg. Messina defeats Austrians, but loses a large number of men. Number 1. To the Empress, at Strasbourg. Donauwörth, April 17, 1809. I arrived here yesterday at 4 am, I am just leaving it. Everything is underway. Military operations are in full activity. Up to the present, there is nothing new. My health is good, yours ever. Napoleon. Number 2. To the Empress, at Strasbourg. Ends, May 6, 1809, noon. My dear, I have received your letter. The ball that touched me has not wounded me, it barely grazed the tendon Achilles. My health is very good. You are wrong to be uneasy. My affairs here go excellently, yours ever. Napoleon. Kind regards to Hortense and the Duc de Berg. 32. May 8 th, Eugene crosses the Piave, and defeats Archduke John. Number 3. To the Empress, at Strasbourg. St. Polten, May 9, 1809. My dear, I write you from St. Polten. Tomorrow I shall be before Vienna, it will be exactly a month to the day after the Austrians crossed the Inn, and violated peace. My health is good, the weather splendid, and the soldiery very cheerful, there is wine here. Keep well, yours ever. Napoleon. May 13 th, French occupy Vienna, after a bombardment of 36 hours. May 17 th, Roman states united to the French Empire. May 18 th, French occupy Trieste. May 19 th, Lefebvre occupies Innsbruck. May 20 th, Eugene reaches Klagenfurt. May 21 st 22 nd, Battle of Essling. A drawn battle, unfavorable to the French, who lose Marshal Lannes, 3 generals killed, and 500 officers and 18,000 men wounded. The Archduke admits a loss of 4,200 killed and 16,000 wounded. May 22 nd, Meervelt with 4,000 men surrenders at Labeck to MacDonald. May 25 th, Eugene reaches Leoben in Styria, and captures most of the corps of Jellachich. May 26 th, Eugene joins the army of Germany, at Bruck in Styria. Number 4. May 12 th, Soult evacuates Portugal. Wellington crosses the Douro, and enters Spain. To the Empress, at Strasbourg. Schönbrunn, May 12, 1809. I am dispatching the brother of the Duchess of Montebello to let you know that I am master of Vienna, and that everything here goes perfectly. My health is very good. Napoleon. Number 5. To the Empress, at Strasbourg. Ebersdorf, May 27, 1809. I am dispatching a page to tell you that Eugene has rejoined me with all his army, that he has completely performed the task that I entrusted him with, and has almost entirely destroyed the enemy's army opposed to him. I send you my proclamation to the army of Italy, which will make you understand all this. I am very well, yours ever. Napoleon. P.S. You can have this proclamation printed at Strasbourg, and have it translated into French and German, in order that it may be scattered broadcast over Germany. Give a copy of the proclamation to the page who goes on to Paris. May 28 th, Hofer defeats Bavarians at Innsbruck. Number 6. To the Empress, at Strasbourg. Ebersdorf, May 29, 1809, 7 p.m. My dear, I have been here since yesterday, I am stopped by the river. The bridge has been burnt, I shall cross at midnight. Everything here goes as I wish it, viz., very well. The Austrians have been overwhelmed, frappes de la foudre. Adieu, dear, yours ever. Napoleon. Number 7. To the Empress, at Strasbourg. Ebersdorf, May 31, 1809. Your letter of the 26th to hand. I have written you that you can go to Plombières. I do not care for you to go to Baden, it is not necessary to leave France. I have ordered the 2 princes to re-enter France. 33. The loss of the Duke of Montebello, who died this morning, has grieved me exceedingly. Thus everything ends. Adieu, dear, if you can help to console the poor Miracle, do so, yours ever. Napoleon. June 1 st, Archduke Ferdinand evacuates Warsaw. June 6 th, Regent of Sweden proclaimed king as Charles XIII. Number 8. To the Empress, at Strasbourg. Schönbrunn, June 9, 1809. I have received your letter. I see with pleasure that you are going to the waters at Plombières, they will do you good. Eugene is in Hungary with his army. I am well, the weather very fine. I note with pleasure that Hortense and the Duke of Berg are in France. Adieu, dear, yours ever. Napoleon. June 10 th, Union of the Papal States to France promulgated in Rome. June 11 th, Napoleon and all his abettors excommunicated. June 14 th, Eugene, aided by MacDonald and Lauriston, defeats Archduke Ferdinand at Rop. Number 9. To the Empress, at Plombières. Schönbrunn, June 16, 1809. I dispatch a page to tell you that, on the 14th, the anniversary of Marengo, Eugene won a battle against the Archduke John and the Archduke Palatine, at Rop, in Hungary, that he has taken 3,000 men, many pieces of cannon, 4 flags, and pursued them a long way on the road to Budapest. Napoleon. June 18 th, Combat of Belchite. Blake defeated by Suchet near Saragossa. Number 10. To the Empress, at Plombières. Schönbrunn, June 19, 1809, noon. I have your letter, which tells me of your departure for Plombières. I am glad you are making this journey, because I trust it may do you good. Eugene is in Hungary, and is well. My health is very good, and the army in fighting trim. I am very glad to know that the Grand Duke of Berg is with you. Adieu, dear. You know my affection for my Josephine, it never varies, yours ever. Napoleon. July 4 th 5 th, French cross Danube, and win Battle of Enzersdorf. July 5 th 6 th, Pope Pius VII. Carried off from Rome by order of Murat, eventually kept at Savona. July 6 th, Battle of Wagram. The most formidable artillery battle ever fought up to this date, 900 guns in action. They Austrians had 120,000 men, with more guns and of larger caliber than those of the French. Number 11. July 7 th, St. Domingo surrenders to the English. To the Empress, at Plombières. Ebersdorf, July 7, 1809, 5 am. I am dispatching a page to bring you the good tidings of the victory of Enzersdorf, which I won on the 5th, and that of Wagram, which I won on the 6th. The enemy's army flies in disorder, and all goes according to my prayers, vows. Eugene is well. Prince Aldobrandini is wounded, but slightly. Bessières has been shot through the fleshy part of his thigh, the wound is very slight. LaSalle was killed. My losses are full heavy, but the victory is decisive and complete. We have taken more than 100 pieces of cannon, 12 flags, many prisoners. I am sunburnt. Adieu, dear. I send you a kiss. Kind regards to Hortense. Napoleon. Number 12. To the Empress, at Plombières. Wolkersdorf, July 9, 1809, 2 am. My dear, all goes here as I wish. My enemies are defeated, beaten, utterly routed. They were in great numbers, I have wiped them out. Today my health is good, yesterday I was rather ill with a surfeit of bile, occasioned by so many hardships, but it has done me much good. Adieu, dear. I am in excellent health. Napoleon. July 12 th, Armistice of Znaim. Archduke Charles resigns his command. Number 13. To the Empress, at Plombières. In the camp, before Znaim, July 13, 1809. I send you the suspension of arms concluded yesterday with the Austrian general. Eugene is on the Hungary side, and is well. Send a copy of the suspension of arms to Cambycheres, in case he has not yet received one. I send you a kiss, and am very well. Napoleon. You may cause this suspension of arms to be printed at Nancy. July 14 th, English seize Senegal. Oudinot, Marmont, MacDonald. Made marshals. Number 14. To the Empress, at Plombières. Schönbrunn, July 17, 1809. My dear, I have sent you one of my pages. You will have learnt the result of the Battle of Wagram, and, later, of the suspension of arms of Znaim. My health is good. Eugene is well, and I long to know that you, as well as Hortense, are the same. Give a kiss for me to Monsieur, the Grand Duke of Berg. Napoleon. Number 15. To the Empress, at Plombières. Schönbrunn, July 24, 1809. I have just received yours of July 18. I note with pleasure that the waters are doing you good. I see no objection to you going back to Malmaison after you have finished your treatment. It is hot enough here in all conscience. My health is excellent. Adieu, dear. Eugene is at Vienna, in the best of health, yours ever. Napoleon. July 28 th, Battle of Talavera. Wellington repulses Victor, who attacks by King Joseph's order, without waiting for the arrival of Soult with the main army. Wellington retires on Portugal. July 29 th 31 St, Walcheren expedition, 17,000 English land in Belgium. Number 16. To the Empress, at Plombières. Schönbrunn, August 7, 1809. I see from your letter that you are at Plombières, and intend to stay there. You do well, the waters and the fine climate can only do you good. I remain here. My health and my affairs follow my wishes. Please give my kind regards to Hortense and the Napoleons, yours ever. Napoleon. August 8 th, Combat of Arzobispo. Soult defeats the Spaniards. August 15 th, Flushing surrenders to the English. Number 17. To the Empress, at Paris. Schönbrunn, August 21, 1809. I have received your letter of August 14, from Plombières. I see from it that by the 18th you will be either at Paris or Malmaison. The heat, which is very great here, will have upset you. Malmaison must be very dry and parched at this time of year. My health is good. The heat, however, has brought on a slight catarrh. Adieu, dear. Napoleon. Number 18. To the Empress, at Malmaison. Schönbrunn, August 26, 1809. I have your letter from Malmaison. They bring me word that you are plump, florid, and in the best of health. I assure you Vienna is not an amusing city. I would very much rather be back again in Paris. Adieu, dear. Twice a week I listen to the comedians, bouffons, they are but very middling. It, however, passes the evenings. There are 50 or 60 women of Vienna, but outsiders, au parterre, as not having been presented. Napoleon. Number 19. To the Empress, at Malmaison. Schönbrunn, August 31, 1809. I have had no letter from you for several days. The pleasures of Malmaison, the beautiful greenhouses, the beautiful gardens, cause the absent to be forgotten. It is, they say, the rule of your sex. Everyone speaks only of your good health. All this is very suspicious. Tomorrow I am off with Eugene for 2 days in Hungary. My health is fairly good. Adieu, dear, yours ever. Napoleon. Number 20. To the Empress, at Malmaison. Krems, September 9, 1809. My dear, I arrived here yesterday at 2 a.m, I have come here to see my troops. My health has never been better. I know that you are very well. I shall be in Paris at a moment when nobody will expect me. Everything here goes excellently and to my satisfaction. Adieu, dear. Napoleon. Number 21. To the Empress, at Malmaison. Schönbrunn, September 23, 1809. I have received your letter of the 16th, and note that you are well. The old maid's house is only worth 120,00034 francs, they will never get more for it. Still, I leave you mistress to do what you like, since it amuses you, only, once purchased, don't pull it down to put a rockery there. Adieu, dear. Napoleon. Number 22. To the Empress, at Malmaison. Schönbrunn, September 25, 1809. I have received your letter. Be careful, and I advise you to be vigilant, for one of these nights you will hear a loud knocking. My health is good. I know nothing about the rumors, I have never been better for many a long year. Corvisart was no use to me. Adieu, dear, everything here prospers, yours ever. Napoleon. September 26 th, Battle of Silistria, Turks defeat Russians. Number 23. October 14 th, Treaty of Vienna between France and Austria. To the Empress, at Malmaison. Schönbrunn, October 14, 1809. My dear, I write to advise you that peace was signed 2 hours ago between Champagny and Prince Metternich. Adieu, dear. Napoleon. October 19 th, Mortier routs Spaniards at Ocana. Number 24. To the Empress, at Malmaison. Nymphenburg, near Munich, October 21, 1809. I arrived here yesterday in the best of health, but shall not start till tomorrow. I shall spend a day at Stuttgart. You will be advised 24 hours in advance of my arrival at Fontainebleau. I look forward with pleasure to seeing you again, and I await that moment impatiently. I send you a kiss, yours ever. Napoleon. Number 25. To the Empress, at Malmaison. Munich, October 22, 1809. My dear, I start in an hour. I shall be at Fontainebleau from the 26th to 27th, you may meet me there with some of your ladies. Napoleon. November 25 th, disappearance of Benjamin Bathurst, erroneously thought to have been murdered by the French, really by robbers. December 1 st, capture of Gerona and 200 cannon by Augereau. December 16th, French Senate pronounced the divorce of Napoleon and Josephine. December 24th, English re-embark from Flushing. Series M. Josephine, my excellent Josephine, thou knowest if I have loved thee. To thee alone do I owe the only moments of happiness which I have enjoyed in this world. Josephine, my destiny overmasters my will. My dearest affections must be silent before the interests of France, Bourrienne's Napoleon. 35. Series M. Letters of the Emperor Napoleon to the Empress Josephine after the divorce and before his marriage with Marie-Louise. December, 1809, to April 2, 1810. Number 1. To the Empress, at Malmaison. December 1809, 8 p.m. My dear, I found you today weaker than you ought to be. You have shown courage, it is necessary that you should maintain it and not give way to a doleful melancholy. You must be contented and take special care of your health, which is so precious to me. If you are attached to me and if you love me, you should show strength of mind and force yourself to be happy. You cannot question my constant and tender friendship, and you would know very imperfectly all the affection I have for you if you imagined that I can be happy if you are unhappy, and contented if you are ill at ease. Adieu, dear. Sleep well, dream that I wish it. Napoleon. Number 2. To the Empress, at Malmaison. Tuesday, 6 o'clock. The Queen of Naples, whom I saw at the hunt in the Bois de Boulogne, where I rode down a stag, told me that she left you yesterday at 1 p.m. in the best of health. Please tell me what you are doing today. As for me, I am very well. Yesterday, when I saw you, I was ill. I expect you will have been for a drive. Adieu, dear. Napoleon. Number 3. To the Empress, at Malmaison. Trianon, 7 p.m. My dear, I have just received your letter. Savary tells me that you are always crying, that is not well. I trust that you have been for a drive today. I sent you my quarry. I shall come to see you when you tell me you are reasonable, and that your courage has the upper hand. Tomorrow, the whole day, I am receiving ministers. Adieu, dear. I also am sad today, I need to know that you are satisfied and to learn that your equilibrium, aplomb, is restored. Sleep well. Napoleon. Number 4. To the Empress, at Malmaison. Thursday, noon, 1809. My dear, I wished to come and see you today, but I was very busy and rather unwell. Still, I am just off to the council. Please tell me how you are. This weather is very damp, and not at all healthy. Napoleon. Number 5. To the Empress, at Malmaison. Trianon. I should have come to see you today if I had not been obliged to come to see the King of Bavaria, who has just arrived in Paris. I shall come to see you tonight at 8 o'clock, and return at 10. I hope to see you tomorrow, and to see you cheerful and placid. Adieu, dear. Napoleon. Number 6. To the Empress, at Malmaison. Trianon, Tuesday. My dear, I lay down after you left me yesterday 36. I am going to Paris. I wish to hear that you are cheerful. I shall come to see you during the week. I have received your letters, which I am going to read in the carriage. Napoleon. Number 7. To the Empress, at Malmaison. Paris, Wednesday, noon, December 27, 1809. Eugene told me that you were very miserable all yesterday. That is not well, my dear, it is contrary to what you promised me. I have been thoroughly tired in revisiting the Tuileries, that great palace seemed empty to me, and I felt lost in it. Adieu, dear. Keep well. Napoleon. Number 8. To the Empress, at Malmaison. Paris, Sunday, December 31, 10 a.m., 1809. My dear, today I have a grand parade, I shall see all my old guard and more than 60 artillery trains. The King of Westphalia is returning home, which will leave a house vacant in Paris. I am sad not to see you. If the parade finishes before 3 o'clock, I will come, otherwise, tomorrow. Adieu, dear. Napoleon. Number 9. To the Empress, at Malmaison. Thursday evening, 1810. My dear, Hortense, whom I saw this afternoon, has given me news of you. I trust that you will have been able to see your plants today, the weather having been fine. I have only been out for a few minutes at 3 o'clock to shoot some hares. Adieu, dear, sleep well. Napoleon. Number 10. To the Empress, at Malmaison. Friday, 8 p.m., 1810. I wish to come and see you today, but I cannot, it will be, I hope, in the morning. It is a long time since I heard from you. I learnt with pleasure that you take walks in your garden these cold days. Adieu, dear, keep well, and never doubt my affection. Napoleon. Number 11. To the Empress, at Malmaison. Sunday, 8 p.m., 1810. I was very glad to see you yesterday, I feel what charms your society has for me. Today I walked with Steve. 37 I have allowed £4,000 for 1810, for the extraordinary expenses at Malmaison. You can therefore do as much planting as you like, you will distribute that sum as you may require. I have instructed Steve to send £8,000 the moment the contract for the Maison Julien shall be made. I have ordered them to pay for your parure of rubies, which will be valued by the department, for I do not wish to be robbed by jewelers. So, there goes the £16,000 that this may cost me. I have ordered them to hold the million which the civil list owes you for 1810 at the disposal of your man of business, in order to pay your debts. You should find in the coffers of Malmaison 20 to 25,000 pounds, you can take them to buy your plate and linen. I have instructed them to make you a very fine porcelain service, they will take your commands in order that it may be a very fine one. Napoleon. Number 12. To the Empress, at Malmaison. Wednesday, 6 p.m., 1810. My dear, I see no objection to your receiving the King of Westphalia whenever you wish. The King and Queen of Bavaria will probably come to see you on Friday. I long to come to Malmaison, but you must really show fortitude and self-restraint, the page on duty this morning told me that he saw you weeping. I am going to dine quite alone. Adieu, dear. Never doubt the depth of my feelings for you, you would be unjust and unfair if you did. Napoleon. Number 13. To the Empress, at Malmaison. Saturday, 1 p.m., 1810. My dear, yesterday I saw Eugene, who told me that you gave a reception to the kings. I was at the concert till 8 o'clock, and only dined, quite alone, at that hour. I long to see you. If I do not come today, I will come after Mass. Adieu, dear. I hope to find you sensible and in good health. This weather should indeed make you put on flesh. Napoleon. January 9, the clergy of Paris and all the religious marriage of Napoleon with Josephine, so Biographie Universelle, Michaud. Montgaillard gives January 18. Confirmed by the Metropolitan. Officialite, January 12, Pasquire. Number 14. To the Empress, at Malmaison. Trianon, January 17, 1810. My dear, D'Audenard, whom I sent to you this morning, tells me that since you have been at Malmaison you have no longer any courage. Yet that place is full of our happy memories, which can and ought never to change, at least on my side. I want badly to see you, but I must have some assurance that you are strong and not weak, I too am rather like you, and it makes me frightfully wretched. Adieu, Josephine, good night. If you doubted me, you would be very ungrateful. Napoleon. Number 15. To the Empress, at Malmaison. January 20, 1810. My dear, I send you the box that I promised you the day before yesterday, representing the island of Lobau. I was rather tired yesterday. I work much, and do not go out. Adieu, dear. Napoleon. Number 16. To the Empress, at Malmaison. Noon, Tuesday, 1810. I hear that you are making yourself miserable, this is too bad. You have no confidence in me, and all the rumors that are being spread strike you, this is not knowing me, Josephine. I am much annoyed, and if I do not find you cheerful and contented, I shall scold you right well. Adieu, dear. Napoleon. Number 17. To the Empress, at Malmaison. Sunday, 9 p.m., 1810. My dear, I was very glad to see you the day before yesterday. I hope to go to Malmaison during the week. I have had all your affairs looked after here, and ordered that everything be brought to the Élysée. Napoleon. Please take care of yourself. Adieu, dear. Napoleon. Number 18. To the Empress, at Malmaison. January 30, 1810. My dear, your letter to hand. I hope the walk you had yesterday, in order to show people your conservatories, has done you good. I will gladly see you at the Élysée, and shall be very glad to see you oftener, for you know how I love you. Napoleon. Number 19. To the Empress, at Malmaison. Saturday, 6 p.m., 1810. I told Eugene that you would rather give ear to the vulgar gossip of a great city than to what I told you, yet people should not be allowed to invent fictions to make you miserable. I have had all your effects moved to the Élysée. You shall come to Paris at once, but be at ease and contented, and have full confidence in me. Napoleon. February 2, Soult occupies Seville. The junta takes refuge at Cadiz. February 6, Guadeloupe surrenders to the English. February 7, Convention of marriage between the Emperor Napoleon and the Archduchess Marie-Louise. Number 20. To the Empress, at the Élysée Napoleon. February 19, 1810. My dear, I have received your letter. I long to see you, but the reflections that you make may be true. It is, perhaps, not desirable that we should be under the same roof for the first year. Yet Bessieres' country house is too far off to go and return in one day, moreover I have rather a cold, and am not sure of being able to go there. Adieu, dear. Napoleon. Number 21. To the Empress, at the Élysée Napoleon. Friday, 6 p.m., 1810. Savary, as soon as he arrived, brought me your letter. I am sorry to see you are unhappy. I am very glad that you saw nothing of the fire. I had fine weather at Rambouillet. Hortense told me that you had some idea of coming to a dinner at Bessieres, and of returning to Paris to sleep. I am sorry that you have not been able to manage it. Adieu, dear. Be cheerful, and consider how much you please me thereby. Napoleon. Number 22. To the Empress, at Malmaison. March 12, 1810. My dear, I trust that you will be pleased with what I have done for Navarre. You must see from that how anxious I am to make myself agreeable to you. Get ready to take possession of Navarre. You will go there on March 25, to pass the month of April. Adieu, dear. Napoleon. April 1, Civil marriage of Napoleon and Marie-Louise. Religious marriage, April 2. Series N. 1810. April 2, December 31. After the marriage with Marie-Louise. Belligerent alii, 2, Felix Austria. Noob. Series N. Number 1. Letter of the Empress Josephine to the Emperor Napoleon. Navarre, April 19, 1810. Sire, I have received, by my son, the assurance that your Majesty consents to my return to Malmaison, and grants to me the advances asked for in order to make the Chateau of Navarre habitable. This double favour, sire, dispels to a great extent the uneasiness, nay, even the fears which your Majesty's long silence had inspired. I was afraid that I might be entirely banished from your memory. I see that I am not. I am therefore less wretched today, and even as happy as henceforward it will be possible for me to be. I shall go at the end of the month to Malmaison, since your Majesty sees no objection to it. But I ought to tell you, sire, that I should not so soon have taken advantage of the latitude which your Majesty left me in this respect had the House of Navarre not required, for my health's sake and for that of my household, repairs which are urgent. My idea is to stay at Malmaison a very short time. I shall soon leave it in order to go to the waters. But while I am at Malmaison, your Majesty may be sure that I shall live there as if I were 1,000 leagues from Paris. I have made a great sacrifice, sire, and every day I realize more its full extent. Yet that sacrifice will be, as it ought to be, a complete one on my part. Your Highness, amid your happiness, shall be troubled by no expression of my regret. I shall pray unceasingly for your Majesty's happiness, perhaps even I shall pray that I may see you again, but your Majesty may be assured that I shall always respect our new relationship. I shall respect it in silence, relying on the attachment that you had to me formerly. I shall call for no new proof. I shall trust to everything from your justice and your heart. I limit myself to asking from you one favor, it is, that you will deign to find a way of sometimes convincing both myself and my entourage that I have still a small place in your memory and a great place in your esteem and friendship. By this means, whatever happens, my sorrows will be mitigated without, as it seems to me, compromising that which is of permanent importance to me, the happiness of your Majesty. Josephine. No 1a. Reply of the Emperor Napoleon to the preceding. To the Empress Josephine, at Navarre. Compiègne, April 21, 1810. My dear, I have yours of April 18th, it is written in a bad style. I am always the same, people like me do not change. I know not what Eugene has told you. I have not written to you because you have not written to me, and my sole desire is to fulfill your slightest inclination. I see with pleasure that you are going to Malmaison and that you are contented. As for me, I shall be so likewise on hearing news from you and in giving you mine. I say no more about it until you have compared this letter with yours, and after that I will leave you to judge which of us two is the better friend. Adieu, dear, keep well, and be just for your sake and mine. Napoleon. April 23 RD, Battle of Lerida. Suchet defeats Spaniards. Number 2. Reply of the Empress Josephine. 1,000 loving thanks for not having forgotten me. My son has just brought me your letter. With what impetuosity I read it, and yet I took a long time over it, for there was not a word which did not make me weep, but these tears were very pleasant ones. I have found my whole heart again, such as it will always be. There are affections which are life itself, and which can only end with it. I was in despair to find my letter of the 19th had displeased you. I do not remember the exact expressions, but I know what torture I felt in writing it, the grief at having no news from you. I wrote you on my departure from Malmaison, and since then how often have I wished to write you. But I appreciated the causes of your silence and feared to be importunate with a letter. Yours has been the true balm for me. Be happy, be as much so as you deserve, it is my whole heart which speaks to you. You have also just given me my share of happiness, and a share which I value the most, for nothing can equal in my estimation a proof that you still remember me. Adieu, dear, I again thank you as affectionately as I shall always love you. Josephine. No. 2a. To the Empress Josephine, at the Château Navarre. Compiègne, April 28, 1810. My dear, I have just received 2 letters from you. I am writing to Eugene. I have ordered that the marriage of Tascher with the Princess de Lalayan shall take place. Tomorrow I shall go to Antwerp to see my fleet and to give orders about the works. I shall return on May 15th. Eugene tells me that you wish to go to the waters, trouble yourself about nothing. Do not listen to the gossip of Paris, it is idle and far from knowing the real state of things. My affection for you does not change, and I long to know that you are happy and contented. Napoleon. Number 3. To the Empress Josephine, at Malmaison. My dear, I have your letter. Eugene will give you tidings of my journey and of the Empress. I am very glad that you are going to the waters. I trust they may do you good. I wish very much to see you. If you are at Malmaison at the end of the month, I will come to see you. I expect to be at St. Cloud on the 30th of the month. My health is very good, it only needs to hear that you are contented and well. Let me know in what name you intend to travel. Never doubt the whole truth of my affection for you, it will last as long as you would be very unjust if you doubted it. Napoleon. July 1 St. Louis Bonaparte, King of Holland, abdicates in favor of his son. Number 4. To the Empress Josephine, at the waters of Aix, in Savoy. Rambouillet, July 8, 1810. My dear, I have your letter of July 8. You will have seen Eugene, and his presence will have done you good. I learn with pleasure that the waters are beneficial to you. The King of Holland has just abdicated the throne, while leaving the regency, according to the constitution, in the hands of the Queen. He has quitted Amsterdam and left the Grand Duke of Berg behind. I have reunited Holland to France, which has, however, the advantage of setting the Queen at liberty, and that 38 unfortunate girl is coming to Paris with her son the Grand Duke of Berg, that will make her perfectly happy. My health is good. I have come here to hunt for a few days. I shall see you this autumn with pleasure. Never doubt my friendship, I never change. Keep well, be cheerful, and believe in the truth of my attachment. Napoleon. July 9 th, Holland incorporated with the French Empire. July 10 th, Ni takes Ciudad Rodrigo, after 25 days. Open trenches. Number 5. To the Empress Josephine, at the waters of Aix, in Savoy. St. Cloud, July 20, 1810. My dear, I have received your letter of July 14, and note with pleasure that the waters are doing you good, and that you like Geneva. I think that you are doing well to go there for a few weeks. My health is fairly good. The conduct of the King of Holland has worried me. Hortense is shortly coming to Paris. The Grand Duke of Berg is on his way, I expect him tomorrow. Adieu, dear. Napoleon. Number 6. To the Empress Josephine, at the waters of Aix, in Savoy. Trianon, August 10, 1810. Your letter to hand. I was pained to see what a risk you had run. For an inhabitant of the Isles of the Ocean to die in a lake would have been a fatality indeed. The Queen is better, and I hope her health will be re-established. Her husband is in Bohemia, apparently not knowing what to do. I am fairly well, and beg you to believe in my sincere attachment. Napoleon. August 21 St. Swedes elect Marshal Bernadotte Crown Prince of Sweden. August 27 th, Messina takes Almeida. Number 7. To the Empress Josephine, at the waters of Aix, in Savoy. St. Cloud, September 14, 1810. My dear, I have your letter of September 9. I learn with pleasure that you keep well. There is no longer the slightest doubt that the Empress has entered on the 4th month of her pregnancy, she is well, and is much attached to me. The young Princes Napoleon are very well, they are in the Pavillon d'Italie, in the park of St. Cloud. My health is fairly good. I wish to learn that you are happy and contented. I hear that one of your entourage has broken a leg while going on the glacier. Adieu, dear. Never doubt the interest I take in you and the affection that I bear towards you. Napoleon. September 27 th, Battle of Busaco. Like Ebersberg, another of Messina's expensive and unnecessary frontal attacks. He loses 5,000 men, but next day turns the position of Wellington, who continues to retire. Number 8. To the Empress, at Malmaison. Paris, this Friday. My dear, yours to hand. I am sorry to see that you have been ill, I fear it must be this bad weather. Madame de Lottie is one of the most foolish women of the Faubourg. I have borne her cackle for a very long time, I am sick of it, and have ordered that she does not come again to Paris. There are 5 or 6 other old women that I equally wish to send away from Paris, they are spoiling the young ones by their follies. I will name Madame de Macau Baroness since you wish it, and carry out your other commissions. My health is pretty good. The conduct of B. appears to me very ridiculous. I trust to hear that you are better. Adieu, dear. Napoleon. Number 9. To the Empress Josephine, at Geneva. Fontainebleau, October 1, 1810. I have received your letter. Hortense, whom I have seen, will have told you what I think. Go to see your son this winter, come back to the waters of Aix next year, or, still better, wait for the spring at Navarre. I would advise you to go to Navarre at once, if I did not fear you would get tired of it. In my view, the only suitable places for you this winter are either Milan or Navarre. After that, I approve of whatever you may do, for I do not wish to vex you in anything. Adieu, dear. The Empress is as I told you in my last letter. I am naming Madame de Montesquieu governess of the children of France. Be contented, and do not get excited, never doubt my affection for you. Napoleon. October 6 th, Wellington reaches the lines of Torres Vidres. November 9 th, opening of St. Quentin Canal at Paris. Number 10. To the Empress Josephine, at Navarre. Fontainebleau, November 14, 1810. My dear, I have received your letter. Hortense has spoken to me about it. I note with pleasure that you are contented. I hope that you are not very tired of Navarre. My health is very good. The Empress progresses satisfactorily. I will do the various things you ask regarding your household. Take care of your health, and never doubt my affection for you. Napoleon. Number 11. To the Empress Josephine, at Navarre. I have your letter. I see no objection to the marriage of Macau with Wadier, if he wishes it. This general is a very brave man. I am in good health. I hope to have a son, I shall let you know immediately. Adieu, dear. I am very glad that Madame d'Arbig 39 has told you things which please you. When you see me, you will find me with my old affection for you. Napoleon. December 3 RD, English take Mauritius. Series O. 1811. Nun steht das Recht gesichert, wie gegründet. Nun folgt froh im Sony sich gegründet. UNDSEI durch Sie dies letztendlich Glück bescheiden. Der Allswallen kann, will auch den Frieden. Goethe, Ero der Kaiserin von Frankreich Majestat. Series O. Number 1. To the Empress Josephine, at Navarre. Paris, January 8, 1811. I have your New Year's letter. I thank you for its contents. I note with pleasure that you are well and happy. I hear that there are more women than men at Navarre. My health is excellent, though I have not been out for a fortnight. Eugene appears to have no fears about his wife, he gives you a grandson. Adieu, dear, keep well. Napoleon. February 19 th, Soult defeats Spaniards at the Gabara, near Badajoz. February 28 th, French occupy Duchy of Oldenburg, to complete the line of the North Sea blockade against England. This occupation embitters the Emperor of Russia and his family. March 10 th, Mortier captures Badajoz after a siege of 54 days. March 20 th, birth of the King of Rome, a pompous title. Buried in the tomb of the Ostrogoths. Number 2. To the Empress Josephine, at Navarre. Paris, March 22, 1811. My dear, I have your letter. I thank you for it. My son is fat, and in excellent health. I trust he may continue to improve. He has my chest, my mouth, and my eyes. I hope he may fulfill his destiny. I am always well pleased with Eugene, he has never given me the least anxiety. Napoleon. April 4 th, Battle of Fuentes de Onoro. Messina attacks English, and is repulsed. June 18 th, Wellington raises siege of Badajoz, and retires on Portugal. June 29 th, French storm Tarragona, whereupon Suchet created Marshal. Number 3. To the Empress Josephine, at Malmaison. Trianon, August 25, 1811. I have your letter. I see with pleasure that you are in good health. I have been for some days at Trianon. I expect to go to Compiègne. My health is very good. Put some order into your affairs. Spend only £60,000, and save as much every year, that will make a reserve of £600,000 in 10 years for your grandchildren. It is pleasant to be able to give them something, and be helpful to them. Instead of that, I hear you have debts, which would be really too bad. Look after your affairs, and don't give to everyone who wants to help himself. If you wish to please me, let me hear that you have accumulated a large fortune. Consider how ill I must think of you, if I know that you, with £125,000 a year, are in debt. Adieu, dear, keep well. Napoleon. Number 4. To the Empress Josephine, at Malmaison. Friday, 8 am, 1811. I send to know how you are, for Hortense tells me you were in bed yesterday. I was annoyed with you about your debts. I do not wish you to have any, on the contrary, I wish you to put 1,000,000 aside every year, to give to your grandchildren when they get married. Nevertheless, never doubt my affection for you, and don't worry any more about the present embarrassment. Adieu, dear. Send me word that you are well. They say that you are as fat as a good Normandy farmeress. Napoleon. October 25th 26th, Battle of Mervidro and capture of Sagunta. Blake and O'Donnell heavily defeated by Suchet. December 20th, Senatus Consultus puts 120,000 conscripts, born in 1792, at disposal of government for 1812. December 26th, Suchet defeats Spanish, and crosses Guadalaviar. Series p. 1812. 'Tis the same landscape which the modern Mars saw. Who marched to Moscow, led by Fame, the siren. To lose by 1 month's frost, some 20 years of conquest, and his guard of grenadiers. Byron, Don Juan, Canto X stanza 58. Series p. 1812. Montgaillard sums up his tirade against Napoleon for the Russian campaign by noting that it took the Romans 10 years to conquer Gaul, while Napoleon would not give 2 to the conquest of that vast desert of Scythia which forced Darius to flee, Alexander to draw back, Crassus to perish, where Julian terminated his career, where Valerian covered himself with shame, and which saw the disasters of Charles XII. January 9th, Suchet captures Valencia, 18,000 Spanish troops and 400 cannon. The Marshal is made Duke of Albufeira. January 15th, Imperial decree ordains 100,000 acres to be put under cultivation of beetroot, for the manufacture of indigenous sugar. January 19th, taking of Ciudad Rodrigo by Wellington. January 26th, French, under General Friend, occupy Stralsund and Swedish Pomerania. February 24th, Treaty of Alliance between France and Prussia. The latter to support France in case of a war with Russia. March 13th, Senatus Consultus divides the National Guards into 3 bands, to include all capable men not already in military service. They are not to serve outside France. 100 cohorts, each 970 strong, of the first band, men between 20 and 26, put at disposal of government. March 14th, Treaty between France and Austria, reciprocal help in need, of 30,000 men and 60 guns. The integrity of European Turkey mutually guaranteed. March 26th, Treaty between Russia and Sweden. Bernadotte is promised Norway by Alexander. April 7th, the English take Badajoz by assault. The French General, Philippin, with but 3,000 men, has been besieged thrice within 13 months by armies of 50,000 men, Montgaillard. April 24th, Alexander leaves St. Petersburg, to take command of his Grand Army. May 9th, Napoleon leaves Paris for Germany. May 11th, assassination of English Prime Minister, Perceval. May 17th 28th, Napoleon at Dresden, joined there by the Emperor and Empress of Austria, and a fresh parterre of kings. May 28th, Treaty of Bucharest between Turkey and Russia. They prove as boundary, and Servia restored to Turkey. This treaty, so fatal to Napoleon, and of which he only heard in October, was mainly the work of Stratford de Redcliffe, then aged 25. Wellington, thinking the treaty his brother's work, speaks of it as the most important service that ever fell to the lot of any individual to perform. Number 1. June 12th, Suchet defeats an Anglo-Spanish army outside Tarragona. To the Empress Josephine, at Malmaison. June 12, 1812. My dear, I shall always receive news from you with great interest. The waters will, I hope, do you good, and I shall see you with much pleasure on your return. Never doubt the interest I feel in you. I will arrange all the matters of which you speak. Napoleon. June 16th, Lord Liverpool Prime Minister of England. June 18th, United States declares war against England. Concerning rights of neutrals. June 19th, the captive Pope, Pius VII, brought to Fontainebleau. Number 2. To the Empress Josephine, at Malmaison. Gumbinnen, June 20, 1812. I have your letter of June 10. I see no obstacle to your going to Milan, to be near the vicereine. You will do well to go incognito. You will find it very hot. My health is very good. Eugene is well, and is doing good work. Never doubt the interest I have in you, and my friendship. Napoleon. June 22 ND, Napoleon from his headquarters, Wilkowski, declares war against Russia. His army comprised 550,000 men and 1,200 cannon, and he held sway at this epoch over 85 million souls, half the then population of Europe. June 24 th, French cross the Niemen, over 450,000 strong. 40 of these 20,000 are Italians, 80,000 from Confederation of the Rhine. 30,000 Poles, 30,000 Austrians, and 20,000 Prussians. The Russian army numbers 360,000. June 28 th, French enter Wilna, the old capital of Lithuania. Napoleon remains here till July 16, establishing a provisional government, and leaving his foreign minister, Marat, there. July 12 th, Americans invade Canada. July 18 th, Treaty of Peace between England and Sweden, and between Russia and the Spanish Regency at Cadiz. July 22 ND, Battle of Salamanca, Arap Isles. Marmont defeated by Wellington, and badly wounded. French lose nearly 8,000 men and 5,000 prisoners, English loss, 5,200. The Spanish Regency had decided to submit to Joseph Bonaparte, but this battle deters them. French retire behind the Douro. July 23 RD, Combat of Mohilo, on the Dnieper. Davis defeats Bagration. July 28 th, French enter Vitebsk. August 1 st, Treaty of Alliance between Great Britain and Russia. English fleet henceforward guards the Gulf of Riga. Combat of Obiartma, on the bank of the Drissa. Marshal Oudinot defeats Wittgenstein. Russians lose 5,000 men and 14 guns. August 9 th, Battle of Brownstown, near Toronto. Americans defeated, surrender August 16 with 2,500 men and 33 guns to General Brock. August 12 th, Wellington enters Madrid. August 17 th 18 th, Battle and capture of Smolensk. Napoleon defeats Barclay de Tolly, Russians lose 12,000, French less than half. August 18 th, Battle of Polotsk, 50 miles from Vitebsk, down the Dwina. St. Cyr defeats Wittgenstein's much larger army, and takes 20 guns. St. Cyr made marshal for this battle, August 27 th. August 19 th, Combat of Valentinokova, beyond Smolensk. Ni defeats Russians. August 27 th, Norway guaranteed Sweden in lieu of Finland by Russia. August 28 th, interview at Abio, in Finland, between Alexander Bernadotte, and Lord Cathcart, English ambassador. Decided that Sweden shall join the crusade against France, and that Moreau be imported from USA to command another army. August 29 th, Vyazma, burnt by Russians, entered by the French. September 7 th, Battle of Borodino, La Moscowa. Nearly all the Russian generals are present, Barclay de Tolly, Benningsen, Bagration, who is killed, all under Kutuzov. Russians lose 30,000 men, French 20,000, including many generals who had survived all the campaigns of the revolution. The French, hungry and soaked in rain, have no energy to pursue. September 14 th, occupation of Moscow, fired by emissaries of Rostopchin, its late governor. Of 4,000 stone houses only 200 remain, of 8,000 wooden ones 500. Over 20,000 sick and wounded burnt in their beds. Fire lasts till September 20th. September 18 th, Russian army of the Danube under Admiral Tchitchagau joins the army of reserve. September 26 th, Russian troops from Finland disembark at Riga. September 30 th, Napoleon finds a copy of Treaty of Bucharest at Moscow. October 11 th, Admiral Tchitchagau with 36,000 men reaches Brest, on the Bug, threatening the French communications with Warsaw. October 17 th 19 th, Second Combat of Polotsk. Wittgenstein again defeated by St. Cyr, who is wounded. October 18 th, Combat of Winkowo, Kutuzov defeats Murat. Americans defeated at Queenston Heights, on the Niagara, and lose 900 men. October 19 th, commencement of the retreat from Moscow. October 22 ND, Burgos captured by Wellington. October 23 RD, Conspiracy of Mallet at Paris, Cambycheries to the rescue. Evacuation of Moscow by mortier after 40 days. Occupation. The French army now retreating has only half its original strength, and the best cavalry regiments boast only 100 horses. October 24 th, Battle of Maloyaroslavets. Eugene with 17,000 men defeats Kutuzov with 60,000, but Napoleon finds the enemy too strong and too tenacious to risk the fertile Kaluga route. November 3 RD, Battle of Vyazma. Rearguard action, in which Ney and Eugene are distinguished. November 9 th, Napoleon reaches Smolensk and hears of Mallet conspiracy. November 14 th, evacuation of Smolensk. November 16 th, Russian army, of the Danube, takes Minsk, and cuts off the French from the Niemen. November 16 th 19 th, combat of Krasnoy, 25 miles west of Smolensk. Kutuzov with 30,000 horse and 70,000 foot tries to stop the French, who have only 25,000 effective combatants. Magnificent fighting by Ney with his rearguard of 6,000. November 21 st, Russians seize at Borizow the bridges over the Bersina, which are November 23 RD, retaken by Udino. November 26 th 28 th, French cross the Bersina, but lose 20,000 prisoners and nearly all their cannon, 150. November 29 th, Napoleon writes Marat he has heard nothing of France or Spain for 15 days. December 3 RD, 29th bulletin dated Maladixna, 50 miles west of Borisow. December 5 th, Napoleon reaches Smorgony, and starts for France. December 10 th, Murat, left in command, evacuates Wilna. French retreat in utter rout. It is not General Kutuzov who routed the French, it is General Morasso, the Frost, said the Russians. December 14 th, Napoleon reaches Dresden, and December 18 th, Paris. December 19 th, evacuation of Kovna and passage of the Niemen. December 20 th, Napoleon welcomed by the Senate in a speech by the naturalist Lespard, the absence of your majesty, sire, is always a national calamity. December 30 th, defection of the Prussian General York and Convention of Torajan near Tilsit between Russia and Prussia. This defection is the signal for the uprising of Germany from the Oder to the Rhine, from the Baltic to the Julian Alps. 1813. January 5 th, Königsberg occupied by the Russians. January 13 th, Senatus Consultus calls up 250,000 conscripts. January 22 nd, Americans defeated at Frenchtown, near Detroit, and lose 1,200 men. January 25 th, Concordat at Fontainebleau between Napoleon and Pope Pius VII, with advantageous terms for the papacy. The Pope, however, soon breaks faith. January 28 th, Murat deserts the French army for Naples, and leaves Posen. Your husband is very brave on the battlefield, but he is weaker than a woman or a monk when he is not face to face with an enemy. He has no moral courage. Napoleon to his sister Caroline, January 24, 1813. Brodinay, 1032. Replaced by Eugene. Napoleon's letter dated January 22. February 1 st, proclamation of Louis XVIII. To the French people. Dated London. February 8 th, Warsaw surrenders to Russia. February 10 th, proclamation of Emperor Alexander calling on the people of Germany to shake off the yoke of one man. February 28 th, 6th Continental Coalition against France. Treaty signed between Russia and Prussia at Kalisz. March 3 RD, new treaty between England and Sweden at Stockholm. Sweden to receive a subsidy of £1 million and the island of Guadeloupe in return for supporting the coalition with 30,000 men. March 4 th, Cossacks occupy Berlin. Madison inaugurated President USA. March 9 th, Eugene removes his headquarters to Leipzig. March 12 th, French evacuate Hamburg. March 21 st, Russians and Prussians take new town of Dresden. April 1 st, France declares war on Prussia. April 10 th, death of Lagrange, mathematician, greatly bemoaned by Napoleon, who considered his death as a presentiment. Diabrants. April 14 th, Swedish army lands in Germany. April 15 th, Napoleon leaves Paris, arrives Erfurt, April 25. Americans take Mobile. April 16 th, Thorn, garrisoned by 900 Bavarians, surrenders to the Russians. Fort York, now Toronto, and April 27 th, Upper Canada taken by the Americans. May 1 st, death of the Abbé Delille, poet. Opening of campaign. French forces scattered in Germany, 166,000 men, Allies forces. Ready for action, 225,000 men. Marshal Bessières killed by a cannonball at Pozerna. May 2 nd, Napoleon with 90,000 men defeats Prussians and Russians. At Lutzen, Gross-Goersken, with 110,000, French loss, 10,000. Battle won chiefly by French artillery. Emperor of Russia and King of Prussia present. May 8 th, Napoleon and the French reoccupy Dresden. May 18 th, Eugene reaches Milan, and enrolls in Italian army. 47,000 strong. May 19 th 21 st, combats of Königswartha, Botzen, Hochkirch. Werschen. Napoleon defeats Prussians and Russians, French loss. 12,000, Allies, 20,000. May 23 rd, Duroc, shot on May 22, dies. Duroc, said the Emperor, there is another life. It is there you will go to await me, and there we shall meet again some day. May 27 th, Americans capture Fort George, Lake Ontario, and May 29 th, defeat English at Sackett's Harbour. May 30 th, French re-enter Hamburg and June 1 st, occupy Breslau. British frigate Shannon captures Chesapeake in 15 minutes outside Boston Harbour. June 4 th, Armistice of Pleasewitz between Napoleon and the Allies. June 6 th, Americans, 3,500, surprised at Burlington Heights by 700 British. June 15 th, Siege of Tarragona raised by Suchet, English. Re-embark, leaving their artillery. If I had had two marshals, such as Suchet, I should not only have conquered Spain, but I should have kept it. Napoleon in Campin's Memoirs. June 21 st, Battle of Vittoria, total rout of the French under Marshal Jourdan and King Joseph. In retreat the army is much more harassed by the guerrillas than by the English. June 23 rd, Admiral Coburn defeated at Craney Island by Americans. June 24 th, 500 Americans surrendered to 200 Canadians at Beaver's Dams. June 25 th, Combat of Tolosa. Foy stops the advance of the English right wing. June 30 th, Convention at Dresden. Napoleon accepts the mediation of Austria, armistice prolonged to August 10. July 1 st, Soult sent to take chief command in Spain. July 10 th, alliance between France and Denmark. July 12 th, Congress of Prague. Austria, Prussia, and Russia decide that Germany must be independent, and the French Empire, bounded by the Rhine and the Alps, but to reign over 36 million men did not appear to Napoleon a sufficiently great destiny. Montgaillard. Congress breaks up July 28. July 26 th, Moreau arrives from U.S., and lands at Gothenburg. July 31 st, Soult attacks Anglo-Spanish army near Roncesvalles. In order to succor Pampeluna. Is repulsed, with loss of 8,000 men. August 12 th, Austria notifies its adhesion to the Allies. August 15 th, Jomini, the Swiss tactician, turns traitor and escapes to the Allies. He advises them of Napoleon's plans to seize Berlin and relieve Danzig. See letter to Ney, number 19,714. 20,006, and especially 20,360, August 12, in correspondence. On August 16 Napoleon writes to Cambycheres, Jomini, Ney's chief of staff, has deserted. It is he who published some volumes on the campaigns and who has been in the pay of Russia for a long time. He has yielded to corruption. He is a soldier of little value, yet he is a writer who has grasped some of the sound principles of war. August 17 th, renewal of hostilities in Germany. Napoleon's army. 280,000, of whom half recruits who had never seen a battle, the Allies 520,000, excluding militia. In his counter-manifesto to Austria, dated Botzen, Napoleon declares Austria, the enemy of France, and cloaking her ambition under the mask of a mediation, complicated everything. But Austria, our avowed foe, is in a truer guise, and one perfectly obvious. Europe is therefore much nearer peace, there is one complication the less. August 18 th, Suchet, having blown up fortifications of Tarragona, evacuates Valentia. August 21 st, opening of the campaign in Italy. Eugene, with 50,000 men, commands the Franco-Italian army. August 23 rd, Combats of Grossbeeren and Ahrensdorf, near Berlin. Bernadotte defeats Udino with loss of 1,500 men and 20 guns. Berlin is preserved to the Allies. Udino replaced by Ney. Lauriston defeats Army of Silesia at Goldberg with heavy loss. August 26th 27th, Battle of Dresden, Napoleon marches 100 miles in 70 hours to the rescue. With less than 100,000 men, he defeats the Allied army of 180,000 under Schwarzenberg, Wittgenstein, and Kleist. Austrians lose 20,000 prisoners and 60 guns. Moreau is mortally wounded, dies September 1st. Combat of the Katzbach, in Silesia. Blücher defeats MacDonald with heavy loss, who loses 10,000 to 12,000 men in his retreat. August 30th, Combat of Culm. Van Damme enveloped in Bohemia, and surrenders with 12,000 men. August 31st, Combat of Iron. Soult attacks Wellington to save San Sebastian, but is repulsed. Graham storms San Sebastian. September 6th, Combat of Denwitz, near Berlin. Ney routed by Bülow and Bernadotte, loses his artillery, baggage and 12,000 men. September 10th, Americans capture the English flotilla on Lake Erie. September 12th, Combat of Villafranca, near Barcelona. Suchet defeats English General Bentinck. October 17th, Wellington crosses the Bidassoa into France. It is on the frontier of France itself that ends the enterprise of Napoleon on Spain. The Spaniards have given the first conception of a people's war versus a war of professionals. For it would be a mistake to think that the battles of Salamanca, July 22, 1812, and Vittoria, June 21, 1813, forced the French to abandon the peninsula. It was the daily losses, the destruction of man by man, the drops of French blood falling one by one, which in 5 years aggregated a death roll of 150,000 men. As to the English, they appeared in this war only as they do in every world crisis. Together, in the midst of general desolation, the fruits of their policy, and to consolidate their plans of maritime despotism, of exclusive commerce, Montgaillard. October 15th, Bavarian army secedes and joins the Austrians. October 16th 19th, Battles of Leipzig. Allied army 330,000 men, Schwarzenberg, Bernadotte, Blücher, Benningsen. Napoleon 175,000. 26 battalions and 10 squadrons of Saxon and Württemberg men leave Napoleon and turn their guns against the French. Napoleon is not defeated, but determines to retreat. The rearguard, 20,000 men, and 200 cannon taken. Poniatowski drowned, Rainier and Lauriston captured. October 20th, Blücher made field marshal. October 23 RD, French army reach Erfurt. October 30th, Combat of Hanau. Napoleon defeats Reed with heavy loss. October 31 St, Combat and capture of Bassano by Eugene. English. Capture Pampeluna. November 2 ND, Napoleon arrives at Mayence, where typhus carries off 40,000 French, and is. November 9 Th, at St Cloud. November 10 Th, Wellington defeats Soult at St Jean de Luz. November 11 Th, surrender of Dresden by Gouvion St Cyr, its French soldiers to return under parole to France. Austrians refuse to ratify the convention, and 1,700 officers and 23,000 men remain prisoners of war. November 14 Th, Napoleon addresses the Senate. All Europe marched with us a year ago, all Europe marches against us today. That is because the world's opinion is directed either by France or England. November 15 Th, Eugene defeats Austrians at Caldiero. Senatus Consultus puts 300,000 conscripts at disposal of government. November 24 Th, capture of Amsterdam by Prussian General Bülow. December 1 St, Allies declare at Frankfurt that they are at war with the Emperor and not with France. December 2 ND, Bülow occupies Utrecht. Holland secedes from the French Empire. December 5 Th, capture of Lubeck by the Swedes, and surrender of Stettin, 7,000 prisoners, Zamość, December 22, Modlin, December 25, and Torgau, December 26, with 10,000 men. December 8 Th 13 Th, Soult defends the passage of the Nive, costly to both sides. Murat, now hostile to Napoleon, enters Ancona. December 9 Th 10 Th, French evacuate Breda. December 11 Th, Treaty of Valençay between Napoleon and his Prisoner Ferdinand VII, who is to reign over Spain, but not to cede Minorca or Ceuta, now in their power to the English. December 15 th, Denmark secedes from French alliance. December 21 st, Allies, 100,000 strong, cross the Rhine in 10 divisions, bail to Schaffhausen. Jomini is said to have contributed to this violation of Swiss territory. December 24 th, final evacuation of Holland by the French. December 28 th, Austrians capture Ragusa. December 31 st, Napoleon, having trouble with his commons, dissolves the Corps Legislative. Austrians capture Geneva. Blücher crosses the Rhine at Mannheim and Koblenz. Exclusive of Landwehr and levies en masse, there are now 1 million trained men in arms against Napoleon. 1814. The Allied powers having proclaimed that the Emperor Napoleon was the sole obstacle to the re-establishment of the peace of Europe. The Emperor Napoleon, faithful to his oath, declares that he renounces, for himself and his heirs, the thrones of France and Italy, and that there is no personal sacrifice, even that of life itself, that he will not be ready to make for the sake of France. Act of abdication. January 1 st, capitulation of Danzig, which General Rapp had defended for nearly a year, having lost 20,000, out of 30,000, men by fever. Russians, who had promised to send the French home, break faith, following the example of Schwarzenberg at Dresden. January 2 nd, Russians take Fort Louis, Lower Rhine, and January 3 rd, Austrians Montbéliard and Bavarians Colmar. January 6 th, General York occupies Treves. Convention between Murat and England end, January 11, with Austria. Murat is to join allies with 30,000 men. January 7 th, Austrians occupy Vesoul. January 8 th, French rent 5%. At 47.50. Württemberg. Troops occupy Epinal. January 10 th, General York reaches Forbach, on the Moselle. January 15 th, Cossacks occupy Cologne. January 16 th, Russians occupy Nancy. January 19 th, Austrians occupy Dijon, Bavarians, Neuchâtel. Murat's troops occupy Rome. January 20 th, capture of Toul by the Russians, and of Chambéry by the Austrians. January 21 st, Austrians occupy Chalons-sur-Saône. General York crosses the Meuse. January 23 rd, Pope Pius VII returns to Rome. January 25 th, General York, an army of Silesia established at St. Dizier and Joinville-on-the-Marne. Austrians occupy Bar-sur-Aube. Napoleon leaves Paris, and January 26 th, reaches Chalons-sur-Marne, and January 27 th, retakes St. Dizier in person. January 29 th, combat of Brienne. Napoleon defeats Blücher. February 1 st, Battle of La Rothière, 6 miles north of Brienne. French, 40,000, Allies, 110,000. Drawn battle, but French retreat on Troyes, French evacuate Brussels. February 4 th, Eugene retires upon the Mincio. February 5 th, Cortés disavow Napoleon's Treaty of Valencay with Ferdinand VII. Opening of Congress of Chatillon. General York occupies Chalons-sur-Marne. February 7 th, Allies seize Troyes. February 8 th, Battle of the Mincio. Eugene with 30,000. Conscripts defeats Austrians under Bellegarde with 50,000. Veterans. February 10 th, Combat of Champaubert. Napoleon defeats Russians. February 11 th, Combat of Montmirail. Napoleon defeats Sacan. Russians occupy Nogent-sur-Seine, and February 12 th, Leon. February 14 th, Napoleon routs Blücher at Vauchamp. His losses: 10,000 men, French loss, 600 men. In 5 days Napoleon has wiped out the 5 corps of the army of Silesia, inflicting a loss of 25,000 men. February 17 th, combat near Nangus. Napoleon defeats Austro-Russians with loss of 10,000 men and 12 cannon. February 18 th, combat of Montereau. Prince Royal of Württemberg defeated with loss of 7,000. February 21 st, Comte d'Artois arrives at Vesoul. February 22 nd, combat of Mary-sur-Seine. Sacan defeated by Boyer's division, who fight in masks, it being Shrove Tuesday. February 24 th, French re-enter Troyes. February 27 th, Bülow captures La Fère with large stores. Battle of Orthes, Pyrenees, Wellington with 70,000 defeats Soult. Entrenched with 38,000. Foy badly wounded. February 27th-28th, combats of Bar and Ferté-sur-Aube. Marshals Oudinot and MacDonald forced to retire on the Seine. March 1st, Treaty of Chaumont, Allies against Napoleon. March 2nd, Bülow takes Soissons. March 4th, MacDonald evacuates Troyes. March 7th, Battle of Craonne between Napoleon, 30,000 men, and Sacken, 100,000. Indecisive. March 9th, English driven from Burgos-Pizum. March 9th-10th, combat under Laon, depot of Allied army. Napoleon fails to capture it. March 12th, Duc d'Angoulême arrives at Bordeaux. This town is the first to declare for the Bourbons, and to welcome him as Louis XVIII. March 13th, Ferdinand VII. Set at liberty. March 14th, Napoleon retakes Reims from the Russians. March 19th, rupture of Treaty of Chatillon. March 20th, Battle of Tarbes. Wellington defeats French. March 20th-21st, Battle of Arcis-sur-Aube. Indecisive. March 21st, Austrians enter Lyons. Augereau retires on Valence. Had Eugene joined him with his 40,000 men he might have saved France after Vauchamp. March 25th, Combat of Fère Champenoise. Marmont and Mortier. Defeated with loss of 9,000 men. March 26th, Combat of St. Dizier. Napoleon defeats Russians, and starts to save Paris. March 29th, Allies outside Paris. Napoleon at Troyes, 125 miles off. March 30th, Battle of Paris. The Emperor's orders disobeyed. Heavy cannon from Cherbourg left outside Paris, also 20,000 men. Clark deserts to the Allies. Joseph runs away, leaving Marmont permission to capitulate. After losing 5,000 men, and Allies 8,000, Marmont evacuates Paris and retires. Napoleon reaches Fontainebleau in the evening, and hears the bad news. March 31st, Emperor of Russia, King of Prussia, and 36,000 men enter Paris. Stocks and shares advance. Emperor Alexander states the Allied sovereigns will treat no longer with Napoleon Bonaparte, nor any of his family. April 1st, Senate, with Talleyrand as president, institute a provisional government. April 2nd, provisional government address the army, you are no longer the soldiers of Napoleon, the Senate and the whole of France absolve you from your oaths. They also declare Napoleon deposed from the throne, and his family from the succession. April 4th, Napoleon signs a declaration of abdication in favor of his son, but after 2 days' deliberation, and Marmont's defection, Alexander insists on an absolute abdication. April 5th, Convention of Chevilly. Marmont agrees to join the provisional government, and disband his army under promise that Allies will guarantee life and liberty to Napoleon Bonaparte. Funds on March 29 at 45, now at 63.75. April 6th, new constitution decreed by the Senate. The National Guard ordered to wear the white cockade in lieu of the tricolor. April 10th, Battle of Toulouse. Hotly contested, almost a defeat for Wellington. April 11th, Treaty of Paris between Napoleon and Allies. Austria, Russia, and Prussia. Isle of Elba reserved for Napoleon and his family, with a revenue of £200,000, the Duchies of Parma and Placentia for Marie-Louise and her son. England accedes to this treaty. Act of abdication of the Emperor Napoleon. April 12th, Count d'Artois enters Paris. April 16th, Convention between Eugene and Austrian General Bellegarde. Emperor of Austria sees Marie-Louise at the Little Trianon, and decides upon his daughter's return to Vienna. April 18th, Armistice of Soult and Wellington. April 20th, Napoleon leaves Fontainebleau, and bids adieu to his old guard. Do not mourn over my fate, if I have determined to survive, it is in order still to dedicate myself to your glory. I wish to write about the great things we have done together. April 24th, Louis XVIII. Lands at Calais, and May 3rd, enters Paris. May 4th, Napoleon reaches Elba. May 29th, death of Josephine, aged 51. May 30th, Peace of Paris. Notes. The Italian Campaigns, 1796-97. Series A. Number 1. Bonaparte made commander-in-chief of the army of Italy. Marmont's account of how this came to pass is probably substantially correct, as he has less interest in distorting the facts than any other writer as well fitted for the task. The winter had rolled by in the midst of pleasures, soirees at the Luxembourg, dinners of Madame Tallien, nor, he adds, were we hard to please. The Directory often conversed with General Bonaparte about the army of Italy, whose general, Squer, was always representing the position as difficult, and never ceasing to ask for help in men, victuals, and money. General Bonaparte showed, in many concise observations, that all that was superfluous. He strongly blamed the little advantage taken from the victory at Loano, and asserted that, even yet, all that could be put right. Thus a sort of controversy was maintained between Squer and the Directory, counselled and inspired by Bonaparte. At last when Bonaparte drew up plans, afterwards followed, for the invasion of Piedmont, Squer replied roughly that he who had drawn up the plan of campaign had better come and execute it. They took him at his word, and Bonaparte was named General-in-Chief of the Army of Italy, Vol I 93. 7a.m, probably written early in March. Leaving Paris on March 11, Napoleon writes Letourneur, President of the Directory, of his marriage with the citoyenne Tascher Beauharnais, and tells him that he has already asked Barras to inform them of the fact. The confidence which the Directory has shown me under all circumstances makes it my duty to keep it advised of all my actions. It is a new link which binds me to the fatherland, it is one more proof of my fixed determination to find safety only in the Republic. 41. Number 2. Our Good Ossian, the Italian translation of Ossian by Caesarati was a masterpiece, better, in fact, than the original. He was a friend of Macpherson, and had learnt English in order to translate his work. Caesarati lived till an advanced age, and was sought out in his retirement in order to receive honours and pensions from the Emperor Napoleon. Our Good Ossian speaks, like Homer, of the joy of grief. Number 4. Chauvet is dead. Chauvet is first mentioned in Napoleon's correspondence in a letter to his brother Joseph, August 9, 1795. Me. Junot, Memoirs, I 138, tells us that Bonaparte was very fond of him, and that he was a man of gentle manners and very ordinary conversation. She declares that Bonaparte had been a suitor for the hand of her mother shortly before his marriage with Josephine, and that because the former rejected him, the general had refused a favour to her son. This had caused a quarrel which Chauvet had in vain tried to settle. On March 27 Bonaparte had written Chauvet from Nice that every day that he delayed joining him, takes away from my operations one chance of probability for their success. Number 5. St. Amand notes that Bonaparte begins to suspect his wife in this letter, while the previous ones, especially that of April 3, show perfect confidence. Napoleon is on the eve of a serious battle, and has only just put his forces into fighting trim. On the previous day, April 6, he wrote to the Directory that the movement against Genoa, of which he does not approve, has brought the enemy out of their winter quarters almost before he has had time to make ready. The army is in a state of alarming destitution. I have still great difficulties to surmount, but they are surmountable. Misery has excused want of discipline, and without discipline never a victory. I hope to have all in good trim shortly. There are signs already, in a few days we shall be fighting. The Sardinian army consists of 50,000 foot, and 5,000 horse. I have only 45,000 men at my disposal, all told. Chauvet, the commissary general, died at Genoa. It is a heavy loss to the army. He was active and enterprising. 2 days later Napoleon, still at Albenga, reports that he has found royalist traitors in the army, and complains that the treasury had not sent the promised pay for the men, but in spite of all, we shall advance. Messina, 11 years older than his new commander-in-chief, had received him coldly, but soon became his right-hand man, always genial, and full of good ideas. Messina's men are ill with too much salt meat, they have hardly any shoes, but, as in 1842 he has never a doubt that Bonaparte will make a good campaign, and determines to loyally support him. Poor La Harpe, so soon to die, is a man of a different stamp, one of those, doubtless, of whom Bonaparte thinks when he writes to Josephine, men worry me. The Swiss, in fact, was a chronic grumbler, but a first-rate fighting man, even when his men were using their last cartridges. The lovers of 19, the illusion is lost. Aubenas, who reproduces 2 or 3 of these letters, makes a comment to this sentence, Nous en avons pu trouver un nom à mettre sous cette fantasque imagination, vol I 317. My brother, viz. Joseph, he and Junot reached Paris in 5 days, and had a great ovation. Carnot, at a dinner party, showed Napoleon's portrait next to his heart, because I foresee he will be the saviour of France, and I wish him to know that he has at the Directory only admirers and friends. Number 6. Unalterably good, say Joseph Paint d'un seul trait, Aubenas, vol I 320. If you want a place for anyone, you can send him here. I will give him one. Bonaparte was beginning to feel firm in the saddle, while at Paris Josephine was treated like a princess. Under date April 25, Letourneur, as one of the Directory, writes him, a vast career opens itself before you, the Directory has measured the whole extent of it. They little knew. The letter concludes by expressing confidence that their general will never be reproached with the shameful repose of Capua. In a further letter, bearing the same date, Letourneur insists on a full and accurate account of the battles being sent, as they will be necessary for the history of the triumphs of the Republic. In a private letter to the Directory, number 220, Vol I of the Correspondence, 1858, dated Caroux, April 24, Bonaparte tells them that when he returns to camp, worn out, he has to work all night to put matters straight, and repress pillage. Soldiery without bread work themselves into an excess of frenzy which makes one blush to be a man. 43. I intend to make terrible examples. I shall restore order, or cease to command these brigands. The campaign is not yet decided. The enemy is desperate, numerous, and fights well. He knows I am in want of everything, and trusts entirely to time, but I trust entirely to the good genius of the Republic, to the bravery of the soldiers, to the harmony of the officers, and even to the confidence they repose in me. Number 7. Aubenas goes into ecstasies over this letter, the longest, most eloquent, and most impassioned of the whole series, Vol I 322. Facsimile of letter dated April 24, 1796. June 15, here occurs the first gap in the correspondence, but his letters to the Directory between this date and the last letter to Josephine extant, April 24, are full of interest, including his conscientious disobedience at Cher Ascot, and the aura of his destiny to ride the whirlwind and direct the storm which first inspired him after Lodi. On April 28 was signed the Armistice of Cher Ascot, by which his rear was secured by 3 strong fortresses. 44 He writes the Directory that Piedmont is at their mercy, and that in making the armistice into a definite peace he trusts they will not forget the little island of Saint Pierre, which will be more useful in the future than Corsica and Sardinia combined. He looks upon northern Italy as practically conquered, and speaks of invading Bavaria through the Tyrol. Prodigious is practically the verdict of the Directory, and later of Jomini. My columns are marching, Bewley flees. I hope to catch him. I shall impose a contribution of some millions on the Duke of Parma, he will sue for peace, don't be in a hurry, so that I may have time to make him also contribute to the cost of the campaign, by replenishing our stores and rehearsing our wagons at his expense. Bonaparte suggests that Genoa should pay 15 millions indemnity for the frigates and vessels taken in the port. Certain risks had to be run in invading Lombardy, owing to want of horse artillery, but at Cher Ascot he secured artillery and horses. When writing to the Directory for a dozen companies, he tells them not to entrust the execution of this measure to the men of the bureaus, for it takes them 10 days to forward an order. Writing to Carnot on the same day he states he is marching against Bewley, who has 26,000 foot out of 38,000 at commencement of campaign. Napoleon's force is 28,000, but he has less cavalry. On May 1, in a letter dated to Citizen Faypolt, he asks for particulars of the pictures, statues, and of Milan, Parma, Placentia, Medina, and Bologna. On the same day Messina writes that his men are needing shoes. On May 6 Bonaparte announces the capture of Tortona, a very fine fortress, which cost the King of Sardinia over 15 millions, while Cher Ascot has furnished him with 28 guns. Meanwhile Messina has taken possession of Alessandria, with all its stores. On May 9 Napoleon writes to Carnot, we have at last crossed the Po. The second campaign is begun, Bewley has foolhardiness but no genius. One more victory, and Italy is ours. A clever commissary general is all he needs, and his men are growing fat, with good meat and good wine. He sends to Paris 20 old masters, with fine examples of Correggio and Michelangelo. It is pleasant to find Napoleon's confidence in Carnot, in view of Barras' insinuations that the latter had cared only for Moreau, his type of Xenophon. In this very letter Napoleon writes Carnot, I owe you my special thanks for the care that you have kindly given to my wife, I recommend her to you, she is a sincere patriot, and I love her to distraction. He is sending a dozen millions to France, and hopes that some of it will be useful to the army of the Rhine. Meanwhile, and 2 days before Napoleon's letter to Carnot just mentioned, the latter, on behalf of the Directory, suggests the division of his command with the old Alsatian General Kellerman. The Directory's idea of a gilded pill seems to be a prodigiously long letter. It is one of those heartbreaking effusions that, even to this day, emanate from boardrooms, to the dismay and disgust of their recipients. After plastering him with sickening sophistries as to his sweetest recompense, it gives the utterly unnecessary monition, march. No fatal repose, there are still laurels to gather. Nevertheless, his plan of ending the war by an advance through the Tyrol strikes them as too risky. He is to conquer the Milanese, and then divide his army with Kellerman, who is to guard the conquered province, while he goes south to Naples and Rome. As an implied excuse for not sending adequate reinforcements, Carnot adds, the exaggerated rumors that you have skillfully disseminated as to the numbers of the French troops in Italy, will augment the fear of our enemies and almost double your means of action. The Milanese is to be heavily mulcted, but he is to be prudent. If Rome makes advances, his first demand should be that the Pope may order immediate public prayers for the prosperity and success of the French Republic. The sending of old masters to France to adorn her national galleries seems to have been entirely a conception of Napoleon's. He has given sufficiently good reasons, from a patriotic point of view, for money is soon spent, but a masterpiece may encourage art among his countrymen a generation later. The plunderers of the Parthenon of 1800 could not henceforward throw stones at him in this respect. But his real object was to win the people of Paris by thus sending them glory personified in unique works of genius. The Directory, already jealous of his fame, endeavored to neutralize the effect of his initiative by hearty concurrence, and right, Italy has been illumined and enriched by their possession, but the time is now come when their reign should pass to France to establish and beautify that of liberty. The dispatch adds somewhat naively that the effects of the vandalism committed during their own republican orgies would be obliterated by this glorious campaign, which should join to the splendor of military trophies the charm of beneficent and restful arts. The Directory ends by inviting him to choose one or two artists to select the most valuable pictures and other masterpieces. Meanwhile, the Directory's supineness in pushing on the war on the Rhine is enabling the Austrians to send large reinforcements against Napoleon. Bonaparte, who has recently suffered, Jomini, Vol 8 113, from Kellermann's tardiness in sending reinforcements at an important moment, replies to the letters of May 7 a week later, and writes direct to Citizen Carnot from Lodi, as well as to the Executive Directory. On the receipt of the Directory's letter of the 7th your wishes were fulfilled, and the Milanese is ours. I shall shortly march, to carry out your intentions on Leghorn and Rome, all that will soon be done. I am writing the Directory relatively to their idea of dividing the army. I swear that I have no thought beyond the interest of my country. Moreover, you will always find me straight, dans la ligne droite. As it might happen that this letter to the Directory may be badly construed, and since you have assured me of your friendship, I take this opportunity of addressing you, begging you to make what use of it your prudence and attachment for me may suggest. Kellermann will command the army as well as I, for no one is more convinced than I am that the victories are due to the courage and pluck of the army, but I think joining Kellermann and myself in Italy is to lose everything. I cannot serve willingly with a man who considers himself the first general in Europe, and, besides, I believe one bad general is better than two good ones. War is like government, it is an affair of tact. To be of any use, I must enjoy the same confidence that you testified to me in Paris. Where I make war, here or there, is a matter of indifference. To serve my country, to deserve from posterity a page in our history, to give the government proofs of my attachment and devotion, that is the sum of my ambition. But I am very anxious not to lose in a week the fatigues, anxieties, and dangers of 2 months, and to find myself fettered. I began with a certain amount of fame, I wish to continue worthy of you. To the Directory he writes that the expeditions to Leghorn, Rome, and Naples are small affairs, but to be safely conducted must have one general in command. I have made the campaign without consulting a soul, I should have done no good if I had had to share my views with another. I have gained some advantages over superior forces, and in utter want of everything, because, certain of your confidence, my marches have been as quick as my thoughts. He foretells disaster if he is shackled with another general. Everyone has his own method of making war. General Kellermann has more experience, and will do it better than I, but both together will do it very badly. With Barras he knew eloquence was useless, and therefore bribed him with 1,000,000 francs. On May 10 was gained the terrible battle of the Bridge of Lodi, where he won promotion from his soldiers, and became there a little corporal, and where he told Las Cases that he was struck with the possibility of becoming famous. It was then that the first spark of my ambition was kindled. On entering Milan he told Marmont, "Fortune has smiled on me today, only because I despise her favors, she is a woman, and the more she does for me, the more I shall exact from her. In our day no one has originated anything great, it is for me to give the example." On May 15, 35 days after the commencement of the campaign, he entered Milan, under a triumphal arch and amid the acclamations of the populace. On the previous evening he was guilty of what Dr. Johnson would have considered a fitting herald of his spoliation of picture galleries, the perpetration of a pun. At a dinner table the hostess observed that his youth was remarkable in so great a conqueror, whereat he replied, "Truly, madam, I am not very old at present, barely 27, but in less than 24 hours I shall count many more, for I shall have attained Milan, Mil-ans." On May 22 he returned to Lodi, but heard immediately that Lombardy in general, and Pavia in particular, was in open revolt. He makes a terrible example of Pavia, shooting its chief citizens, and, for the only time, giving up a town to 3 hours' pillage. The Directory congratulates him on these severe measures, the laws of war and the safety of the army render them legitimate in such circumstances. He writes them that had the blood of a single Frenchman been spilt, he would have erected a column on the ruins of Pavia, on which should have been inscribed, "Here was the town of Pavia." On May 21, Carnot replies to the letter from Lodi, "You appear desirous, Citizen General, of continuing to conduct the whole series of military operations in Italy, at the actual seat of war. The Directory has carefully considered your proposition, and the confidence that they place in your talents and republican zeal has decided this question in the affirmative. The rest of the military operations towards the Austrian frontier and round Mantua are absolutely dependent on your success against Bewley. The Directory feels how difficult it would be to direct them from Paris. It leaves to you in this respect the greatest latitude, while recommending the most extreme prudence. Its intention is, however, that the army shall cross into the Tyrol only after the expedition to the south of Italy. This was a complete victory for Bonaparte. Bingham calls it the Directory's abject apology, and, as Scott points out, he now obtained an ascendancy which he took admirable care not to relinquish, and it became the sole task of the Directory, so far as Italy was concerned, to study phrases for intimating their approbation of the young general's measures. He had forged a sword for France, and he now won her heart by gilding it. On May 16 the Directory had asked him to supply Kellerman with money for the Army of the Alps, and by May 22 he is able to write that 6 or 8 million francs in gold, silver, ingots, or jewels is lying at their disposal with one of the best bankers in Genoa, being superfluous to the needs of the army. If you wish it, I can have 1 million sent to bail for the Army of the Rhine. He has already helped Kellerman, and paid his men. He also announces a further 1 million requisitioned from Medina. As it has neither fortresses nor muskets, I could not ask for them. Henceforth he lubricates the manifold wheels of French policy with Italian gold, and gains thereby the approbation and gratitude of the French armies and people. Meanwhile he does not neglect those who might bear him a grudge. To Kellerman and to all the directors he sends splendid chargers. From Parma he has the 5 best pictures chosen for Paris, the Saint Jerome and the Madonna della Scodella, both by Correggio, the Preaching of St. John in the Desert, a Paul Veronese, and a Van Dyck, besides fine examples of Raphael, Carracci, and c. The Directory is anxious that he shall chastise the English at Leghorn, as the fate of Corsica is somewhat dependent on it, whose loss will make London tremble. They secretly dread a war in the Tyrol, forgetting that Bonaparte is a specialist in mountain fighting, educated under Paoli. They remind him that he has not sent the plans of his battles. You ought not to lack draftsmen in Italy. What are your young engineer officers doing? On May 31 Carnot writes to urge him to press the siege of Mantua, reasserting that the reinforcements which Bewley has received will not take from that army its sense of inferiority, and that 10 battalions of Hoche's army are on the way. It approves and confirms the generous fraternity with which Bonaparte offers 1 million francs to the armies on the Rhine. On June 7 he tells the Directory that Rome is about to fulminate a bull against the French royalists, but that he thinks the expedition to Naples should be deferred, and also a quarrel with Venice, at least till he has beaten his other enemies. It is not expedient to tackle every one at once. On June 6 he thanks Carnot for a kind letter, adding that the best reward to sweeten labor and perils is the esteem of the few men one really admires. He fears the hot weather for his men. We shall soon be in July, when every march will cost us 200 sick. The same day he writes General Clark that all is flourishing, but that the dog star is coming on at a gallop, and that there is no remedy against its malign influence. Luckless beings that we are! Our position with nature is merely observation, without control. He holds that the only safe way to end the campaign without being beaten is not to go to the south of Italy. On the 9th he thanks Kellerman for the troops he sends, and their excellent discipline. On the 11th, always as anxious to help his generals as himself, he urges the Directory to press the Swiss government to refund La Harpe's property to his children. Presentiment of ill, Marmont tells us what this was. The glass of his wife's portrait, which he always carried with him, was found to be broken. Turning frightfully pale, he said to Marmont, "My wife is either very ill, or unfaithful." She left Paris June 24. Marmont says, once at Milan, General Bonaparte was very happy, for at that time he lived only for his wife. Never love more pure, more true, more exclusive, has possessed the heart of any man. Number 8. Between June 15 and the renewal of Josephine's correspondence, a glance at the intervening dates will show that Bonaparte and his army were not wasting time. The treaty with Rome was a masterpiece, as in addition to money and works of art, he obtained the port of Ancona, siege guns with which to bombard Mantua, and best of all, a letter from the Pope to the faithful of France, recommending submission to the new government there. In consideration of this, and possibly yielding to the religious sentiments of Josephine, he spared Rome his presence, the only capital which he abstained from entering, when he had, as in the present case, the opportunity. It was not, however, until February 1797 that the Pope fulfilled his obligations under this treaty, and then under new compulsion. Fortune, Josephine's dog, see note to letter 2, Series B. Series B. Number 1. July 6, sortie from Mantua of the Austrians. According to Jomini, the French on this occasion were not successful, Vol 8 162. In one of his several letters to the Directory on this date is seen Bonaparte's anxiety for reinforcements. The enemy has already 67,000 men against his available 40,000. Meanwhile he is helping the Corsicans to throw off the British yoke, and believes that the French possession of Leghorn will enable the French to gain that island without firing a shot. Number 2. Marmarolo, On July 12 he writes to the Directory from Verona that for some days he and the enemy have been watching each other. Woe to him who makes a false move. He indicates that he is about to make a coup de main on Mantua, with 300 men dressed in Austrian uniforms. He is by no means certain of success, which depends entirely on luck, either on a dog 45 or a goose. He complains of much sickness among his men round Mantua, owing to the heat and miasmata from the marshes, but so far no deaths. He will be ready to make Venice disgorge a few millions shortly, if the Directory make a quarrel in the interim. On the 13th he was with Josephine, as he writes from Milan, but leaves on the 14th, and on the 17th is preparing a coup de main with 800 grenadiers, which, as we see from the next letter, fails. Fortune, Arnauld tells an anecdote of this lap dog, which in 1794, in the days of the Terror, had been used as a bearer of secret dispatches between Josephine in prison and the governess of her children outside the grill. Henceforward Josephine would never be parted from it. One day in June 1797 the dog was lying on the same couch as its mistress, and Bonaparte, accosting Arnauld and pointing to the dog with his finger, said, "You see that dog there? He is my rival. He was in possession of Madame's bed when I married her. I wished to make him get out, vain hope. I was told I must resign myself to sleep elsewhere, or consent to share with him. That was sufficiently exasperating, but it was a question of taking or leaving, and I resigned myself. The favourite was less accommodating than I bear the proof of it in this leg." Not content with barking at everyone, he bit not only men but other dogs, and was finally killed by a mastiff, much to Bonaparte's secret satisfaction, for, as St. Amand adds, he could easily win battles, accomplish miracles, make or unmake principalities, but could not show a dog the door. Number 3. The village of Virgil, Michelet, jusqu'au 18 Brumaire, thinks that here he got the idea of the fate of Virgil, established a few months later. In engravings of the hero of Italy we see him near the tomb of Virgil, his brows shaded by a laurel crown. Number 4. Achille, Murat. He had been appointed one of Bonaparte's aides-de-camp February 29, made general of brigade after the Battle of Lodi, May 10, is sent to Paris after Junot with 9 trophies, and arrives there first. He flirts there outrageously with Josephine, but does not escort her back to her husband. Number 5. Will-o'-the-wisp, i.e. ardent, this word, according to Menage, was given by the Sieur de St. Germain to those lively young sparks who, about the year 1634, used to meet at the house of Mr. Marsh, M. de Marist, who was one of them. Number 6. The needs of the army, difficulties were accumulating, and Napoleon was, as he admits at St. Helena, seriously alarmed. Wurmser's force proves to be large, Piedmont is angry with the Republic and ready to rise, and Venice and Rome would willingly follow its example. The English have taken Porto Ferrajo, and their skillful minister, Wyndham, is sowing the seeds of discord at Naples. Although on July 20 he has written a friend in Corsica that all smiles on the Republic, he writes Salicetti, another brother Corsican, very differently on August 1. Fortune appears to oppose us at present. I have raised the siege of Mantua, I am at Brescia with nearly all my army. I shall take the first opportunity of fighting a battle with the enemy which will decide the fate of Italy. If I'm beaten, I shall retire on the Adda, if I win, I shall not stop in the marshes of Mantua. Let the citadels of Milan, Tortona, Alessandria and Pavia be provisioned. We are all very tired, I have ridden 5 horses to death. Reading between the lines of this letter to Josephine, it is evident that he thinks she will be safer with him than at Milan, Wurmser having the option of advancing via Brescia on Milan, and cutting off the French communications. The Marshal's fatal mistake was in using only half his army for the purpose. This raising of the siege of Mantua, July 31, was heart-rending work for Bonaparte, but, as Jomini shows, he had no artillery horses, and it was better to lose the siege train, consisting of guns taken from the enemy, than to jeopardize the whole army. Wurmser had begun his campaign successfully by defeating Messina, and pushing back Soret at Salo. The Austrians, wrote Messina, are drunk with brandy, and fight furiously, while his men are famished and can only hang on by their teeth. Bonaparte calls his first war council, and thinks for a moment of retreat, but Augereau insists on fighting, which is successfully accomplished while Wurmser is basking himself among the captured artillery outside Mantua. Bonaparte had been perfectly honest in telling the Directory his difficulties, and sends his brother Louis to the Directory for that purpose on the eve of battle. He is complimented in a letter from the Directory dated August 12, a letter probably the more genuine as they had just received a further dispatch announcing a victory. On August 3 Bonaparte won a battle at Lonato, and the next day Augereau gained great laurels at Castiglione. In later years the Emperor often incited Augereau by referring to those fine days of Castiglione. Between July 29 and August 12 the French army took 15,000 prisoners, 70 guns, and wounded or killed 25,000, with little more than half the forces of the Austrians. Bonaparte gives his losses at 7,000, exclusive of the 15,000 sick he has in hospital. From July 31 to August 6 he never changed his boots, or lay down in a bed. Nevertheless, Jomini thinks that he showed less vigor in the execution of his plans than in the earlier part of the campaign, but, as an opinion per contra, we may note that the French grenadiers made their little corporal sergeant at Castiglione. Doubtless the proximity of his wife at the commencement, July 31st, made him more careful, and therefore less intrepid. On August 18 he wrote Kellerman with an urgent request for troops. On August 17 Colonel Graham, after hinting at the frightful excesses committed by the Austrians in their retreat, adds in a postscript, "From generals to subalterns the universal language of the army is that we must make peace, as we do not know how to make war." 46. On August 13 Bonaparte sent to the Directory his opinion of most of his generals, in order to show that he required some better ones. Some of his criticisms are interesting. Berthier, talents, activity, courage, character, he has them all. Augereau, much character, courage, firmness, activity, is accustomed to war, beloved by the soldiers, lucky in his operations. Massena, active, indefatigable, has boldness, grasp, and promptitude in making his decisions. Serrurier, fights like a soldier, takes no responsibility. Determined, has not much opinion of his troops, is often ailing. Despinois, flabby, inactive, slack, has not the genius for war. Is not liked by the soldiers, does not fight with his head, has nevertheless good, sound political principles, would do well to command in the interior. Saurat, a good, very good soldier, not sufficiently enlightened to be a general, unlucky. Of 8 more he has little good to say, but the Directory in acknowledging his letter of August 23 remarks that he has forgotten several officers, and especially the Irish General Kilmaine. About the same time Colonel Graham, Lord Linedoc, was writing to the British government from Trent that the Austrians, despite their defeats, were undoubtedly brave fine troops, and an able chief would put all to rights in a little time. 47. On August 18 he adds, "When the wonderful activity, energy and attention that prevail in the French service, from the commander-in-chief downward, are compared to the indecision, indifference and indolence universal here, the success of their rash but skillful maneuvers is not surprising." Number 7. Brescia, Napoleon was here on July 27, meeting Josephine about the date arranged, July 25, and she returned with him. On July 29 they were nearly captured by an Austrian ambuscade near Sirene, and Josephine wept with fright. "Wurmser," said Napoleon, embracing her, "shall pay dearly for those tears." She accompanies him to Castelnova, and sees a skirmish at Verona, but the sight of wounded men makes her leave the army, and, finding it impossible to reach Brescia, she flees via Ferrara and Bologna to Lucca. She leaves the French army in dire straits and awaits news anxiously, while the Senate of Lucca presents her with the oil kept exclusively for royalty. Thence she goes via Florence to Milan. By August 7 the Austrian army was broken and in full retreat, and Bonaparte conducts his correspondence from Brescia from August 11 to 18. On the 25th he is at Milan, where he meets his wife after her long pilgrimage, and spends 4 days. By August 30 he is again at Brescia, and reminds her that he left her vexed, annoyed and not well. From a letter to her aunt, Madame de Renaudin, at this time, quoted by Obenez, we can see her real feelings: "I am fated wherever I go, all the princes of Italy give me fates, even the Grand Duke of Tuscany, brother of the Emperor. Ah, well, I prefer being a private individual in France. I care not for honours bestowed in this country. I get sadly bored. My health has undoubtedly a great deal to do with making me unhappy, I am often out of sorts. If happiness could assure health, I ought to be in the best of health. I have the most amiable husband imaginable. I have no time to long for anything. My wishes are his. He is all day long in adoration before me, as if I were a divinity. There could not possibly be a better husband. M. Serbelloni will tell you how he loves me. He often writes to my children, he loves them dearly. He is sending Hortense, by M. Serbelloni, a lovely repeater, jeweled and enamelled, to Eugene a splendid gold watch. Number 9. I hope we shall get into Trent by the 5th. He entered the city on that day. In his pursuit of Wurmser, he and his army cover 60 miles in 2 days, through the terrific Val Saguna and Brenta gorges, brushing aside opposition by the way. Number 12. One of these nights the doors will be burst open with a bang, apparently within 2 or 3 days, for Bonaparte is at Milan on September 21, and stays with his wife till October 12. On October 1 he writes to the Directory that his total forces are only 27,900, and that the Austrians, within 6 weeks, will have 50,000. He asks for 26,000 more men to end the war satisfactorily. If the preservation of Italy is dear to you, citizen directors, send me help. On the 8th they reply with the promise of 10,000 to 12,000, to which he replies, October 11, that if 10,000 have started only 5,000 will reach him. The Directory at this time are very poverty-stricken, and ask him once more to pay Kellerman's army of the Alps, as being to some extent part of that which you command. This must have been nuts and wine for the general who was to have been superseded by Kellerman a few months earlier. On October 1 they advise him that Wurmser's name is on the list of emigrants, and that if the marshal will surrender Mantua at once he need not be sent to Paris for trial. If, however, Bonaparte thinks that this knowledge will make the old marshal more desperate, he is not to be told. Bonaparte, of course, does not send the message. For some time these letters had been signed by the President Lariviere Lepiaz, but on September 19 there was a charming letter from Carnot: although accustomed to unprecedented deeds on your part, our hopes have been surpassed by the victory of Bassano. What glory is yours, immortal Bonaparte? Moreau was about to effect a juncture with you when that wretched reculate of Jordan upset all our plans. Do not forget that immediately the armies go into winter quarters on the Rhine the Austrians will have forces available to help Wurmser. At Milan Bonaparte advises the Directory that he is dealing with unpunished friponneries in the Commissariat Department. Here he receives from young Kellerman, afterwards the hero of Marengo, a précis of the condition of the Brescia fever hospitals, dated October 6, a wretched mattress, dirty and full of vermin, a coarse sheet to each bed, rarely washed, no counterpanes, much dilatoriness, such is the spectacle that the fever hospitals of Brescia present, it is heart-rending. The soldiers justly complain that, having conquered opulent Italy at the cost of their lifeblood, they might, without enjoying comforts, at least find the help and attention which their situation demands. Bread and rice are the only passable foods, but the meat is hard. I beg that the General-in-Chief will immediately give attention to his companions in glory, who wish for restored health only that they may gather fresh laurels. Thus Bonaparte had his Bloemfontein, and perhaps his Burdett-Coutts. On October 12 he tells the Directory that Mantua will not fall till February, the exact date of its capitulation. One is tempted to wonder if Napoleon was human enough to have inserted one little paragraph of his dispatch of October 12 from Milan with one eye on its perusal by his wife, as it contains a veiled sneer at Hoche's exploits: send me rather generals of brigade than generals of division. All that comes to us from La Vendée is unaccustomed to war on a large scale, we have the same reproach against the troops, but they are well hardened. On the same day he shows them that all the marvels of his 6 months' campaign have cost the French government only £440,000, 11 million francs. He pleads, however, for special auditors to have charge of the accounts. Napoleon had not only made war support war, but had sent 20 million francs requisitioned in Italy to the Republic. On October 12 he leaves Milan for Modena, where he remains from the 14th to the 18th, is at Bologna on the 19th, and Ferrara from the 19th to the 22nd, reaching Verona on the 24th. Jomini has well pointed out that Napoleon's conception of making 2 or 3 large Italian republics in place of many small ones minimized the power of the Pope, and also that of Austria, by abolishing its feudal rigors. By this time Bonaparte is heartily sick of the war. On October 2 he writes direct to the Emperor of Germany: Europe wants peace. This disastrous war has lasted too long, and on the 16th to Marshal Wurmser, the siege of Mantua, sir, is more disastrous than 2 campaigns. His weariness is tempered with policy, as Alvenza was en route, and the French reinforcements had not arrived, not even the 10,000 promised in May. Number 13. Corsica is ours. At St. Helena he told his generals, the King of England wore the Corsican crown only 2 years. This whim cost the British Treasury 5 million sterling. John Bull's riches could not have been worse employed. He writes to the Directory on the same day: the expulsion of the English from the Mediterranean has considerable influence on the success of our military operations in Italy. We can exact more onerous conditions from Naples, which will have the greatest moral effect on the minds of the Italians, assures our communications, and makes Naples tremble as far as Sicily. On October 25 he writes: Wurmser is at his last gasp, he is short of wine, meat and forage, he is eating his horses, and has 15,000 sick. In 50 days Mantua will either be taken or delivered. Number 14. Verona. Bonaparte had made a long stay at Verona, to November 4, waiting reinforcements which never came. On November 5 he writes to the Directory: all the troops of the Directory arrive post-haste at an alarming rate, and we are left to ourselves. Fine promises and a few driblets of men are all we have received, and on November 13 he writes again: perchance we are on the eve of losing Italy. None of the expected reinforcements have arrived. I am doing my duty, the officers and men are doing theirs, my heart is breaking, but my conscience is at rest. Help, send me help. I despair of preventing the relief of Mantua, which in a week would have been ours. The wounded are the pick of the army, all our superior officers, all our picked generals are hors de combat, those who have come to me are so incompetent, and they have not the soldiers' confidence. The army of Italy, reduced to a handful of men, is exhausted. The heroes of Lodi, Milsimo, Castiglione, and Bassano have died for their country, or are in hospital. 48 to the corps remain only their reputation and their glory. Joubert, Lens, Lanus, Victor, Murat, Chabot, Dupuy, Rampon, Pihan, Menard, Chabrun, and St. Hilaire are wounded. In a few days we shall make a last effort. Had I received the 83rd, 3,500 strong, and of good repute in the army, I would have answered for everything. Perhaps in a few days 40,000 will not suffice. The reason for this unwanted pessimism was the state of his troops. His brother Louis reported that Vaubois men had no shoes and were almost naked, in the midst of snow and mountains, that desertions were taking place of soldiers with bare and bleeding feet, who told the enemy the plans and conditions of their army. Finally Vaubois bungles, through not knowing the ground, and is put under the orders of Messina, while 2 of his half-brigades are severely censured by Napoleon in person for their cowardice. Number 15. Once more I breathe freely, thrice had Napoleon been foiled, as much by the weather and his shoeless soldiers as by numbers, 40,000 Austrians to his 28,000, and his position was well nigh hopeless. On November 14 he trusts Verona to 3,000 men, and the blockade of Mantua to Kilmaine, and the defence of Rivoli to Vaubois, the weakest link in the chain, and determines to maneuver by the lower Adige upon the Austrian communications. He gets 48 hours start, and wins Arcola. In 1814 he deserved equal success, but bad luck and treachery turned the scale. The Battle of Arcola lasted 72 hours, and for 48 hours was in favour of the Austrians. Pending the arrival of the promised reinforcements, the battle was bought too dear, and weakened Bonaparte more than the Austrians, who received new troops almost daily. He replaced Vaubois by Joubert. Number 18. The 29th, but he is at Milan from November 27 to December 16. Most people know, from some print or other, the picture by Gros of Bonaparte, flag in hand, leading his men across the murderous bridge of Arcola. It was during this visit to Milan that his portrait was taken, and Lavalette has preserved for us the domestic rather than the dignified manner of the sitting accorded. He refused to give a fixed time, and the artist was in despair, until Josephine came to his aid by taking her husband on her knees every morning after breakfast, and keeping him there a short time. Lavalette assisted at 3 of these sittings, apparently to remove the bashful embarrassment of the young painter. St. Amand suggests that Gros taking the portrait of Bonaparte at Milan, just after Arcola, would, especially under such novel conditions, prove a fitting theme for our artists today. From December 16 to 21 Bonaparte is at Verona, whence he returns to Milan. There is perhaps a veiled innuendo in Barras' letter of December 30. Clark had advised the Directory that Alvinza was planning an attack, which Barras mentions, but adds, "Your return to Milan shows that you consider another attack in favour of Wurmser unlikely, or, at least, not imminent." He is at Milan till January 7, whence he goes to Bologna, the city which, he says, of all the Italian cities has constantly shown the greatest energy and the most considerable share of real information. Number 20. General Brune. This incident fixes the date of this letter to be 23 Nivos, January 12, and not 23 Messeter, July 11, as hitherto published in the French editions of this letter. On January 12, 1797, he wrote General Clark from Verona, number 1375 of the correspondence, almost an exact duplicate of this letter, a very rare coincidence in the epistles of Napoleon. Scarcely set out from Roverbella, I learnt that the enemy had appeared at Verona. Messina made his dispositions, which have been very successful. We have made 600 prisoners, and we have taken 3 pieces of cannon. General Brune has had 7 bullets in his clothes, without having been touched by one of them. This is what it is to be lucky. We have had only 10 men killed, and 100 wounded. Bonaparte had left Bologna on January 10, reaching Verona via Roverbella on the 12th. Number 21. February 3 RD, I wrote you this morning, this and probably other letters describing Rivoli, La Favorite, and the imminent fall of Mantua, are missing. In summing up, the campaign, Thiers declares that in 10 months 55,000 French, all told, including reinforcements, had beaten more than 200,000 Austrians, taken 80,000 of them prisoners, killed and wounded 20,000. They had fought 12 pitched battles, and 60 actions. These figures are probably as much above the mark as those of Napoleon's detractors are below it. One does not know which to admire most, Bonaparte's absence from Marshal Wurmser's humiliation, or his abstention from entering Rome as a conqueror. The first was the act of a perfect gentleman, worthy of the best traditions of chivalry. The second was the very quintessence of far-seeing sagacity, not balking the end half won, for an instant dole of praise. As he told me, de Remusat at Passeriano, I conquered the Pope better by not going to Rome than if I had burnt his capital. Scott has compared his treatment of Wurmser to that of the Black Prince with his royal prisoner, King John of France. Wurmser was an Alsatian on the list of émigrés, and Bonaparte gave the Marshal his life by sending him back to Austria, a fact which Wurmser requited by warning Bonaparte of a conspiracy to poison him 49 in Romagna, which Napoleon thinks would otherwise have been successful. Number 24. Perhaps I shall make peace with the Pope. On February 12 the Pope had written to his dear son, General Bonaparte, to depute plenipotentiaries for a peace, and ends by assuring him of our highest esteem, and concluding with the paternal apostolic benediction. Meanwhile Napoleon, instead of sacking Faenza, has just invoked the monks and priests to follow the precepts of the Gospel. Number 25. The unlimited power you hold over me. There seems no question that during the Italian campaigns he was absolutely faithful to Josephine, although there was scarcely a beauty in Milan who did not aspire to please him and to conquer him. In his fidelity there was, says St. Amand, much love and a little calculation. As Napoleon has said himself, his position was delicate in the extreme, he commanded old generals, every one of his movements was jealously watched, his circumspection was extreme. His fortune lay in his wisdom. He would have to forget himself for 1 hour, and how many of his victories depended upon no more. The celebrated singer, La Grassini, who had all Italy at her feet, cared only for the young general who would not at that time vouchsafe her a glance. Series C. The Campaign of Marengo, 1800. Elected to the joint consulate by the events of the 18th Brumaire, November 9, 1799, Napoleon spent the first Christmas day after his return from Egypt in writing personal letters to the King of England and Emperor of Austria, with a view to peace. He asks King George how it is that the two most enlightened nations of Europe do not realize that peace is the chief need as well as the chief glory, and concludes by asserting that the fate of all civilized nations is bound up in the conclusion of a war which embraces the entire world. His efforts fail in both cases. On December 27 he makes the Moniteur the sole official journal. On February 7, 1800, he orders 10 days military mourning for the death of Washington, that great man who, like the French, had fought for equality and liberty. On April 22 he urges Moreau to begin his campaign with the Army of the Rhine, an order reiterated on April 24 through Carnot, again made Minister of War. A diversion to save the Army of Italy was now imperative. On May 5 he congratulated Moreau on the Battle of Stockach, but informs him that Messina's position is critical, shut up in Genoa, and with food only till May 25 he advises Messina the same day that he leaves Paris that night to join the Army of Reserve, that the cherished child of victory must hold out as long as possible, at least until May 30 at Geneva he met M. Necker. On May 14 he writes General Mortier, Commandant of Paris, to keep that city quiet, as he will have still to be away a few days longer, which he trusts will not be indifferent to M. de Malaz. Number 3. This letter was written from Ivrea, May 29, 1800. On the 30th Napoleon is at Vercelli, on June 1 at Novara, and on June 2 in Milan. Eugene served under Murat at the passage of the Ticino, May 31. Ms. Probably Maman, i.e. his mother. Cherries. This fruit had already tender associations. Las Cases tells us that when Napoleon was only 16 he met at Valence Mademoiselle du Colombier, who was not insensible to his merits. It was the first love of both. We were the most innocent creatures imaginable, the emperor used to say, we contrived little meetings together. I well remember one which took place on a midsummer morning, just as daylight began to dawn. It will scarcely be believed that all our happiness consisted in eating cherries together, Vol. I 81, 1836. Number 4. Milan, he arrived here on June 2, and met with a great reception. In his bulletin of June 5 we find him assisting at an improvised concert. It ends, somewhat quaintly for a bulletin, as follows. Italian music has a charm ever new. The celebrated singers, Billington 50 La Grassini, and Marchesi are expected at Milan. They say they are about to start for Paris to give concerts there. According to M. Frederick Masson, this Paris visit masked ulterior motives, and was arranged at a déjeuner on the same day, where La Grassini, Napoleon, and Berthier breakfasted together. Henceforward to Marengo Napoleon spends every spare day listening to the marvelous songstress, and as at Eylau, 7 years later, runs great risks by admitting Venus into the camp of Mars. At St. Helena he declares that from June 3 to 8 he was busy receiving deputations, and showing himself to people assembled from all parts of Lombardy to see their liberator. The Austrians had declared that he had died in Egypt. The date of number 4 should probably be June 9, on which day the rain was very heavy. He reached Stradella the next day. Series D. Number 1. The date is doubtless 27 Messeter, July 16, and the fate alluded to that of July 14. The following day Napoleon signed the Concordat with the Pope, which paved the way for the restoration of the Roman Catholic religion in France, September 11. The blister, on July 7 he quaintly writes Talleyrand, they have put a second blister on my arm, which prevented me giving audience yesterday. Time of sickness is an opportune moment for coming to terms with the priests. Some plants, no trait in Josephine's character is more characteristic than her love of flowers, not the selfish love of a mere collector 51 but the bountiful joy of one who wishes to share her treasures. Malmaison had become the veritable jardin des plantes of the epoch 52 far better than its Paris namesake in those days. The splendid hothouses, constructed by M. Thibaut, had been modelled on those of Kew, and enabled Josephine to collect exotics from every clime, and especially from her beloved Martinique. No jewel was so precious to her as a rare and beautiful flower. The Minister of Marine never forgot to instruct the deep-sea captains to bring back floral tributes from the far-off tropics. These often fell, together with the ships, into the hands of the British sea dogs, but the Prince Regent always had them sent on from London, and thus rendered, says Obenez, the gallant homage of a courtly enemy to the charming tastes and to the popularity already acquired by this universally beloved woman. Her curator, Emma May Bonpland, was an accomplished naturalist, who had been with Humboldt in America, and brought thence 6,000 new plants. On his return in 1804 he was nominated by Josephine manager of the gardens of Malmaison in Navarre. In the splendid work, Le Jardin de la Malmaison, in 3 volumes, are plates, with descriptions of 184 plants, mostly new, collected there from Egypt, Arabia, the United States, the Antilles, Mexico, Madeira, the Cape of Good Hope, Mauritius, the East Indies, New Caledonia, Australia, and China. To Josephine we owe the camellia, and the catalpa, from the flora of Peru, whilst her maiden name, La Pagerie, was perpetuated by Messrs. Pavon and Ruiz in the Lepidria. If the weather is as bad, as we shall see later, Bourrienne was invaluable to Josephine's court for his histrionic powers, and he seems to have been a prime favourite. On the present occasion he received the following account of the journey to Plombières. To the inhabitants of Malmaison, probably the work of Count Rapp, touched up by Hortense, Bourrienne's Napoleon, Vol. 2. 85 Bentley, 1836. The whole party left Malmaison in tears, which brought on such dreadful headaches that all the amiable company were quite overcome by the idea of the journey. Madame Bonaparte, Mère, supported the fatigues of this memorable day with the greatest courage, but Madame Bonaparte, Consulesse, did not show any. The 2 young ladies who sat in the dormeuse, Mademoiselle Hortense and Madame Lavalette, were rival candidates for a bottle of eau de Cologne, and every now and then the amiable M. Rapp made the carriage stop for the comfort of his poor little sick heart, which overflowed with bile. In fact, he was obliged to take to bed on arriving at Epernay, while the rest of the amiable party tried to drown their sorrows in champagne. The second day was more fortunate on the score of health and spirits, but provisions were wanting, and great were the sufferings of the stomach. The travellers lived on in the hope of a good supper at Toul. But despair was at its height when on arriving there they found only a wretched inn, and nothing in it. We saw some odd-looking folks there, which indemnified us a little for spinach dressed with lamp oil, and red asparagus fried with curdled milk. Who would not have been amused to see the Malmaison gourmands seated at a table so shockingly served? In no record of history is there to be found a day passed in distress so dreadful as that on which we arrived at Plombières. On departing from Toul we intended to breakfast at Nancy, for every stomach had been empty for 2 days, but the civil and military authorities came out to meet us, and prevented us from executing our plan. We continued our route, wasting away, so that you might see us growing thinner every moment. To complete our misfortune, the dormeuse, which seemed to have taken a fancy to embark on the Moselle for Metz, barely escaped an overturn. But at Plombières we have been well compensated for this unlucky journey, for on our arrival we were received with all kinds of rejoicings. The town was illuminated, the cannon fired, and the faces of handsome women at all the windows gave us reason to hope that we shall bear our absence from Malmaison with the less regret. With the exception of some anecdotes, which we reserve for chit-chat on our return, you have here a correct account of our journey, which we, the undersigned, hereby certify. Josephine Bonaparte. Beauharnais Lavalette. Hortense Beauharnais. Rapp. Bonaparte, Mayor. The company ask pardon for the blots. 21 Messiter, July 10th. It is requested that the person who receives this journal will show it to all who take an interest in the fair travellers. At this time Hortense was madly in love with Napoleon's favourite general, Duroc, who, however, loved his master more, and preferred not to interfere with his projects, especially as a marriage with Hortense would mean separation from Napoleon. Hortense and Bourrienne were both excellent billiard players, and the latter used this opportunity to carry letters from Hortense to her lukewarm lover. Malmaison, without you, is too dreary, although Madame La Grassini had been specially summoned to sing at the Fête de la Concorde the day before. Number 2. This is the 3rd pilgrimage Josephine has made, under the doctor's orders, to Plombières, but the longed-for heir will have to be sought for elsewhere, by fair means or foul. Lucien, who as Spanish ambassador had vainly spent the previous year in arranging the divorce and remarriage of Napoleon to a daughter of the King of Spain, suggests adultery at Plombières, or a warming-pan conspiracy, as the last alternatives. 53 Josephine complains to Napoleon of his brother's poisonous suggestions, and Lucien is again disgraced. In a few months an heir is found in Hortense's firstborn, Napoleon Charles, born October 10. The fat Eugene had come partly to be near his sister in her mother's absence, and partly to receive his cousin Elsie. Josephine is wretched to be absent, and writes to Hortense, June 16, I am utterly wretched, my dear Hortense, to be separated from you, and my mind is as sick as my body. I feel that I was not born, my dear child, for so much grandeur. By now Eugene should be with you, that thought consoles me. Aubenas has found in the Tascher archives a charming letter from Josephine to her mother in Martinique, announcing how soon she may hope to find herself a great-grandmother. Number 3. Your letter has come, possibly the one to Hortense quoted above, as Josephine was not fond of writing many letters. Injured whilst shooting a boar, Constant was not aware of this occurrence, and was therefore somewhat incredulous of lost cases, Vol. I 289. The account in the Memorial of St. Helena is as follows: another time, while hunting the wild boar at Marly, all his suite were put to flight. It was like the rout of an army. The Emperor, with Soult and Berthier 54, maintained their ground against 3 enormous boars. We killed all 3, but I received a hurt from my adversary, and nearly lost this finger, said the Emperor, pointing to the 3rd finger of his left hand, which indeed bore the mark of a severe wound. But the most laughable circumstance of all was to see the multitude of men, surrounded by their dogs, screening themselves behind the 3 heroes, and calling out lustily, "Save the Emperor! 55 save the Emperor!" While not one advanced to my assistance, Vol. 2. 202 Colburn, 1836. The Barber of Seville, this was their best piece, and spectators, except Lucien, agree that in it the little theatre at Malmaison and its actors were unsurpassed in Paris. Bourrienne as Bart Hollow, Hortense as Rosina, carried off the palm. According to the Duchesse d'Abrance, Wednesday was the usual day of representation, when the first consul was wont to ask 40 persons to dinner, and 150 for the evening. As the Duchess had reason to know, Bonaparte was the severest of critics. Lauriston made a noble lover, says the Duchess, rather heavy being Bourrienne's more professional comment. Eugene, says Méneval, excelled in footman's parts. 56 Michet, from the Théâtre Français, was stage manager, and Bonaparte provided what Constant has called the Malmaison troupe, with their dresses and a collection of dramas. He was always spurring them on to more ambitious flights, and by complimenting Bourrienne on his prodigious memory, would stimulate him to learn the longest parts. Lucien, who refused to act, declares that Bonaparte quoted the saying of Louis XVI concerning Marie Antoinette and her company, that the performances were royally badly played. Junot, however, even in these days played the part of a drunkard only too well. Jung, Vol. 2 256. Number 4. The Sèvres Manufactory. After his visit, he wrote Duroc, "This morning I gave, in the form of gratuity, a week's wages to the workmen of the Sèvres Manufactory. Have the amount given to the director. It should not exceed 1,000 acres. Number 5. Your lover, who is tired of being alone, so much so that he got up at 5 o'clock in the morning to read his letters in a young bride's bedchamber." The story is brightly told by the lady in question, Madame d'Abrance, Vol. 2 ch. 19. A few days before the Marly hunt, mentioned in number 3, the young wife of 17, whom Bonaparte had known from infancy, and whose mother, Madame Permin, he had wished to marry, found the first consul seated by her bedside with a thick packet of letters, which he was carefully opening and making marginal notes upon. At 6 he went off singing, pinching the lady's foot through the bedclothes as he went. The next day the same thing happened, and the 3rd day she locked herself in, and prevented her maid from finding the key. In vain, the unwelcome visitor fetched a master key. As a last resource, she wheedled her husband, General Junot, into breaking orders and spending the night with her, and the next day, June 22, Bonaparte came in to proclaim the hunting morning. But by her side found his old comrade of Toulon, fast asleep. The latter dreamily but good-humouredly asked, "Why, General, what are you doing in a lady's chamber at this hour?" And the former replied, "I came to awake Madame Junot for the chase, but I find her provided with an alarum still earlier than myself. I might scold, for you are contraband here, M. Junot." He then withdrew, after offering Junot a horse for the hunt. The husband jumped up, exclaiming, "Faith! That is an amiable man! What goodness! Instead of scolding, instead of sending me sneaking back to my duty in Paris. Confess, my Laura, that he is not only an admirable being, but above the sphere of human nature." Laura, however, was still dubious. Later in the day she was taken to task by the first consul, who was astounded when she told him that his action might compromise her. "I shall never forget," she says, "Napoleon's expression of countenance at this moment. It displayed a rapid succession of emotions, none of them evil." Josephine heard of the affair, and was jealous for some little time to come. General Ney, Bonaparte had instructed Josephine to find him a nice wife, and she had chosen Mlle Louise Augy, the intimate friend and schoolfellow of Hortense, and daughter of a former Receiver General des Finances. To the latter Ney goes fortified with a charming letter from Josephine, dated May 30, the month which the Encyclopaedia Britannica has erroneously given for that of the marriage, which seems to have taken place at the end of July. Biographie Universelle, Michaud, Vol. XXX. Napoleon, who stood godfather to all the children of his generals, and Hortense were sponsors for the firstborn of this union, Napoleon Joseph, born May 8, 1803. The Duchesse d'Abrance describes her first meeting with Madame Ney at the Boulogne fete of August 15, 1802. Her simplicity and timidity were the more attractive inasmuch as they formed a contrast to most of the ladies by whom she was surrounded at the court of France. The softness and benevolence of Madame Ney's smile, together with the intelligent expression of her large dark eyes, rendered her a very beautiful woman, and her lively manners and accomplishments enhanced her personal graces. Vol 331. The brave way in which she bore her husband's execution won the admiration of Napoleon, who at St. Helena coupled her with M'me de Lavalette and M'me Labédoira. Series E. Number 1. Madam, Napoleon became emperor on May 18, and this was the first letter to his wife since imperial etiquette had become de rigueur, and the first letter to Josephine signed Napoleon. Meneval gives a somewhat amusing description of the fine gradations of instructions he received on this head from his master. This would seem to be a reason for this uncommon form of salutation, but, per contra, Las Cases, Vol I 276, mentions some so-called letters beginning Madame et cher épouse, which Napoleon declares to be spurious. Pont de Briques, a little village about a mile from Boulogne. On his first visit to the latter he was met by a deputation of farmers, of whom one read out the following address: General, here we are, 20 farmers, and we offer you a score of big, sturdy lads, who are, and always shall be, at your service. Take them along with you, General, they will help you to give England a good thrashing. As for ourselves, we have another duty to fulfill, with our arms we will till the ground, so that bread be not wanting to the brave fellows who are destined to destroy the English. Napoleon thanked the honest yeoman, and determined to make the only habitable dwelling there his headquarters. The place is called from the foundations of bricks found there, the remains of one of Caesar's camps. The wind having considerably freshened, Constant tells a good story of the emperor's obstinacy, but also of his bravery. A few days later, Napoleon had ordered a review of his ships, which Admiral Bruix had ignored, seeing a storm imminent. Napoleon sends off Bruix to Holland in disgrace, and orders the review to take place, but when, amid the wild storm, he sees more than 20 gunboats run aground, and no succor vouchsafed to the drowning men, he springs into the nearest lifeboat, crying, "We must save them somehow." A wave breaks over the boat, he is drenched and nearly carried overboard, losing the hat he had worn at Marengo. Such pluck begets enthusiasm, but, in spite of all they could do, 200 lives were lost. This is Constant's version, probably his loss is exaggerated. The emperor, writing Talleyrand on August 1, speaks only of 3 or 4 ships lost, and un quinzaine de hommes. Number 2. The waters, Mlle d'Avrillon describes them and their effect, the sulphur baths giving erysipelas to people in poor health. Corvisart had accompanied the Empress, to superintend their effect, which was as usual nil. All the vexations, Constant, Vol I 230, NC, 1896, is of use to explain what these were, having obtained possession of a diary of the tour by one of Josephine's ladies-in-waiting, which had fallen into Napoleon's hands. In the first place, the roads, where there were any 57, were frightful, especially in the Ardennes forest, and the diary for August 1 concludes by stating that some of the carriages were so battered that they had to be bound together with ropes. One ought not to expect women to travel about like a lot of dragoons. The writer of the diary, however, preferred to stay in the carriage, and let Josephine and the rest get wet feet, thinking the risk she ran the least. Another vexation to Josephine was the published report of her gift to the mayoress of Reims of a malachite medallion set in brilliants, and of her saying as she did so, "It is the color of hope." Although she had really used this expression, it was the last thing she would like to see in print, taking into consideration the reason for her yearly peregrinations to Plombières, and now to Aix, and their invariable inefficiency. Under the date August 14, the writer of the diary gives a severe criticism of Josephine. She is exactly like a 10-year-old child, good-natured, frivolous, impressionable, in tears at one moment, and comforted the next. She has just wit enough not to be an utter idiot. Ignorant, as are most Creoles, she has learned nothing, or next to nothing, except by conversation, but, having passed her life in good society, she has got good manners, grace, and a mastery of that sort of jargon which, in society, sometimes passes for wit. Social events constitute the canvas which she embroiders, which she arranges, and which give her a subject for conversation. She is witty for quite a whole quarter of an hour every day. Her diffidence is charming, her temper very sweet and even, it is impossible not to be fond of her. I fear that, this need of unbosoming, of communicating all her thoughts and impressions, of telling all that passes between herself and the emperor, keeps the latter from taking her into his confidence. She told me this morning that, during all the years she had spent with him, never once had she seen him let himself go. Eugene has started for Blois, where he became the head of the Electoral College of Loire et Cher, having just been made Colonel General of the Chasseurs by Napoleon. The Beauharnais family were originally natives of Blois. Number 3. Aix-la-Chapelle. In this, the first imperial pilgrimage to take the waters, great preparations had been made, 47 horses bought at an average cost of £60 apiece, and 8 carriages, which are not dear at £1,000 for the lot, with £400 additional for harness and fittings. At Aix they had fox hunting and hare coursing so called, but probably the final tragedy was consummated with a gun. Lord Rosebery reminds us that at St. Helena the emperor actually shot a cow. They explored coal mines, and examined all the local manufactories, including the relics of Charlemagne, of which great warrior and statesman Josephine refused an arm, as having a still more puissant one ever at hand for her protection. When tidings come that the emperor will arrive on September 2, and prolong their stay from Paris, there is general lamentation among Josephine's womenkind, especially on the part of that perennial wet blanket and busybody, Madame de la Rochefoucauld, who will make herself a still greater nuisance at Mayence 2 years later. Number 4. During the past week, as a matter of fact he only reached Ostend on April 12 from Boulogne, having left Dunkirk on the 11th. The day after tomorrow, this fate was the distribution of the Legion of Honor at Boulogne and a review of 80,000 men. The decorations were enshrined in the helmet of Bertrand du Guesclin, which in its turn was supported on the shield of the Chevalier Bayard. Hortense arrived at Boulogne, with her son, and the Prince and Princess Murat, a few days later, and saw the Emperor. Josephine received a letter from Hortense soon after Napoleon joined her, September 2, to which she replied on September 8. The Emperor has read your letter, he has been rather vexed not to hear from you occasionally. He would not doubt your kind heart if he knew it as well as I, but appearances are against you. Since he can think you are neglecting him, lose no time in repairing the wrongs which are not real, for Bonaparte loves you like his own child, which adds much to my affection for him. I am very well satisfied, with the flotillas. The descent upon England was to have taken place in September, when the death of Admiral Latouche-Traville at Toulon, August 19, altered all Napoleon's plans. Just about this time also Fulton submitted his steamship invention to Bonaparte. The latter, however, had recently been heavily mulcted in other valueless discoveries, and refers Fulton to the savants of the Institute, who reported chimerical and impracticable. The fate of England probably lay in the balance at this moment, more than in 1588 or 1798. Napoleon and Josephine leave Aix for Cologne on September 12, and it is now the ladies' turn to institute a hunt, the real chamois hunt, for each country in swarms with this pestilence that walketh in darkness, and which, alas, is no respecter of persons. Number 5. 2 points are noteworthy in this letter. 1. That like number 1 of this series, see note thereto, it commences Madam and Dear Wife, and, 2, it is signed Bonaparte and not Napoleon, which somewhat militates against its authenticity. Arras, August 29 th. Early on this day he had been at St. Cloud. On the 30th he writes Cambycheries from Arras that he is satisfied with the spirit of this department. On the same day he writes thence to the King of Prussia and Fouché. To his Minister of Police he writes, that detestable journal, Le Citoyen Français, seems only to wish to wallow in blood. For 8 days running we have been entertained with nothing but the Saint Bartholomew. Who on earth is the editor, redacteur, of this paper? With what gusto this wretch relishes the crimes and misfortunes of our fathers. My intention is that you should put a stop to it. Have the editor, directeur, of this paper changed, or suppress it. On Friday he is at Mons, writing interesting letters respecting the removal of church ruins, and reaches his wife on the Sunday, September 2, as his letter foreshadowed. I am rather impatient to see you. The past few months had been an anxious time for Josephine. Talleyrand, who, having insulted her in 1799, thought her his enemy, was scheming for her divorce, and wished Napoleon to marry the Princess Wilhelmina of Baden, and thus cement an alliance with Bavaria and Russia. Constant, Vol. I 240. The Bonaparte family were very anxious that Josephine should not be crowned. Napoleon had too great a contempt for the weaknesses of average human nature to expect much honesty from Talleyrand. But he was not as yet case-hardened to ingratitude, and was always highly sensitive to caricature and hostile criticism. Talleyrand had been the main cause of the death of the Duc d'Enghien, and was now trying to show that he had wished to prevent it, but possibly the crowning offence was contained in a lady's diary, that fell into the Emperor's hands, where Talleyrand is said to have called his master a regular little Nero in his system of espionage. The diary in question is in Constant's Memoirs, Vol. I, and this letter helps to fix the error in the dates, probably caused by confusion between the Revolutionary and Gregorian calendars. Number 6. This may be Talleyrand, whom me. De Remusat in a letter to her husband, September 21, at Aix, hinted to be on bad terms with the Emperor, a fact confirmed and explained by Méneval. It may also have been Tallien, who returned to France in 1802, where he had been divorced from his unfaithful wife. Doubtlessly Bourrienne, who was in disgrace with Napoleon, and who was always trying to impose on Josephine's good nature. No sooner had Napoleon left for Boulogne on July 14 than his former secretary inflicts himself on the wife at Malmaison. Napoleon joins Josephine at St. Cloud on or before October 13, where preparations are already being made for the coronation by the Pope, the first ceremony of the kind for 8 centuries. Series F. Number 1. To Josephine, she was at Plombières from August 2 to September 10, but no letter is available for the period, neither to Hortense nor from Napoleon. Strasbourg, she is in the former episcopal palace, at the foot of the cathedral. Stuttgart, he is driven over from Ludwigsburg on October 4, and hears the German opera of Don Juan. I am well placed. On the same day Napoleon writes his brother Joseph that he has already won 2 great victories, 1, by having no sick or deserters, but many new conscripts, and, 2, because the Badenesse army and those of Bavaria and Württemberg had joined him, and all Germany well disposed. Number 2. Louisburg, Ludwigsburg. In a few days, to Talleyrand he wrote from Strasbourg on September 27, within a fortnight we shall see several things. A new bride, this letter, in the collection of his correspondence ordered by Napoleon III, concludes at this point. Electress, the Princess Charlotte Augusta Mathilde, 1766–1828, daughter of George III, our Princess Royal, who married Frederick I. Napoleon says she is not well treated by the Elector, to whom, nevertheless, she seems much attached, Brodonnais, number 111. She was equally pleased with Napoleon, and wrote home how astonished she was to find him so polite and agreeable a person. Number 3. I have assisted at a marriage. The bride was the Princess of Saxe-Hildburghausen, who was marrying the second son of the Elector. Number 5. Written at Augsburg. On October 15 he reaches the Abbey of Elchingen, which is situated on a height, from whence a wide view is obtained, and establishes his headquarters there. Number 6. Spent the whole of today indoors. This is also mentioned in his 7th bulletin, dated the same day, which adds, but repose is not compatible with the direction of this immense army. Vicenza, Messina did not, however, reach this place till November 3. The French editions have Vienna, but Vicenza is evidently meant. Number 7. He is still at Elchingen, but at Augsburg the next day. On the 21st he issues a decree to his army that Vendemiaire 58, of which this was the last day but one, should be counted as a campaign for pensions and military services. Elchingen, Meneval speaks of this village rising in an amphitheatre above the Danube, surrounded by walled gardens, and houses rising one above the other. From it Napoleon saw the city of Ulm below, commanded by his cannon. Marshal Ney won his title of Duke of Elchingen by capturing it on October 14, and fully deserved it. The emperor used to leave the abbey every morning to go to the camp before Ulm, where he used to spend the day, and sometimes the night. The rain was so heavy that, until a plank was found, Napoleon sat in a tent with his feet in water. Savary, Vol. 2 196. Such a catastrophe, at Ulm General Mack, with 8 field marshals, 7 lieutenant generals and 33,000 men surrender. Napoleon had despised Mack even in 1800, when he told Bourrienne at Malmaison, "Mack is a man of the lowest mediocrity I ever saw in my life, he is full of self-sufficiency and conceit, and believes himself equal to anything. He has no talent. I should like to see him some day opposed to one of our good generals, we should then see fine work. He is a boaster, and that is all. He is really one of the most silly men existing, and besides all that, he is unlucky." Vol. I 304. Napoleon stipulated for Mack's life in one of the articles of the Treaty of Pressburg. Number 9. Munich, Napoleon arrived here on October 24. Lima Royce, a trusty aide-de-camp, who had witnessed Napoleon's civil marriage in March 1796, at 10 p.m. I was grieved, they had no news from October 12 to 21 in Paris, where they learnt daily that Strasbourg was in the same predicament. Me. De Remusat, at Paris, was equally anxious, and such women, in the emperor's absence, tended by their presence or even by their correspondence to increase the alarms of Josephine. Amuse yourself, M. Masson, Josephine, Imperatrice et Reine, p. 424, has an interesting note of how she used to attend lodge at the Orient in Strasbourg, to preside at a loge d'adoption sous la direction de Madame de Dietrich, Grande Maîtresse titulaire. Talleyrand has come, he was urgently needed to help in the correspondence with the King of Prussia, concerning the French violation of his Anspach territory, with whom Napoleon's relations were becoming more strained. Number 10. We are always in forests. Baron Lejeune, with his artist's eye, describes his impressions of the Amstetten forest as he travelled through it with Murat the following morning, November 4. Those of us who came from the south of Europe had never before realized how beautiful nature can be in the winter. In this particular instance everything was robed in the most gleaming attire, the silvery rime softening the rich colors of the decaying oak leaves, and the somber vegetation of the pines. The frozen drapery, combined with the mist, in which everything was more or less enveloped, gave a soft, mysterious charm to the surrounding objects, producing a most beautiful picture. Lit up by the sunshine, thousands of long icicles, such as those which sometimes droop from our fountains and water wheels, hung like shining lustres from the trees. Never did ballroom shine with so many diamonds. The long branches of the oaks, pines, and other forest trees were weighed down by the masses of hoarfrost, while the snow converted their summits into rounded roofs, forming beneath them grottos resembling those of the Pyrenean mountains, with their shining stalactites and graceful columns. Vol I-24. My enemies. Later in the day Napoleon writes from Lambach to the Emperor of Austria a pacific letter, which contains the paragraph, "My ambition is wholly concentrated on the re-establishment of my commerce and of my marine, and England grievously opposes itself to both." Number 11. Written from Linz, the capital of Upper Austria, where Napoleon was on the 4th. Number 12. Napoleon took up his abode at the Palace of Schönbrunn on the 14th, and proves his 2 o'clock in the morning courage by passing through Vienna at that time the following morning. Number 13. They owe everything to you. Benez quotes this, and remarks, Vol. 2 326. No one had pride in France more than Napoleon, stronger even than his conviction of her superiority in the presence of other contemporary sovereigns and courts. He wishes that in Germany, where she will meet families with all the pride and sometimes all the haughtiness of their ancestry, Josephine will not forget that she is Empress of the French, superior to those who are about to receive her, and who owe full respect and homage to her. Number 14. Austerlitz. Never was a victory more needful, but never was the emperor more confident. Savary says that it would take a volume to contain all that emanated from his mind during that 24 hours, December 1 to 2. Nor was it confined to military considerations. General Segur describes how he spent his evening meal with his marshals, discussing with Junot the last new tragedy, Les Templiers, by Rain Ward, and from it to Racine, Corneille, and the fatalism of our ancestors. December 2 was a veritable Black Monday for the coalition in general, and for Russia in particular, where Monday is always looked upon as an unlucky day. Their forebodings increased when, on the eve of the battle, the Emperor Alexander was thrown from his horse, Czartoryski, Vol. 2 106. Number 17. A long time since I had news of you. Josephine was always a bad correspondent, but at this juncture was reading that stilted but sensational romance, Caleb Williams, or hearing the Achilles of Payer, or the Romeo and Juliet of Zingarelli in the intervals of her imperial progress through Germany. M. Masson, not often too indulgent to Josephine, thinks her conduct excusable at this period, paying and receiving visits, dressing and redressing, always in gala costume, and without a moment's solitude. Number 19. I await events, a phrase usually attributed to Talleyrand in 1815. However, the Treaty of Pressburg was soon signed, December 2, and the same day Napoleon met the Archduke Charles at Stamersdorf, a meeting arranged from mutual esteem. Napoleon had an unswerving admiration for this past and future foe, and said to Madame d'Abrance, that man has a soul, a golden heart. 59. Napoleon, however, did not wish to discuss politics, and only arranged for an interview of 2 hours, one of which, he wrote Talleyrand, will be employed in dining, the other in talking war and in mutual protestations. I, for my part, am sufficiently busy. No part of Napoleon's career is more wonderful than the way in which he conducts the affairs of France and of Europe from a hostile capital. This was his first experience of the kind, and perhaps the easiest, although Prussian diplomacy had needed very delicate and astute handling. But when Napoleon determined, without even consulting his wife, to cement political alliances by matrimonial ones with his and her relatives, he was treading on somewhat new and difficult ground. First and foremost, he wanted a princess for his ideal young man, Josephine's son Eugene, and he preferred Augusta, the daughter of the King of Bavaria, to the offered Austrian Archduchess. But the young hereditary Prince of Baden was in love and accepted by his beautiful cousin Augusta, so, to compensate him for his loss, the handsome and vivacious Stéphanie Beauharnais, fresh from Madame Campion's finishing touches, was sent for. For his brother Jerome a bride is found by Napoleon in the daughter of the King of Württemberg. Baden, Bavaria and Württemberg were too much indebted to France for the spoils they were getting from Austria to object, provided the ladies and their mammas were agreeable, but the conqueror of Austerlitz found this part the most difficult, and had to be so attentive to the Queen of Bavaria that Josephine was jealous. However, all the matches came off, and still more remarkable, all turned out happily, a fact which certainly redounds to Napoleon's credit as a matchmaker. On December 31, at 1:45 am, he entered Munich by torchlight and under a triumphal arch. His chamberlain, M. de Thiard, assured him that if he left Munich the marriage with Eugene would fall through, and he agrees to stay, although he declared that his absence, which accentuated the bank crisis, is costing him 1,500,000 francs a day. The marriage took place on January 14, 4 days after Eugene arrived at Munich and 3 days after that young Bayard had been bereft of his cherished moustache. Henceforth the bridegroom is called Monday fills in Napoleon's correspondence, and in the contract of marriage Napoleon Eugene de France. The Emperor and Empress reached the Tuileries on January 27. The marriage of Stéphanie was even more difficult to manage, for, as St. Amand points out, the Prince of Baden had for brothers-in-law the Emperor of Russia, the King of Sweden, and the King of Bavaria, 2 of whom at least were friends of England. Josephine had once an uncle-in-law, the Count Beauharnais, whose wife Fanny was a well-known literary character of the time, but of whom the poet Lergrum made the epigram. Elle fait son visage, et ne fait pas ses vers. Stéphanie was the granddaughter of this couple, and as Grand Duchess of Baden was beloved and respected, and lived on until 1860. Series G. Number 1. Napoleon left St. Cloud with Josephine on September 25, and had reached Mayence on the 28th, where his foot guard were awaiting him. He left Mayence on October 1, and reached Würzburg the next day, whence this letter was written, just before starting for Bamberg. Josephine was installed in the Teutonic Palace at Mayence. Princess of Baden, Stephanie Beauharnais. For her marriage, see note, end of Series F. Hortense was by no means happy with her husband at the best of times, and she cordially hated Holland. She was said to be very frightened of Napoleon, but, like most people, could easily influence her mother. Napoleon's letter to her of this date, October 5, is certainly not a severe one. I have received yours of September 14. I am sending to the Chief Justice in order to accord pardon to the individual in whom you are interested. Your news always gives me pleasure. I trust you will keep well, and never doubt my great friendship for you. The Grand Duke, i.e. of Würzburg. The castle where Napoleon was staying seemed to him sufficiently strong to be armed and provisioned, and he made a great depot in the city. Volumes, says Méneval, would not suffice to describe the multitude of his military and administrative measures here, and the precautions which he took against even the most improbable hazards of war. Florence, probably September 1796, when Napoleon was hard-pressed, and Josephine had to fetch a compass from Verona to regain Milan, and thus evade Wurmser's troops. Number 2. Bamberg. Arriving at Bamberg on the 6th, Napoleon issued a proclamation to his army which concluded, "Let the Prussian army experience the same fate that it experienced 14 years ago. Let it learn that, if it is easy to acquire increase of territory and power by means of the friendship of the great people, their enmity, which can be provoked only by the abandonment of all spirit of wisdom and sense, is more terrible than the tempests of the ocean." Eugene, Napoleon wrote him on the 5th, and twice on the 7th, on which date we have 18 letters in the correspondence. Her husband, the hereditary Grand Duke of Baden, to whom Napoleon had written from Mayence on September 30, accepting his services, and fixing the rendezvous at Bamberg for October 4 or 5. On this day Napoleon invaded Prussian territory by entering Bayreuth, having preceded by one day the date of their ultimatum, a rhapsody of 20 pages, which Napoleon in his first bulletin compares to one of those which the English cabinet pay their literary men £500 per annum to write. It is in this bulletin where he describes the Queen of Prussia, dressed as an Amazon, in the uniform of her regiment of dragoons, and writing 20 letters a day, to be like Armida in her frenzy, setting fire to her own palace. Number 3. By this time the Prussian army is already in a tight corner, with its back on the Rhine, which, as Napoleon says in his third bulletin written on this day, is a bazaar, from which very important events should ensue. On the previous day he concludes a letter to Talleyrand. One cannot conceive how the Duke of Brunswick, to whom one allows some talent, can direct the operations of this army in so ridiculous a manner. Erfurt, here endless discussions, but, as Napoleon says in his bulletin of this day, consternation is at Erfurt, but while they deliberate, the French army is marching. Still the wishes of the King of Prussia have been executed. He wished that by October 8 the French army should have evacuated the territory of the Confederation which has been evacuated, but in place of repassing the Rhine, it has passed this all. If she wants to see a battle, Queen Louise, great-grandmother of the present Emperor William, and in 1806 aged 30. St. Amand says that when she rode on horseback before her troops, with her helmet of polished steel, shaded by a plume, her gleaming golden cuirass, her tunic of cloth of silver, her red buskins with golden spurs, she resembled, as the bulletin said, one of the heroines of Tasso. She hated France, and especially Napoleon, as the child of the French Revolution. Number 4. I nearly captured him and the Queen, they escaped only by an hour, Napoleon writes Berthier. Blücher aided their escape by telling a French general about an imaginary armistice, which the latter was severely reprimanded by Napoleon for believing. No battle was more beautifully worked out than the Battle of Jena, Davist performing specially well his move in the combinations by which the Prussian army was hopelessly entangled, as Mack at Ulm a year before. Bernadotte alone, and as usual, gave cause for dissatisfaction. He had a personal hatred for his chief, caused by the knowledge that his wife, Desirée Clary, had never ceased to regret that she had missed her opportunity of being the wife of Napoleon. Bernadotte, therefore, was loath to give initial impetus to the victories of the French emperor, though, when success was no longer doubtful, he would prove that it was not want of capacity but want of will that had kept him back. He was the Talleyrand of the camp, and had an equal aptitude for fishing in troubled waters. I have bivouacked, whether the issue of a battle was decisive, or, as at Eylau, only partially so. Napoleon never shunned the disagreeable part of battle, the tending of the wounded and the burial of the dead. Savary tells us that at Jena, as at Austerlitz, the emperor rode round the field of battle, alighting from his horse with a little brandy flask, constantly refilled, putting his hand to each unconscious soldier's breast, and when he found unexpected life, giving way to a joy impossible to describe. Vol. 2 184. Méneval also speaks of his performing this pious duty, in the fulfillment of which nothing was allowed to stand in his way. Number 5. Fatigues, bivouacs, have made me fat. The Austerlitz campaign had the same effect. See a remarkable letter to Count Mayet de Melito on January 30, 1806, the campaign I have just terminated, the movement, the excitement have made me stout. I believe that if all the kings of Europe were to coalesce against me I should have a ridiculous paunch. And it was so. The great M. Napoleon, aged 4, and the younger, aged 2, are with Hortense and their grandmother at Mayence, where a court had assembled, including most of the wives of Napoleon's generals, burning for news. A lookout had been placed by the Empress some 2 miles on the main road beyond Mayence, whence sight of a courier was signalled in advance. Number 7. Potsdam, as a reward for Auerstadt, Napoleon orders Davist and his famous Third Corps to be the first to enter Berlin the following day. Number 8. Written from Berlin, where he is from October 28 to November 25. You do nothing but cry. Josephine spent her evenings gauging futurity with a card pack, and although it announced Jena and Auerstadt before the messenger, it may possibly, thinks M. Masson, have been less propitious for the future, and behind all was the sinister portion of the Spey wife's prophecy still unfulfilled. No 9a. Madame Tallien had been in her time, especially in the years 1795 to 99, one of the most beautiful and witty women in France. Madame d'Abrance calls her the Venus of the capital, and Lucien Bonaparte speaks of the court of the voluptuous director, Barras, where the beautiful Tallien was the veritable Calypso. The people, however, could not forget her second husband, Tallien, from whom she was divorced in 1802, having had 3 children born while he was in Egypt, 1798 to 1802, and whilst they called Josephine Notre Dame des Victoires, they called Madame Tallien Notre Dame de Septembre. The latter was, however, celebrated both for her beauty and her intrigues 60 and when, in 1799, Bonaparte seized supreme power the fair lady 61 invaded Barras in his bath to inform him of it, but found her indolent Ulysses only capable of ejaculating, "What can be done? That man has taken us all in." Napoleon probably remembered this, and may refer to her rather than to the Queen of Prussia in the next letter, where he makes severe strictures on intriguing women. Moreover, Napoleon in his early campaigns had played a ridiculous part in some of Gilray's most indecent cartoons, where Madames Tallien and Josephine took with Barras the leading roles, and as Madame Tallien was not considered respectable in 1796, she was hardly a fit friend for the Empress of the French 10 years later. In the interval this lady, divorced a second time, had married the Prince de Chimay, Caraman. Napoleon knew also that she had been the mistress of Ouvrard, the banker, who in his Spanish speculations a few months earlier had involved the Bank of France to the tune of 4 million sterling, and forced Napoleon to make a premature peace after Austerlitz. The Emperor had returned at white heat to Paris, and wished he could build a gallows for Ouvrard high enough for him to be on view throughout France. Madame Tallien's own father, M. de Cabarrus, was a French banker in Spain, and probably in close relation with Ouvrard. Number 10. Written from Berlin. The bad things I say about women, Napoleon looked upon this as a woman's war, and his temper occasionally gets the mastery of him. No war had ever been so distasteful to him or so personal. Prussia, whose alliance he had been courting for nearly 10 years, was now worthless to him, and all because of petticoat government at Berlin. In the 15th bulletin, dated Wittenberg, October 23, he states that the Queen had accused her husband of cowardice in order to bring about the war. But it is doubtless the 16th bulletin, dated Potsdam, October 25, to which Josephine refers, and which refers to the oath of alliance of the Emperor Alexander and the King of Prussia in the death chamber of Frederick the Great. It is from this moment that the Queen quitted the care of her domestic concerns and the serious occupations of the toilet in order to meddle with the affairs of state. He refers to a Berlin caricature of the scene which was at the time in all the shops, exciting even the laughter of clodhoppers. The handsome Emperor of Russia was portrayed, by his side the Queen, and on his other side the King of Prussia with his hand raised above the tomb of the great Frederick, the Queen herself, draped in a shawl nearly as the London engravings represent Lady Hamilton, pressing her hand on her heart, and apparently gazing upon the Emperor of Russia. In the 18th bulletin, October 26, it is said the Prussian people did not want war, that a handful of women and young officers had alone made this tapage, and that the Queen, formerly a timid and modest woman looking after her domestic concerns, had become turbulent and warlike, and had conducted the monarchy within a few days to the brink of the precipice. As the Queen of Prussia was a beautiful woman, she has had nearly as many partisans as Mary Stuart or Marie Antoinette, but with far less cause. Napoleon, who was the incarnation of practical common sense, saw in her the first cause of the war, and considered that so far as verbal flagellation could punish her, she should have it. He had neither time nor sympathy for the "please you, do not hurt us" attitude of a bellicose new woman, who, as Imogen or Ida, have played with edged tools from the time of Shakespeare to that of Sullivan. As an antidote, however, to his severe words against women he put, perhaps somewhat ostentatiously, the Princess de Hatzfeld episode in his 22nd bulletin, Berlin, October 29. A year later, November 26, 1807, when his old guard returned to Paris and free performances are given at all the theatres, there is the triumph of Trajan at the opera, where Trajan, burning with his own hand the papers enclosing the secrets of a conspiracy, is a somewhat skillful allusion to the present episode. Number 11. Magdeburg had surrendered on November 8, with 20 generals, 800 officers and 22,000 men, 800 pieces of cannon, and immense stores. Lubeck, this capitulation was that of Blücher, who had escaped after Jena through a rather dishonorable ruse. It had taken 3 army corps to hem him in. Number 13. Written from Berlin, but not included in the correspondence. Madame L., i.e. Madame de la Rochefoucauld, a third or fourth cousin, by her first marriage, of Josephine, and her chief lady of honor. She was an incorrigible royalist, and hated Napoleon, but as she had been useful at the Tuileries in establishing the court, Napoleon, as usual, could not make up his mind to cause her dismissal. In 1806, however, she made Josephine miserable and Mayence unbearable. She foretold that the Prussians would win every battle, and even after Jena she, to use an expression of M. Masson, continued her music on the sly, and sardine. See letters 19 and 26 of this series. Number 17. December 2nd, the anniversary of Austerlitz, 1805, and of Napoleon's coronation, 1804. He now announces to his soldiers the Polish campaign. Number 18. Not in the correspondence. Jealousy. If Josephine's letters and conduct had been a little more worthy of her position, she might have saved herself. Madame Walewski, who had not yet appeared on the scene. Number 19. Désir de femme est un faux qui devoir, the quotation is given in Jung's Memoirs of Lucienne, Vol 262. Si tu une femme désire est un faux qui consume, celui d'un rein un volcan qui devoir. Number 23. I am dependent on events, he says the same at St. Helena. Throughout my whole reign I was the keystone of an edifice entirely new, and resting on the most slender foundations. Its duration depended on the issue of my battles. I was never, in truth, master of my own movements, I was never at my own disposal. Number 26. The fair ones of Great Poland, if Berthier and other regular correspondents of Josephine were like Savary in their enthusiasm, no wonder the Mayence coterie began to stir up jealousy. Here is the description of the Duke of Rovigo, Vol 217. The stay at Warsaw had for us something of witchery, even with regard to amusements it was practically the same life as at Paris. The Emperor had his concert twice a week, at the end of which he held a reception, where many of the leading people met. A great number of ladies from the best families were admired alike for the brilliancy of their beauty, and for their wonderful amiability. One may rightly say that the Polish ladies inspired with jealousy the charming women of every other civilized clime. They united, for the most part, to the manners of good society a fund of information which is not commonly found even among French women, and is very far above anything we see in towns, where the custom of meeting in public has become a necessity. It seemed to us that the Polish ladies, compelled to spend the greater part of the year in their country houses, applied themselves there to reading as well as to the cultivation of their talents, and it was thus that in the chief towns, where they went to pass the winter, they appeared successful over all their rivals. St. Ammon says, in the intoxication of their enthusiasm and admiration, the most beautiful among them, and Poland is the country of beauty, lavished on him, like sirens, their most seducing smiles. Josephine was right to be jealous, for, as the artist Baron Lejeune adds, they were, moreover, as graceful as the Creole women so often are. A wretched barn, reached over still more wretched roads. The Emperor and his horse had nearly been lost in the mud, and Marshal Duroc had a shoulder put out by his carriage being upset. Such things become common property, so was another event, much to Josephine's chagrin. On this date Napoleon heard of a son, Leon, born to him by Eleanor, a former schoolfellow of Madame Murat. M. Masson thinks this event epoch-making in the life of Napoleon. Henceforth the charm is broken, and the Emperor assured of having an heir of his own blood. Number 27. Warsaw, January 3, on his way from Pultusk on January 1, he had received a Polish ovation at Brony, where he first met Madame Walewski. The whole story is well told by M. Masson in Napoleon et les Femmes, but here we must content ourselves with the mere facts, and first, for the sake of comparison, cite his love letters to the lady in question. 1. I have seen only you, I have admired only you, I desire only you. A very prompt answer to calm the impatient ardor of N. 2. Have I displeased you? I have still the right to hope the contrary. Have I been mistaken? Your eagerness diminishes, while mine augments. You take away my rest. Oh, give a little joy, a little happiness to a poor heart all ready to worship you. Is it so difficult to get a reply? You owe me one, N. 3. There are moments when too high rank is a burden, and that is what I feel. How can I satisfy the needs of a heart hopelessly in love, which would fling itself at your feet, and which finds itself stopped by the weight of lofty considerations paralyzing the most lively desires? Oh, If you would. Only you could remove the obstacles that lie between us. My friend Duroc will clear the way. Oh, come. Come. All your wishes shall be gratified. Your native land will be dearer to me when you have had pity on my poor heart, N. 4. Marie, my sweet Marie. My first thought is for you, my first desire to see you again. You will come again, will you not? You promised me to do so. If not, the eagle will fly to you. I shall see you at dinner, a friend tells me. Deign, then, to accept this bouquet, let it become a mysterious link which shall establish between us a secret union in the midst of the crowd surrounding us. Exposed to the glances of the crowd, we shall still understand each other. When my hand presses my heart, you will know that it is full of thoughts of you, and in answer you will press closer your bouquet. Love me, my bonnie Marie, and never let your hand leave your bouquet, N. In this letter, in which he has substituted tu for vous, there is more passion than we have seen since 1796. The fair lady now leaves her decrepit old husband, nearly 50 years her senior, and takes up her abode in Finkenstein Castle, for nearly 2 months of the interval between Eylau and Friedland. In order, says Pasquire, that nothing should be lacking to characterize the calm state of his mind and the security of his position, it was soon known that he had seen fit to enjoy a pleasurable relaxation by calling to him a Polish gentlewoman of excellent birth, with whom he had contracted a liaison while passing through Warsaw, and who, as a consequence of this journey, had the honor of bearing him a son. Repudiated by her husband, she came to Paris, where she was very kindly treated by Josephine, who, having once seen her, found in her no rival, but an enthusiastic patriot, sacrificed to Plutus, as Napoleon told Lucienne at Mantua a few months later, adding that her soul was as beautiful as her face. Number 28. Be cheerful, Guy. This adjective is a favorite one in letters to his wife, and dates from 1796. Number 29. Roads unsafe and detestable. The French troops used to say that the 4 following words constituted the whole language of the Poles: kolba, niema, voda, sera. Some bread? There is none. Some water? We will go and fetch it. Napoleon one day passed by a column of infantry suffering the greatest privations on account of the mud, which prevented the arrival of provisions. Papa, kolba! Exclaimed a soldier. Niema, replied the emperor. The whole column burst into a fit of laughter. They asked for nothing more. Baron Lejeune, Constant, and Meneval have variants of the same story. Number 35. Written from Warsaw, and omitted from the correspondence. I hope that you are at Paris. Madame Junot hints that her husband, as governor of Paris, was being sounded by Bonaparte's sister, Murat's wife, with whom Junot was in love, if he would make Murat Napoleon's successor, in lieu of Eugene, if the emperor were killed. If Napoleon had an inkling of this, he would wish Josephine to be on the spot. T. is probably Tallien, who had misconducted himself in Egypt. Madame Junot met him at Madrid, but she and others had not forgotten the September massacres. The wretch! How did he drag on his loathsome existence? She exclaims. Number 36. Paris. Josephine arrived here January 31st, Queen Hortense going to The Hague and the Princess Stephanie to Mannheim. Number 38. Probably written from Arnsdorf, on the eve of the Battle of Eylau, February 9, on which day a great ball took place in Paris, given by the Minister of Marine. Number 39. Eylau, the Battle of Prusak-Eylau was splendidly fought on both sides, but the Russian general, Benningsen, had all the luck. 1. His Cossacks capture Napoleon's letter to Bernadotte, which enables him to escape all Napoleon's plans, which otherwise would have destroyed half the Russian army. 2. A snowstorm in the middle of the day in the faces of the French ruins Augereau's corps and saves the Russians from a total rout. 3. The arrival of a Prussian army corps, under General Stock, robbed Davist of his glorious victory on the right, and much of the ground gained, including the village of Kushnitin. 4. The night came on just in time to save the rest of the Russian army, and to prevent Ney taking any decisive part in the battle. Bernadotte, as usual, failed to march to the sound of the guns, but, as Napoleon's orders to do so were captured by Cossacks, he might have had an excuse rather better than usual, had not General Oudpold 62 in touch both with him and Napoleon, advised him of his own orders in an imminent battle. Under such circumstances, no general save the Prince of Ponte-Corvo, says Bignon, would have remained inactive, but it was the destiny of this marshal to have a role apart in all the great battles fought by the emperor. His conduct was at least strange at Jena, it will not be less so, in 1809, at Wagram. The forces, according to Mathieu Dumas, Précis des événements militaires, Volume 18, were approximately 65,000 French against 80,000 Allies 63, the latter in a strong chosen position. Napoleon saved 1,500, the wreckage of Augereau's 64 corps, that went astray in the blizzard, costing the French more than half their loss in the 2 days' fight, by a charge of his horse guard, but his foot guard never fired a shot. The Allies lost 5,000 to 6,000 dead and 20,000 wounded. Napoleon told Montholon that his loss at Eylau was 18,000, which probably included 2,000 dead, and 15,000 to 16,000 wounded and prisoners. As the French remained masters of the field of battle, the slightly wounded were evidently not counted by Napoleon, who in his bulletin gives 1,900 dead and 5,700 wounded. The list of wounded inmates of the hospital a month later, March 8, totaled only 4,600, which astonished Napoleon, who sent back for a recount. On receipt of this he wrote Deru, March 15, from your advices to hand. I see we are not far out of count. There were at the Battle of Eylau 4,000 or 5,000 wounded, and 1,000 in the combats preceding the battle. Number 40. Corbino, MLLE d'Avrillon, Vol. 2 101, tells how, in haste to join his regiment at Paris, Corbino had asked for a seat in her carriage from St. Cloud. She was delighted, as he was a charming man, with no side-on like Lauriston and Lemeroyce. He had just been made general, and said, either I will get killed or deserve the favour which the Emperor has granted me. Msel, you shall hear me spoken of, if I am not killed I will perform some startling deed. Dahlmann, General Nicholas Dahlmann, commanding the chasseurs of the Guard, was killed in the charge on the Russian infantry which saved the battle. On April 22 Napoleon wrote Vice Admiral Decrès to have 3 frigates put on the stocks to be called Dahlmann, Corbino, and Hautpoul, and in each captain's cabin a marble inscription recounting their brave deeds. Number 41. Young Tascher, the third of Josephine's cousins germain of that name. He was afterwards aide-de-camp of Prince Eugene, and later major-domo of the Empress Eugenie. Number 42. After this letter St. Amand declares that Napoleon's letters to his wife become cold, short, banal, absolutely insignificant. They consisted of a few remarks about the rain or the fine weather, and always the same refrain, the invitation to be cheerful. Napoleon, occupied elsewhere, wrote no longer to his legitimate wife, but as a duty, as paying a debt of conscience. He was occupied, indeed, but barely as the author supposes. It is Bingham, Vol. 2 281, who reminds us that in the first 3 months of 1807 we have 1,715 letters and dispatches preserved of his work during that period, while he often rode 40 leagues a day, and had instructed his librarian to send him by each morning's courier 2 or 3 new books from Paris. Aubenas is more just than St. Amand. If his style is no longer that of the first consul, still less of the general of Italy, he was solicitous, punctilious, attentive, affectionate even although laconic, in that correspondence, with Josephine, which, in the midst of his much greater preoccupations, seems for him as much a pleasure as a duty. Number 43. I am still at Eylau. It took Napoleon and his army 8 days to bury the dead and remove the wounded. Lejeune says, his whole time was given up now to seeing that the wounded received proper care, and he insisted on the Russians being as well treated as the French, Vol. I 48. The Emperor wrote there that if more surgeons had been on the spot he could have saved at least 200 lives, although, to look at the surgical instruments used on these fields, and now preserved in the Museum of Lay Invalids, it is wonderful that the men survived operations with such ghastly implements of torture. A few days later Napoleon tells Deru on no account to begrudge money for medicines, and especially for quinine. This country is covered with dead and wounded. Napoleon, says Dumas, Vol. I 18, 41, having given order that the succor to the wounded on both sides might be multiplied, rode over the field of battle, which all eyewitnesses agree to have been the most horrible field of carnage which war has ever offered. In a space of less than a square league, the ground covered with snow, and the frozen lakes, were heaped up with 10,000 dead, and 3,000 to 4,000 dead horses, debris of artillery, arms of all kinds, cannonballs, and shells. 6,000 Russians, expiring of their wounds, and of hunger and thirst, were left abandoned to the generosity of the conqueror. Number 50. Ostrode, a wretched village, where I shall pass a considerable time. Owing to the messenger to Bernadotte being captured by Cossacks, the Emperor, if not surprised at Eylau on the second day, found at least all his own intentions anticipated. He could not risk the same misfortune again, and at Ostrode all his army were within easy hailing distance, within 2 marches at most. Dumas. Savary speaks of him there, working, eating, giving audience, and sleeping, all in the same room, alone keeping head against the storm of his marshals, who wished him to retire across the Vistula. He remained over 5 weeks at Ostrode, and more than 2 months at Finkenstein Castle, interesting himself in the affairs of Teheran and Montevideo, offering prizes for discoveries in electricity and medicine, giving advice as to the most scientific modes of teaching history and geography, while objecting to the creation of poet laureates or Caesarians whose exaggerated praises would be sure to awaken the ridicule of the French people, even if it attained its object of finding a place of emolument for poets. Bignon says, Vol. 6 227 from Ostrode or from Finkenstein he supervised, as from Paris or St. Cloud, the needs of France, he sought means to alleviate the hindrances to commerce, discussed the best ways to encourage literature and art, corresponded with all his ministers, and while awaiting the renewal of the fray, having a war of figures with his Chancellor of Exchequer. It is not as good as the great city. The day before he had written his brother Joseph that neither his officers nor his staff had taken their clothes off for 2 months, that he had not taken his boots off for a fortnight, that the wounded had to be moved 120 miles in sledges, in the open air, that bread was unprocurable, that the emperor had been living for weeks upon potatoes, and the officers upon mere meat. After having destroyed the Prussian monarchy, we are fighting against the remnant of the Prussians, against Russians, Cossacks, and Kalmucks, those roving tribes of the north, who formerly invaded the Roman Empire. I have ordered what you wish for Malmaison. About this time he also gave orders for what afterwards became the Bourse and the Madeleine, and gave hints for a new journal, March 7, whose criticism should be enlightened, well-intentioned, impartial, and robbed of that noxious brutality which characterizes the discussions of existing journals, and which is so at variance with the true sentiments of the nation. Number 54. Minerva. In a letter of March 7 Josephine writes to Hortense, "A few days ago I saw a frightful accident at the opera. The actress who represented Minerva in the ballet of Ulysses fell 20 feet and broke her arm. As she is poor, and has a family to support, I have sent her 50 louis. This was probably the ballet, The Return of Ulysses, a subject given by Napoleon to Fouché as a suitable subject for representation." In the same letter Josephine writes, "All the private letters I have received agree in saying that the emperor was very much exposed at the Battle of Eylau. I get news of him very often, sometimes 2 letters a day, but that does not replace him. This special danger at Eylau is told by Las Cases, who heard it from Bertrand. Napoleon was on foot, with only a few officers of his staff. A column of 4,000 to 5,000 Russians came almost in contact with him. Berthier instantly ordered up the horses. The emperor gave him a reproachful look, then sent orders to a battalion of his guard to advance, which was a good way behind, and standing still. As the Russians advanced he repeated several times, 'What audacity, what audacity!' At the sight of his grenadiers of the guard the Russians stopped short. It was high time for them to do so, as Bertrand said. The emperor had never stirred, all who surrounded him had been much alarmed. Number 55. It is the first and only time, says Aubenas, that, in these 2 volumes of letters, collection Didot, Napoleon says vous to his wife. But his vexation does not last more than a few lines, and this short letter ends, tout autoy. Not content with this softening, and convinced how grieved Josephine will be at this language of cold etiquette, he writes to her the same day, at 10 o'clock at night, before going to bed, a second letter in his old style, which ends, Mil et mil amities. It is a later letter, March 25, which ends as described, but number 56 is, nevertheless, a kind letter. Number 56. Dupuy, former principal of the Brienne Military School. Napoleon, always solicitous for the happiness of those whom he had known in his youth, had made Dupuy his own librarian at Malmaison. His brother, who died in 1809, was the learned Egyptologist. Number 58. M. de T, i.e. M. de Thiard. In Lettres indites de Napoleon I. Broadonnet, number 176, to Talleyrand, March 22, the Emperor writes, "I have had M. de Thiard effaced from the list of officers. I have sent him away, after having testified all my displeasure, and told him to stay on his estate. He is a man without military honor and civic fidelity. My intention is that he shall also be struck off from the number of my chamberlains. I have been poignantly grieved at such black ingratitude, but I think myself fortunate to have found out such a wicked man in time." De Thiard seems to have been corresponding with the enemy from Warsaw. Number 60. Marshal Bessieres, his chateau of Grignan, now destroyed, was one of the most beautiful of Provence. Madame de Sévigné lived and was buried in the town of Grignan. Number 63. This was printed April 24 in the French editions, but April 14 is evidently the correct date. Number 67. Sweet, pouting, and capricious, Aubenas speaks of these lines in the style of the Italian period, which seemed in fact to calm the fears of the Empress. Number 68. Madame. His own sister, Madame Murat, afterwards Queen of Naples. See note to letter 35 for her influence over Junot. The latter was severely reprimanded by Napoleon on his return and banished from Paris. Why, for example, does the Grand Duchess occupy your boxes at the theatres? Why does she go thither in your carriage? Hey! M. Junot. You are surprised that I am so well acquainted with your affairs and those of that little fool, Madame Murat. Memoirs of the Duchess d'Abrance, Vol. 3. 328. Measles, as the poor child was ill 4 days, it was probably laryngitis from which he died, an ailment hardly distinguishable from croup, and one of the commonest sequelae of measles. He died on May 5. The best account is the memoirs of Stanislas Girardin. They had applied leeches to the child's chest, and had finally recourse to some English powders of unknown composition, which caused a rally, followed by the final collapse. King Louis said the child's death was caused by the Dutch damp climate, which was bad for his own health. Josephine hastens to join her daughter, but breaks down at Laeken, where Hortense, more dead than alive, joins her, and returns to Paris with her. Number 69. I trust I may hear you have been rational in your sorrow. As a matter of fact, he had heard the opposite, for the following day, May 15th, he writes to his brother Jerome, Napoleon died in 3 days at The Hague. I know not if the king has advised you of it. This event gives me the more pain in so much as his father and mother are not rational, and are giving themselves up to all the transports of their grief. To Fouche he writes 3 days later, I have been very much afflicted by the misfortune which has befallen me. I had hoped for a more brilliant destiny for that poor child, and on May 20th, I have felt the loss of the little Napoleon very acutely. I would have wished that his father and mother should have received from their temperament as much courage as I for knowing how to bear all the ills of life. But they are younger, and have reflected less on the frailty of our worldly possessions. It is typical of Napoleon that the only man to whom, as far as we know, he unbosomed his sorrow should be one of his early friends, even though that friend should be the false and faithless Fouche, who requited his confidence later by vile and baseless allegations respecting the parentage of this very child. In one respect only did Napoleon resemble David in his supposititious sin, which was, that when the child was dead, he had neither time nor temperament to waste in futile regrets. As he said on another occasion, if his wife had died during the Austerlitz campaign it would not have delayed his operations a quarter of an hour. But he considers practical succor to the living as the most fitting memorial to the dead, and writes on June 4 to de Champagny. 20 years ago a malady called croup showed itself in the north of Europe. Some years ago it spread into France. I require you to offer a prize of £500, 12,000 francs. To be given to the doctor who writes the best essay on this malady and its mode of treatment. Commenting on this letter Bignon, Vol 6 p. 262, adds, it is, however, fortunate when, on the eve of battles, warlike princes are pondering over ways of preserving the population of their states. Number 71. May 20th, on this date he writes Hortense, my daughter, all the news I get from The Hague tells me that you are not rational. However legitimate your grief, it must have limits, never impair your health, seek distractions, and know that life is strewn with so many rocks, and may be the source of so many miseries, that death is not the greatest of all. Your affectionate father, Napoleon. Number 74. I am vexed with Hortense. The same day he encloses with this a letter to Hortense. My daughter, you have not written me a line during your great and righteous grief. You have forgotten everything, as if you had nothing more to lose. They say you care no longer for anyone, that you are callous about everything. I note the truth of it by your silence. This is not well, Hortense, it is not what you promised me. Your son was everything for you. Are your mother and myself nothing? Had I been at Malmaison I should have shared your grief, but I should have wished you at the same time to turn to your best friends. Goodbye, my daughter, be cheerful, it is necessary to be resigned, keep well, in order to fulfill all your duties. My wife is utterly miserable about your condition, do not increase her sorrow. Your affectionate father, Napoleon. Hortense had been on such bad terms with her husband for several months past that Napoleon evidently thinks it wiser not to allude to him, although he had written Louis a very strong letter on his treatment of his wife 2 months earlier. See letter 12294 of the correspondence, April 4. There is, however, a temporary reunion between husband and wife in their common sorrow. Number 78. Friedland, on this day he wrote a further letter to the Queen of Holland, number 12761 of the correspondence. My daughter, I have your letter dated Orleans. Your grief pains me, but I should like you to possess more courage. To live is to suffer, and the true man is always fighting for mastery over himself. I do not like to see you unjust towards the little Napoleon Louis, and towards all your friends. Your mother and I had hoped to be more to you than we are. She had been sent to take the waters of Cauderetz, and had left her child Napoleon Louis, who died at Forlì, 1831, with Josephine, who writes to her daughter, June 11. He amuses me much, he is so gentle. I find he has all the ways of that poor child that we mourn. And a few days later, there remains to you a husband, an interesting child, and a mother whose love you know. Josephine had with women the same tact that her husband had with men, but the Bonaparte family, with all its good qualities, strained the tact and tempers of both to the utmost. Number 79. Tilsit, referring to Napoleon and Alexander at Tilsit, Michaud says, both full of wiles and devices, they affected nevertheless the most perfect sentiments of generosity, which at the bottom they scarcely dreamed of practicing. Reunited, they were the masters of the world, but such a union seemed impossible, they would rather share it among themselves. Allies and rivals, friends and enemies, all were sacrificed, henceforth there were to be only 2 powers, that of the East and that of the West. Bonaparte at this time actually ruled from the Niemen to the Straits of Gibraltar, from the North Sea to the base of the Italian peninsula. Series H. Number 1. Milan, magnificent public works were set on foot by Napoleon at Milan, and the cathedral daily adorned with fresh marvels of sculpture. Arriving here on the morning of the 22nd, Napoleon goes first to hear the Te Deum at the cathedral, then to see Eugene's wife at the Monza Palace, in the evening to the La Scala Theatre, and finishes the day, to use an Irishism, by working most of the night. Monsinis, the roads of the Simplon and Monsinis were kept in the finest order, and daily attracted fresh crowds of strangers to the Italian plains. So says Alison, but on the present occasion Napoleon was overtaken by a storm which put his life in danger. He was fortunate enough to reach a cave in which he took refuge. This cave appeared to him, as he afterwards said, a cave of diamonds, medieval. Eugene, the writer in Biography University. Art Josephine, says, during a journey that Napoleon made in Italy, November 1807, he wished, while loading Eugene with favors, to prepare his mind for his mother's divorce. The decree of Milan, by which, in default of male and legitimate children 65 of the direct line, he adopted Eugene for his son and his successor to the throne of Italy, gave to those who knew how to read the secret thoughts of the emperor in his patent acts the proof that he had excluded him from all inheritance in the imperial crown of France, and that he dreamed seriously of a new alliance himself. Number 2. Venice, the Venetians gave Napoleon a wonderful ovation, many nobles spending a year's income on the fetes. Innumerable gondolas glittering with 1,000 colors and resounding with the harmony of instruments, escorted the barges which bore, together with the master of the world, the viceroy and the vice-queen of Italy, the king and queen of Bavaria, the princess of Lucca, the king of Naples, Joseph, who stayed 6 days with his brother, the Grand Duke of Berg, the Prince of Neuchâtel, and the greater part of the generals of the old army of Italy, Thiers. While at Venice Napoleon was in easy touch with the Porte, of which he doubtless made full use, while, per contra, he was expected to give Greece her independence. November 30th, leaving Milan, Napoleon came straight through Brescia to Verona, where he supped with the king and queen of Bavaria. The next morning he started for Vicenza through avenues of vine-encircled poplars and broad yellow wheat fields which lay all golden in the sunlight and the breeze, constant. The emperor went to the theatre at Vicenza, and left again at 2 a.m. spending the night at Stray. He met the Venetian authorities early the next morning at Fusina. Number 3. Udine, he is here on the 12th, and then hastens to meet his brother Lucien at Mantua, the main but secret object of his journey to Italy. It is most difficult to gauge the details. Was it a political or a conjugal question that made the interview a failure? Madame d'Abrance, voicing the rumors of the day, thinks the former. Lucien, writing memoirs for his wife and children, declares it to be the latter. Napoleon was prepared to legalize the children of his first wife, and marry the eldest to Prince Ferdinand, the heir to the Spanish crown, but Lucien considers the Bourbons to be enemies of France and of the Bonapartes. These memoirs of Lucien are not perhaps very trustworthy, especially where his prejudices overlap his memory or his judgment, but always instructive and very readable. When the account of this interview was written, early in 1812, Lucien was an English prisoner, furious that his brother has just refused to exchange him for some English lords. Speaking of Josephine, the emperor tells him that in spite of her reputation for good nature, she is more malicious than generally supposed, although for her husband she has no nails, but he adds that rumors of impending divorce have made life between them very constrained. Only imagine, continued the emperor, that wife of mine weeps every time she has indigestion, because she says she thinks herself poisoned by those who wish me to marry someone else. It is perfectly hateful. He said that Joseph also thought of a divorce, as his wife gave him only daughters, and that the 3 brothers might be remarried on the same day. The emperor regretted not having taken the Princess Augusta, daughter of his best friend, the King of Bavaria, for himself, instead of for Eugene, who did not know how to appreciate her and was unfaithful. He was convinced that Russia by invading India would overthrow England, and that his own soldiers were ready to follow him to the antipodes. He ends by offering Lucien his choice of thrones: Naples, Italy, the brightest jewel of my imperial crown, or Spain 66, Madame d'Abrance adds Prussia, if he will give way about Madame Jauberthon and her children. Tau pour Lucien divorce, rien pour Lucien sans divorce. When Napoleon finds his brother obdurate he makes Eugene Prince of Venice, and his eldest daughter Princess of Bologna, with a large appanage. Lucien is in fresh disgrace within less than 3 months of the Mantuan interview, for on March 11, 1808, Napoleon writes brother Joseph, Lucien is misconducting himself at Rome, and is more Roman than the Pope himself. His conduct has been scandalous, he is my open enemy, and that of France. I will not permit a Frenchman, and one of my own brothers, to be the first to conspire and act against me, with a rabble of priests. I may soon be in Paris. After leaving Milan he visits the fortifications at Alessandria, and is met by a torchlight procession at Marengo. Letters for 2 days, December 27 to 28, are dated Turin, although Constant says he did not stop there. Crossing Monsinis on December 30 he reaches the Tuileries on the evening of New Year's Day, 1808. Series I. Number 1. Bayonne is halfway between Paris and Madrid, nearly 600 miles from each. Napoleon arrived here April 15, and left July 21, returning with Josephine via Pau, Tarbes, Auch, Montauban, Agen, Bordeaux, Roquefort, Nantes. Everywhere he received a hearty welcome, even, and especially, in La Vendée. He arrives at Paris August 14, hearing on August 3 at Bordeaux of, what he calls, the horrible catastrophe of General Dupont at Bailén. Number 2. A country house, the Château of Mirac. Marbot had stayed there in 1803 with Augereau. Bozet informs us that this chateau had been built either for the Infanta Marie Victoire engaged to Louis XV, or for the Dowager Queen of Charles II, the Bewitched, when she was packed off from Madrid to Bayonne, see Hume's Spain, 1479–1788. Everything is still most primitive, nevertheless he enjoyed the pamperuck which was danced before the chateau by 7 men and 10 maidens, gaily dressed, the women armed with tambourines and the men with castanets. Saint Amand speaks of 13 performers, 7 men and 6 maidens, chosen from the leading families of the town, to render what for time immemorial had been considered fit homage for the most illustrious persons. Number 3. Prince of the Asturias, the emperor had received him at the Chateau of Mirac, paid him all the honours due to royalty, while evading the word majesty, and insisting the same day on his giving up all claim to the crown of Spain. Constance says he was heavy of gait, and rarely spoke. The queen, a woman of violent passions. The Prince of the Asturias had designs on his mother's life, while the queen openly begged Napoleon to put the prince to death. On May 9 Napoleon writes Talleyrand to prepare to take charge of Ferdinand at Valencia, adding that if the latter were to become attached to some pretty woman, whom we are sure of, it would be no disadvantage. A new experience for a Montmorency to become the keeper of a Bourbon, rather than his constable. Pasquire, with his usual Malvolien decorum, gives fuller details. Napoleon, he says, enumerates with care, to Talleyrand, all the precautions that are to be taken to prevent his escape, and even goes so far as to busy himself with the distractions which may be permitted him. And, be it noted, the principal one thrown in his way was given him by a young person who lived at the time under M. de Talleyrand's roof. This liaison, of which Ferdinand soon became distrustful, did not last as long as it was desired to. Number 4. A son has been born, by a plebiscite of the year 1804–5, the children of Louis and Hortense were to be the heirs of Napoleon, and in conformity with this the child born on April 20 at 17 Rue Lafitte, now the residence of the Turkish ambassador, was inscribed on the register of the civil list destined for princes of the blood. His 2 elder brothers had not been so honoured, but in due course the King of Rome was entered thereon. Had Louis accepted the crown of Spain which Napoleon had in vain offered to him, and of which Hortense would have made an ideal queen, the chances are that Napoleon would never have divorced Josephine. St. Amand shows at length that the future Napoleon III is truly the child of Louis, and neither of Admiral Verhuell nor of the Duc de Cazes. Louis and Hortense in the present case are sufficiently agreed to insist that the father's name be preserved by the child, who is called Charles Louis Napoleon, and not Charles Napoleon, which was the emperor's first choice. In either case the name of the croup-stricken firstborn had been preserved. On April 23 Josephine had already 2 letters from Cambycheres respecting mother and child, and on this day the empress writes her daughter, I know that Napoleon is consoled for not having a sister. Arrive on the 27th th, Josephine, always wishful to humour her husband's love of punctuality, duly arrived on the day fixed, and took up her abode with her husband in the Château of Mirac. Ferdinand wrote to his uncle in Madrid to beware of the cursed Frenchman, telling him also that Josephine had been badly received at Bayonne. The letter was intercepted, and Napoleon wrote Murat that the writer was a liar, a fool, and a hypocrite. The emperor, in fact, never trusted the prince henceforward. Bozet, who translated the letter, tells how the emperor could scarcely believe that the prince would use so strong an adjective, but was convinced on seeing the word malditos, which he remarked was almost the Italian, maldetto. Series J. Leaving St. Cloud September 22, Napoleon is at Metz on the 23rd, at Kaiserslautern on the 24th, where he sends a message to the Empress in a letter to Cambycheres, and on the 27th is at Erfurt. On the 28th the Emperors of France and Russia sign a convention of alliance. Napoleon leaves Erfurt October 14, the anniversary of Jena, travels incognito, and arrives St. Cloud October 18. Number 1. I have rather a cold. Napoleon had insisted on going to explore a new road he had ordered between Metz and Mayence, and which no one had ventured to say was not complete. The road was so bad that the carriage of the Maître des Requêtes, who had been summoned to account for the faulty work, was precipitated 100 feet down a ravine near Kaiserslautern. I am pleased with the emperor and every one here, which included what he had promised Talma for his audience, a parterre of kings. Besides the 2 emperors, the King of Prussia was represented by his brother Prince William, Austria by General Vincent, and there were also the kings of Saxony, Bavaria, Württemberg, Westphalia, and Naples, the Prince Primate, the princes of Anhalt, Coburg, Saxe-Weimar, Darmstadt, Baden, and Nassau. Talleyrand, Champagne, Marat, Duroc, Berthier, and Caulaincourt, with generals Oudinot, Soult, and Lauriston accompanied Napoleon. Literature was represented by Goethe, Wieland, Müller, and feminine attractions by the Duchess of Saxe-Weimar and the wily Princess of Tours and Taxis, sister of the Queen of Prussia. Pasquier and others have proved that at Erfurt Talleyrand did far more harm than good to his master's cause, and in fact intended to do so. On his arrival he spent his first evening with the Princess of Tours and Taxis, in order to meet the Emperor Alexander, and said, "Sire, it is for you to save Europe, and the only way of attaining this object is by resisting Napoleon. The French people are civilized, their emperor is not, the sovereign of Russia is civilized, his people are not. It is therefore for the sovereign of Russia to be the ally of the French people, of whom Talleyrand declared himself to be the representative. By squaring Alexander this transcendental, unfrocked, vicar of Bray, with an oar in every boat, is once more hedging, or, to use his own phrase, guaranteeing the future, and at the same time securing the daughter of the Duchess of Courland for his nephew, Edmond de Perigord. The arch-apostate carried his treason so far as to advise Alexander of Napoleon's ulterior views, and thus enabled the former to forestall them, no easy matter in conversations with Napoleon lasting whole days, see letter number 3, this series. Talleyrand had also a grievance. He had been replaced as foreign minister by Champagny. He had accepted the surrender of his portfolio gladly, as now, becoming vice-grand elector, he ranked with Cambycheries and Marat. But when he found that Napoleon, who liked to have credit for his own diplomacy, seldom consulted him, or allowed Champagny to do so, jealousy and ill will naturally resulted. Number 2. Shooting over the battlefield of Jena, the presence of the Emperor Alexander on this occasion was considered a great affront to his recent ally, the King of Prussia, and is severely commented on by von Moltke in one of his essays. In fairness to Alexander, we must remember that their host, the Duke of Saxe-Weimar, had married his sister. Von Moltke, by the way, speaks of hares forming the sport in question, but Savary of a second battle of Jena fought against the partridges. The fact seems to be that all kinds of game, including stags and deer, were driven by the beaters to the royal sportsmen in their huts, and the Emperor Alexander, albeit short-sighted, succeeded in killing a stag, at 8 feet distance, at the first shot. The Weimar ball, this followed the Jena shoot, and the dancing lasted all night. The Russian courtiers were scandalized at their emperor dancing, but while he was present the dancing was conventional enough, consisting of promenading 2 and 2 to the strains of a Polish march. Imperial waltz, imported from the Rhine, was already the rage in Germany, and Napoleon, in order to be more worthy of his Austrian princess, tried next year to master this new science of tactics, but after a trial with the Princess Stephanie, the lady declared that her pupil should always give lessons, and never receive them. He was rather more successful at billiards, pursued under the same praiseworthy incentive. A few trifling ailments, mainly a fearful nightmare, a new experience, in which he imagines his vitals torn out by a bear. Significant of much. As when also the Russian emperor finds himself without a sword and accepts that of Napoleon as a gift, and when, on the last night, the latter orders his comedians to play Bajazet, little thinking the appointed Tamerlane was by his side. Number 3. I am pleased with Alexander. For the time being Josephine had most reason to be pleased with Alexander, who failed to secure his sister's hand for Napoleon. He ought to be with me, he might have been, had not Napoleon purposely evaded the Eastern question. On this subject Savary writes, Vol. 2 297, since Tilsit, Napoleon had sounded the personal views of his ambassador at Constantinople, General Sebastiani, as to this proposition of the Emperor of Russia, i.e. the partition of Turkey. This ambassador was utterly opposed to this project, and in a long report that he sent to the Emperor on his return from Constantinople, he demonstrated to him that it was absolutely necessary for France never to consent to the dismemberment of the Turkish Empire. The Emperor Napoleon adopted his views. And these Talleyrand knew. The whirligig of time brings about its revenges, and in less than 50 years Lord Palmerston had to seek an alliance with France and the House of Napoleon in order to maintain the fixed policy that sent Napoleon I to Moscow and to St. Helena. Alexander, with justice, says Alison, looked upon Constantinople as the back door of his empire, and was earnest that its key should be placed in his hands. Alexander, Napoleon told O'Meara, wanted to get Constantinople, which I would not allow, as it would have destroyed the equilibrium of power in Europe. I reflected that France would gain Egypt, Syria, and the islands, which would have been nothing in comparison with what Russia would have obtained. I considered that the barbarians of the north were already too powerful, and probably in the course of time would overwhelm all Europe, as I now think they will. Austria already trembles, Russia and Prussia united, Austria falls, and England cannot prevent it. Erfurt is the meridian of Napoleon's first 13 years, 1796 to 1808, each more glorious, henceforward, 1809 to 1821, ever faster he rolls, darkling, down the torrent of his fate. Series K. Number 5. Written from Aranda. Number 6. Written from the imperial camp outside Madrid. Neither Napoleon 67 nor Joseph entered the capital, but King Joseph took up his abode at the Prado, the castle of the kings of Spain, 2 miles away, while the emperor was generally at Chamartin, some 5 miles distant. He had arrived on the heights surrounding Madrid on his coronation day, December 2, and does not fail to remind his soldiers and his people of this auspicious coincidence. The bulletin concludes with a tirade against England, whose conduct is shameful, but her troops well disciplined and superb. It declares that Spain has been treated by them as they have treated Holland, Sardinia, Austria, Russia, and Sweden. They foment war everywhere, they distribute weapons like poison, but they shed their blood only for their direct and personal interests. Parisian weather of the last fortnight in May, in his bulletin of the 13th, he says, never has such a month of December been known in this country, one would think it the beginning of spring. But 10 days later all was changed, and the storm of Guadarrama undoubtedly saved Moore and the English army. Was it then decreed, groans Thiers, that we, who were always successful against combined Europe, should on no single occasion prevail against those implacable foes? Number 8. Other letters of this date are headed Madrid. Kurakin, Alexander Kurakin was the new Russian ambassador at Paris, removed thence from Vienna to please Napoleon, and to replace Tolstoy, who, according to Savary, was always quarreling with French officers on military points, but who could hardly be so narrow-minded a novice on these points as his namesake of today. This matter had been arranged at Erfurt. Number 9. The English appear to have received reinforcements. Imagine a Transvaal with a population of 10 millions, and one has a fair idea of the French difficulties in Spain, even without Portugal. The Spaniards could not fight a scientific battle like Jena or Friedland, but they were incomparable at guerrilla warfare. The memoirs of Barons Marbot and Lejeune have well demonstrated this. The latter, an accomplished linguist, sent to locate Moore's army, found that to pass as an Englishman the magic words "damn it," won him complete success. Number 10. Benavente, here they found 600 horses, which had been hamstrung by the English. The English flee panic-stricken. The next day Napoleon writes Fouché to have songs written, and caricatures made of them, which are also to be translated into German and Italian, and circulated in Germany and Italy. The weather is very bad, including 18 degrees of frost. Savary says they had never felt the cold so severe in Poland, and that they ran a risk of being buried in the snow. The emperor had to march on foot and was very much tired. On these occasions, adds Savary, the emperor was not selfish, as people would have us believe. He shared his supper 68 and his fire with all who accompanied him. He went so far as to make those eat whom he saw in need of it. Napier gives other details. Napoleon, on December 22, has 50,000 men at the foot of the Guadarrama. A deep snow choked the passes of the Sierra, and after 12 hours' toil the advanced guards were still on the wrong side. The general commanding reported the road impracticable, but Napoleon, dismounting, placed himself at the head of the column, and amidst storms of hail and driving snow, led his soldiers over the mountain. At the passage of the Esla Moore escapes Napoleon by 12 hours. Marbot, as usual, gives picturesque details. Officers and men marched with locked arms, the emperor between Lens and Duroc. Halfway up, the marshals and generals, who wore jack-boots, could go no further. Napoleon, however, got hoisted onto a gun, and best rode it. The marshals and generals did the same, and in this grotesque order they reached, after 4 hours' toil, the convent at the summit. Lefebvre, as they neared Benavente the slush became frightful, and the artillery could not keep pace. General Lefebvre Desnaut went forward, with the horse regiment of the guard, forded the Esla with 4 squadrons, was outnumbered by the English, 3,000 to 300, but he and 60, Lejeune, who escaped, says 100, of his chasseurs were captured. He was brought in great triumph to Sir John Moore. That general, says Thiers, possessed the courtesy characteristic of all great nations. He received with the greatest respect the brilliant general who commanded Napoleon's light cavalry, seated him at his table, and presented him with a magnificent Indian sabre. Number 11. Probably written from Astorga, where he arrived on January 1, having brought 50,000 men 200 miles in 10 days. Your letters, these probably, and others received by a courier, decided him to let Soult follow the English to Corunna, especially as he knew that transports were awaiting the enemy there. He himself prepares to return, for Fouché and Talleyrand are in league. The slim and slippery Metternich is ambassador at Paris, Austria is arming, and the whole political horizon, apparently bright at Erfurt, completely overcast. Murat, balked of the crown of Spain, is now hoping for that of France if Napoleon is killed or assassinated. It is Talleyrand and Fouché who have decided on Murat, and on the ultimate overthrow of the Beauharnais. Unfortunately for their plans Eugene is apprised by Lavalette, and an incriminating letter to Murat captured and sent post-haste to Napoleon. This, says Pasquier, undoubtedly hastened the emperor's return. Ignoring the complicity of Fouché, the whole weight of his anger falls on Talleyrand, who loses the post of High Chamberlain, which he had enjoyed since 1804. For half an hour this arch-apostate, as Lord Rosebery calls him, receives a torrent of invectives. You are a thief, a coward, a man without honor, you do not believe in God, you have all your life been a traitor to your duties, you have deceived and betrayed everybody, nothing is sacred to you, you would sell your own father. I have loaded you down with gifts, and there is nothing that you would not undertake against me. Thus, for the past 10 months, you have been shameless enough, because you supposed, rightly or wrongly, that my affairs in Spain were going astray, to say to all who would listen to you that you always blamed my undertaking there, whereas it was yourself who first put it into my head, and who persistently urged it. And that man, that unfortunate, he was thus designating the Duc d'Enghien, by whom was I advised of the place of his residence. Who drove me to deal cruelly with him. What then are you aiming at? What do you wish for? What do you hope? Do you dare to say? You deserve that I should smash you like a wine glass. I can do it, but I despise you too much to take the trouble. This we are assured by the impartial Pasquier, who heard it from an ear witness, and second-hand from Talleyrand, is an abstract of what Napoleon said, and to which the ex-bishop made no reply. Number 12. The English are in utter rout, still little but dead men and horses fell into his hands. Savary adds the interesting fact that all the 800 dead cavalry horses had a foot missing, which the English had to show their officers to prove that they had not sold their horses. Scott, on barely sufficient evidence perhaps, states, the very treasure chests of the army were thrown away and abandoned. There was never so complete an example of a disastrous retreat. The fact seems to have been that the soldiership was bad, but Moore's generalship excellent. Napier writes, no wild horde of Tartars ever fell with more license upon their rich effeminate neighbours than did the English troops upon the Spanish towns taken by storm. What could be expected of such men in retreat, when even Lord Melville had just said in extenuation of our army that the worst men make the best soldiers? NOS 13 and 14. Written at Valladolid. Here he received a deputation asking that his brother may reside in Madrid, to which he agrees, and awaits its arrangement before setting out for Paris. At Valladolid he met Duprat, whom he mistrusted, but who, like Talleyrand, always amused him. In the present case the Abbé told him that the Spaniards would never thank him for interfering in their behalf, and that they were like Sganarelle in the farce, who quarrelled with a stranger for interfering with her husband when he was beating her, Scott's Napoleon. He leaves Valladolid January 17, and is in Paris on January 24. He rode the first 70 miles, to Burgos, in 5.5 hours, stopping only to change horses. 69 Well might Savary say, never had a sovereign ridden at such a speed. Eugene has a daughter, the Princess Eugenie Hortense, born December 23 at Milan, married the hereditary Prince of Hohenzollern-Hechingen. They are foolish in Paris, if not worse. Talleyrand, Fouché and others were forming what amounted to a conspiracy, and the Empress herself, wittingly or unwittingly, had served as their tool. For the first time she answers a deputation of the Corps Legislatif, who come to congratulate her on her husband's victories, and says that doubtless His Majesty would be very sensible of the homage of an assembly which represents the nation. Napoleon sees in this remark a germ of aggression on behalf of his House of Commons, more especially when emphasized by 125 blackballs against a government bill. He takes the effective but somewhat severe step of contradicting his wife in the Moniteur, or rather declaring that the Empress knew the laws too well not to know that the Emperor was the chief representative of the people, then the Senate, and last the Corps Legislatif. It would be a wild and even criminal assertion to try to represent the nation before the Emperor. All through the first half of 1809 another dangerous plot, of which the centre was the Princess of Tours and taxis, had its threads far and wide. Many of Soult's generals were implicated, and in communication with the English, preventing their commander getting news of Wellesley's movements, Napier. When they find Soult cannot be traduced, they lend a willing ear to stirring up strife between the Emperor and Soult, by suggesting that the latter should be made King of Portugal. Madame d'Abrance, who heard in 1814 that the idea had found favour with English statesmen, thinks such a step would have seriously injured Napoleon, Vol 453. Series L. 1809. The dangers surrounding Napoleon were immense. The Austrian army, 320,000 strong, with her Landwehr 544,000 men and 800 cannon, had never been so great, never so fitted for war. Prussia was already seething with secret societies, of which as yet the only formidable one was the Tugendbund, whose headquarters were Königsberg, and whose chief members were Stein, Stadion, Blücher, John. Perhaps their most sensible scheme was to form a united German Empire, with the Archduke Charles 70 as its head. The Archduke Ferdinand invaded the Duchy of Warsaw, and had he taken Thorn with its park of 100 cannon, Prussia was to join Austria. In Italy the Carbonari and Adelphi's 71 only waited for the French troops to go north to meet the Austrians to spread revolt in Italy. Of the former the head lodge was at Capua and its constitutions written in English, since England was aiding this Chouannerie religieuse as a lever against Napoleon. England had an army of 40,000 men ready to embark in any direction, to Holland, Belgium, Naples, or Biscay, while the French troops in Portugal were being tampered with to receive Moreau as their leader, and to march with Spaniards and English for the Pyrenees. At Paris Talleyrand was in partial disgrace, but he and Fouché were still plotting, the latter, says Polet, forwarding daily a copy of the private bulletin, prepared for Napoleon's eye alone, to the Bourbons. After Essling and the breaking of the Danube Bridge, he hesitated between seizing supreme power himself or offering it to Bernadotte. Up to the last, up to March 27, the correspondence proves that Napoleon had hoped that war would be averted through the influence of Russia. All initiative, he declared, rested on the heads of the court of Austria. Menaced on all sides, warned of the intentions of his enemies by their movements and by their intercepted correspondence, seeing from that moment hostilities imminent, he wishes to prove to France and Europe that all the wrongs are on their side, and awaits in his capital the news of an aggression that nothing justifies, nothing warrants. Vain prudence! Europe will accuse him of having been the instigator on every occasion, even in this. 72. On April 8 the Austrians violated Bavarian territory, and during his supreme command for the next 5 days Berthier endangered the safety of the French Empire in spite of the most elaborate and lucid instructions from Napoleon, which he failed to comprehend. Never, says Polet, was so much written, never so little done. Each of his letters, Berthier's, attests the great difference which existed between his own correspondence and that which was dictated to him. An ideal chief of staff, he utterly lacked the decision necessary for a commander-in-chief. The arrival of Napoleon changed in a moment the position of affairs. The sudden apparition of the emperor produced the effect of the head of Medusa, and paralyzed the enemy. 73. Within 5 days the Austrians were 4 times defeated, and Ratisbon, the passé-partout of southern Germany and halfway house between Strasbourg and Vienna, is once more in the hands of France and her allies. Polet considers these operations as the finest which have been executed either in ancient or modern times, at any rate those of which the projects are authentically proved. He foretells that military men from every country of Europe, but specially young Frenchmen, will religiously visit the fields of the labor. They will visit, with Napoleon's correspondence in their hands, much more precious than every other commentary, the hills of Pfaffenhofen, the bridge of Landshut, and that of Eckmühl, the mill of Stangl, and the woods of Rocking. A few days later the Archduke Charles writes a letter to Napoleon, which is a fair type of those charming yet stately manners which made him at that moment the most popular man in Europe. Sire, he writes, Your Majesty's arrival was announced to me by the thunder of artillery, without giving me time to compliment you thereon. Scarcely advised of your presence, I was made sensible of it by the losses which you have caused me. You have taken many of my men, sire, my troops also have made some thousands of prisoners in places where you did not direct the operations. I propose to your Majesty to exchange them man for man, grade for grade, and if that offer is agreeable to you, please let me know your intentions for the place destined for the exchange. I feel flattered, sire, in fighting against the greatest captain of the age. I should be more happy if destiny had chosen me to procure for my country the benefit of a lasting peace. Whichsoever they be, the events of war or the approach of peace, I beg your Majesty to believe that my desires always carry me to meet you, and that I hold myself equally honored in finding the sword, or the olive branch, in the hand of your Majesty. Number 1. Donauworth, and the same day Napoleon writes almost an identical letter to Cambycheres, adding, however, the news that the Tyrolese are in full revolt. On April 20 he placed himself at the head of the Württembergers and Bavarians at Ebensburg. He made a stirring speech, number 15099 of correspondence, and Lejeune tells us that the Prince Royal of Bavaria translated into German one sentence after another as the Emperor spoke, and officers repeated the translations throughout the ranks. On April 24 is issued from Ratisbon his proclamation to the army, Soldiers, you have justified my expectations. You have made up for your number by your bravery. You have gloriously marked the difference between the soldiers of Caesar and the armed cohorts of Xerxes. In a few days we have triumphed in the pitched battles of Thon, Ebensburg, and Eckmühl, and in the combats of Pacing, Landshut, and Ratisbon. 100 cannon, 40 flags, 50,000 prisoners. Before a month we shall be at Vienna. It was within 3 weeks. He was specially proud of Eckmühl, and we are probably indebted to a remark of Pasquier for his chief but never divulged reason. A noteworthy fact in connection with this battle was that the triumphant army was composed principally of Bavarians and Württembergers. Under his direction, these allies were as greatly to be feared as the French themselves. At St. Helena was written, the Battle of Ebensburg, the maneuvers of Landshut, and the Battle of Eckmühl were the most brilliant and the most skillful maneuvers of Napoleon. Eckmühl ended with a fine exhibition of a white arm melee by moonlight, in which the French proved the superiority of their double cuirasses over the breastplates of the Austrians. Polet gives this useful abstract of the campaign of 5 days. April 19th, Union of the French army whilst fighting the Archduke, whose base is already menaced. April 20th, Napoleon, at Ebensburg and on the banks of the Laber, breaks the Austrian line, totally separating the centre from the left, which he causes to be turned by Messina. April 21 st, he destroys their left wing at Landshut, and captures the magazines, artillery and train, as well as the communications of the enemy's Grand Army, fixing definitely his own line of operations, which he already directs on Vienna. April 22 nd, he descends the Laber to Ekmal, gives the last blow to the Archduke's army, of which the remnant takes refuge in Ratisbon. April 23 RD, he takes that strong place, and forces the Archduke to take refuge in the mountains of Bohemia. Number 2. May 6 th, on May 1 Napoleon was still at Braunau, waiting for news from Davist. Travelling by night at his usual speed he reached Lambach at noon on May 2, and Wells on the 3rd. The next morning he heard Massena's cannon at Ebersberg, but reaches the field at the fall of night, too late to save the heavy cost of Massena's frontal attack. The French lost at least 1,500 killed and wounded, the Austrians, under Hiller, the same number killed and 7,000 prisoners. Pullet defends Messina, and quotes the bulletin of May 4, omitted from the correspondence. It is one of the finest feats of arms of which history can preserve the memory. The traveller will stop and say, it is here, in these superb positions, that an army of 35,000 Austrians was routed by 2 French divisions, Pullet, 225. Lejeune, and most writers, blame Messina, referring to the Emperor's letter of May 1 in Pullet's appendix, Vol. 2, but not in the correspondence. Between April 17 and May 6 there is no letter to Josephine preserved, but plenty to Eugene, and all severe, not so much for incapacity as for not keeping the Emperor advised of what was really happening. On May 6 he had received no news for over a week. The ball that touched me, i.e. at Ratisbon. This was the second time Napoleon had been wounded in battle, the first time by an English bayonet at Toulon. On the present occasion, April 23, Meneval seems to be the best authority. Napoleon was seated on a spot from which he could see the attack on the town of Ratisbon. He was beating the ground with his riding whip 74 when a bullet, supposed to have been fired from a Tyrolean carbine, struck him on the big toe, Marbot says right ankle, which is correct. The news of his wound spread rapidly 75 from file to file, and he was forced to mount on horseback to show himself to his troops. Although his boot had not been cut, the contusion was a very painful one, and in the first house he went to for a moment's rest, he fainted. The next day, however, he saw the wounded and reviewed his troops as usual, and Lejeune has preserved a highly characteristic story, somewhat similar to an experience of the great Fredericks. When he had reached the 7th or 8th sergeant, the Emperor noticed a handsome young fellow with fine but stern-looking eyes and of resolute and martial bearing, who made his musket ring again as he presented arms. "How many wounds?" inquired the Emperor. 30, replied the sergeant. "I am not asking you your age," said the Emperor graciously, "I am asking how many wounds you have received." Raising his voice, the sergeant again replied with the one word, 30. Annoyed at this reply, the Emperor turned to the colonel and said, "The man does not understand, he thinks I am asking about his age." "He understands well enough, sire," was the reply, "he has been wounded 30 times. "What?" exclaimed the Emperor, "you have been wounded so often and have not got the cross?" The sergeant looked down at his chest, and seeing that the strap of his cartridge pouch hid his decoration, he raised it so as to show the cross. He said to the Emperor, with great earnestness, "Yes, I've got one, but I've merited a dozen." The Emperor, who was always pleased to meet spirited fellows such as this, pronounced the sacramental words, "I make you an officer." "That's right, Emperor," said the new sub-lieutenant as he proudly drew himself up, "you couldn't have done better." Number 3. Almost an exact duplicate of this letter goes on to Paris to Cambycheries, as also of number 4. The moment the Emperor had heard that the Archduke had left Budweis and was going by the circuitous route via Krems to Vienna, he left Enns, May 7, and reached Moulk the same evening. Seeing a camp of the enemy on the other side of the river, he sends Marbot with a sergeant and 6 picked men to kidnap a few Austrians during the night. The foray is successful, and 3 are brought before Napoleon, one weeping bitterly. The Emperor asked the reason, and found it was because he had charge of his master's girdle, and would be thought to have robbed him. The Emperor had him set free and ferried across the river, saying, "We must honor and aid virtue wherever it shows itself." The next day he started for St. Polten, already evacuated by Hiller. On his way he saw the ruins of Dürnstein Castle, where Richard Coeur de Lion had been imprisoned. The Emperor's comments were interesting, but are now hackneyed, and are in most histories and memoirs, the parent source being Pullet, Vol. 2 246. Number 4. Schönbrunn, situated a mile from Vienna, across the little river of that name. Constant thus describes it, built in 1754 by the Empress Marie-Therese, Schönbrunn had an admirable position, its architecture, if defective and irregular, was yet of a majestic, imposing type. To reach it one has to cross the bridge across the little river Vienna. 4 stone sphinxes ornament this bridge, which is very large and well built. Facing the bridge there is a handsome gate opening onto a large courtyard, spacious enough for 7 or 8,000 men to maneuver in. The courtyard is in the form of a quadrangle surrounded by covered galleries and ornamented with 2 large basins, in which are marble statues. On both sides of the gateway are 2 huge obelisks of pink stone surmounted by gilt eagles. In German, Schönbrunn means fair spring, and the name is derived from a fresh and sparkling spring which is situated in the park. It wells forth from a little mound on which a tiny grotto has been built, carved within so as to resemble stalactites. Inside the grotto is a recumbent naiad holding a horn, from which the water falls down into a marble basin. In summer this little nook is deliciously cool. The interior of the palace merits nothing but praise. The furniture is sumptuous, and in taste both original and distinguished. The emperor's bedroom, the only place in the whole edifice where there was a chimney, was upholstered in Chinese lacquer wood of great antiquity, yet the painting and gilding were still quite fresh. The study adjoining was decorated in a like way. All these apartments, except the bedroom, were heated in winter by immense stoves, which sadly spoilt the effect of the other furniture. Between the study and the bedroom there was a strange apparatus called a flying chair, a sort of mechanical seat, which had been constructed for the Empress Marie-Therese, and which served to transport her from one floor to another, so that she was not obliged to go up and down the staircase like everyone else. The machine was worked in the same way as at theatres, by cords, pulleys, and a counterweight. The emperor drank a glassful from the beautiful spring, Schönbrunn, every morning. Napoleon found the people of Vienna less favorable to the French than in 1805, and Count Rapp told him the people were everywhere tired of us and of our victories. He did not like these sort of reflections. May 12th. On May 13th is dated the 7th Bulletin of the Army of Germany, but none of the bulletins 2 to 6 are in the correspondence. It states that on the 10th he is before Vienna, the Archduke Maximilian refuses to surrender, on the 11th, at 9 p.m., the bombardment commences, and by daybreak the city capitulated, and the Archduke fled. In his proclamation Napoleon blamed him and the House of Austria for the bombardment. While fleeing from the city, their adieus to the inhabitants have been murder and arson, like Medea, they have with their own hands slain their children. The Viennese had sworn to emulate their ancestors in 1683, and the heroes of Saragossa. But Alison, than whom none can do the big bow wow style better, has a thoughtful comment on what really occurred. All history demonstrates that there is one stage of civilization when the inhabitants of a metropolis are capable of such a sacrifice in defense of their country, and only one, and that when past, it is never recovered. The event has proved that the Russians, in 1812, were in the state of progress when such a heroic act was possible, but that the inhabitants of Vienna and Paris had passed it. Most certainly the citizens of London would never have buried themselves under the ruins of the Bank, the Treasury or Leadenhall Street before capitulating to Napoleon. 1870 and the siege of Paris modify this judgment, but the Prussian bombardment came only at the last, and barely reached the center of the city. Number 5. Ebersdorf, written 5 days after the murderous Battle of Essling. Montgaillard, whose temper and judgment, as Alison remarks, are not equal to his talents, cannot resist a covert sneer, writing under the Bourbons, at Napoleon's generalship on this occasion, although he adds a veneer by reminding us that Caesar was defeated at Dyrrhachium, Turenne at Marienthal, Eugene at Denain, Frederick the Great at Colon. The crossing of the river was one which none but a victorious army, with another 76 about to join it, could afford to risk, but which having effected, the French had to make the best of. As Napoleon said in his 10th Bulletin, the passage of a river like the Danube, in front of an enemy knowing perfectly the localities, and having the inhabitants on its side, is one of the greatest operations of war which it is possible to conceive. The Danube hereabouts is 1,000 yards broad, and 30 feet deep. But the rising of its water 14 feet in 3 days was what no one had expected. At Ebersdorf the first branch of the Danube was 500 yards across to an islet, thence 340 yards across the main current to Lobau, the vast island 3 miles broad and nearly 3 miles long, separated from the farther bank by another 150 yards of Danube. Bertrand had made excellent bridges, but on the 22nd the main one was carried away by a floating mill. Eugene has completely performed the task. At the commencement of the campaign the viceroy was taken unprepared. The Archduke John, exactly his own age, 27, was burning with hatred of France. Eugene had the impudence, with far inferior forces, to attack him at Sicily on April 16, but was repulsed with a loss, including prisoners, of 6,000 men. It is now necessary to retire, and the Archduke follows him leisurely, almost within sight of Verona. By the end of April the news of Eckmühl has reached both armies, and by May 1 the Austrians are in full retreat. As usual, Napoleon has already divined their altered plan of campaign, and writes from Braunau on this very day, "I doubt not that the enemy may have retired before you, it is necessary to pursue him with activity, whilst coming to join me as soon as possible via Carinthia. The junction with my army will probably take place beyond Bruck. It is probable I shall be at Vienna by the 10th to the 15th of May. It is the successful performance of this task of joining him and of driving back the enemy to which Napoleon alludes in the letter." The viceroy had been reproved for fighting at Sicily without his cavalry, for his precipitous retreat on Verona, and only 2 days earlier the emperor had told him that if affairs went worse he was to send for the king of Naples, Murat, to take command. "I am no longer grieved at the blunders you have committed, but because you do not write to me, and give me no chance of advising you, and even of regulating my own affairs here conformably." On May 8 Eugene defeats the Austrians on the Piave, and the Archduke John loses nearly 10,000 men and 15 cannon. Harassed in their retreat, they regain their own territory on May 14, the day after the capitulation of Vienna. Henceforward Eugene with part of the army, and MacDonald with the rest, force their way past all difficulties, so that when the junction with the Grand Army occurs at Bruck, Napoleon sends, May 27, the following proclamation: Soldiers of the Army of Italy, you have gloriously attained the goal that I marked out for you. Surprised by a perfidious enemy before your columns were united, you had to retreat to the Adige. But when you received the order to advance, you were on the memorable fields of Arcola, and there you swore on the manes of our heroes to triumph. You have kept your word at the Battle of the Piave, at the combats of San Daniel, Tarvis, and Goritz. You have taken by assault the forts of Malborghetto, of Predil, and made the enemy's divisions, entrenched in Prewald and Laybach, surrender. You had not then passed the Drave, and already 25,000 prisoners, 60 cannon, and 10 flags signalist your valor. This is the proclamation alluded to in this letter to Josephine. Number 6. May 29 th. The date is wrong, it should be May 19 or 24, probably the latter. It sets at rest the vexed question how the Danube bridge was broken, and seems to confirm Marbot's version of a floating mill on fire, purposely sent down by an Austrian officer of Jaegers, who won the rare order of Maria Theresa thereby, for performing more than his duty. Bertrand gained his emperor's lifelong admiration by his expedients at this time. Everything had to be utilized, anchors for the boat bridges were made by filling fishermen's baskets with bullets, and a naval contingent of 1,200 bluejackets from Antwerp proved invaluable. Number 7. I have ordered the two princes to re-enter France. After so critical a battle as the Battle of Essling, the emperor's first thoughts were concerning his succession, had he been killed or captured. He was therefore seriously annoyed that the heir apparent and his younger brother had both been taken out of the country without his permission. He therefore writes the Queen of Holland on May 28 from Ebersdorf, My daughter, I am seriously annoyed that you have left France without my permission, and especially that you have taken my nephews out of it. Since you are at Baden, stay there, but an hour after receiving the present letter send my two nephews back to Strasbourg to be near the Empress. They ought never to go out of France. It is the first time I have had reason to be annoyed with you, but you should not dispose of my nephews without my permission. You should realize what a bad effect it will have. Since the waters at Baden are doing you good, you can stay there a few days, but, I repeat, lose not a moment in sending my nephews back to Strasbourg. If the Empress is going to the waters at Plombières, they may accompany her there, but they must never pass the bridge of Strasbourg. Your affectionate father, Napoleon. This letter passed through the hands of Josephine at Strasbourg, who was so unhappy at not having heard from her husband that she opened it, and writes to Hortense on June 1 when forwarding the letter, I advise you to write to him immediately that you have anticipated his intentions, and that your children are with me, that you have only had them a few days in order to see them, and to give them a change of air. The page who is announced in Meneval's letter has not yet arrived. I hope he will bring me a letter from the Emperor, and that at least he will not be as vexed with me for your being at Baden. Your children have arrived in excellent health. The Duke of Montebello, who died this morning, the same day he writes to La Miracle as follows. Ma cousine, the Marshal died this morning of the wounds that he received on the field of honor. My sorrow equals yours. I lose the most distinguished general in my whole army, my comrade in arms for 16 years, he whom I looked upon as my best friend. His family and children will always have a special claim on my protection. It is to give you this assurance that I wish to write you this letter, for I feel that nothing can alleviate the righteous sorrow that you will experience. The following year he bestowed the highest honor on the Miracle that she could receive. Thus everything ends. The 14th bulletin says that the end was caused by a pernicious fever, and in spite of Dr. Frank, one of the best physicians in Europe. Thus ends one of the most distinguished soldiers France ever possessed. 77. He had received 13 wounds. The death of Lens, and the whole of the Essling period, is best told by Marbot. The loss of Lens was a more serious one to Napoleon than the whole 20,000 men lost in this battle. The master himself has told us that in war men are nothing, a man is everything. They could be replaced, Lens never. Like Kleber and Desaix, he stood on a higher platform than the older marshals, except Massena, who had serious drawbacks, and who was the only one of Napoleon's best generals that Wellington met in the peninsula. Lens had always the ear of the emperor, and always told him facts, not flattery. His life had been specially crowded the last few weeks. Rebuked by Napoleon for tardiness in supporting Massena at Ebersberg, his life was saved by Napoleon himself when he was thrown from his horse into the flooded Danube, and finally, on the field of Essling, he had under his orders Bessières, the man who had a dozen years before prevented his engagement to Caroline Bonaparte by tittle-tattling to Napoleon. Number 9. Eugene won a battle, the remnant of the Archduke John's army, together with Hungarian levies, in all 31,000 men, hold the entrenched camp and banks of the Rop. Eugene defeats it, with a loss of 6,000 men, of whom 3,700 were prisoners. Napoleon, in commemoration of the anniversary of Marengo, and Friedland, calls it the little granddaughter of Marengo. Number 11. The curtain of the war's final act was rung up in the 24th bulletin. At length there exists no longer the Danube for the French army. General Count Bertrand has completed works which excite astonishment and inspire admiration. For 800 yards over the most rapid river in the world he has, in a fortnight, constructed a bridge of 16 arches where 3 carriages can pass abreast. Wagram is, according to Pilot, the masterpiece of tactical battles, while the 5 days' campaign, Thon to Ratisbon, was one long strategic battle. Nevertheless, respecting Wagram, had the Archduke John, with his 40,000 men, turned up, as the Archduke had more right to expect than Wellington had to expect Blucher, Waterloo might have been antedated 6 years. Lasalle was a prime favourite of Napoleon, for his sure eye and active bearing. His capture of Stettin with 2 regiments of hussars was specially noteworthy. Like Lens, he had a strong premonition of his death. Marbot tells a story of how Napoleon gave him 200,000 francs to get married with. A week later the emperor asked, "When is the wedding?" "As soon as I have got some money to furnish with, sire." "Why, I gave you 200,000 francs to furnish with last week. What have you done with them?" "Paid my debts with half, and lost the other half at cards." Such an admission would have ruined any other general. The emperor laughed, and merely giving a sharp tug at Lasalle's moustache, ordered Duroc to give him another 200,000. "I am sunburnt, and, as he writes Cambycheries the same day, tired out, having been 60 out of the previous 72 hours in the saddle." Number 12. Wolkersdorf, on July 8 he writes General Clark, "I have the headquarters lately occupied by the craven Francis II, who contented himself with watching the whole affair from the top of a tower, 10 miles from the scene of battle." On this day also he dictated his 25th bulletin, of which the last portion is so skillfully utilized in the last scene of Act V in Laglan. One concluding sentence is all that can here be quoted, such is the recital of the Battle of Wagram, a decisive and ever illustrious battle, where 300,000 to 400,000 men, 1200 to 1500 guns, fought for great stakes on a field of battle, studied, meditated on, and fortified by the enemy for many months. A surfeit of bile, his usual source of relief after extra work or worry. In this case both. Bernadotte had behaved so badly at Wagram, that Napoleon sent him to Paris with the stern rebuke, "A bungler like you is no good to me." But as usual his anger against an old comrade is short-lived, and he gives General Clark permission to send Bernadotte to command at Antwerp against the English. Number 16. My affairs follow my wishes, in Austria, possibly, but not elsewhere. Prussia was seething with conspiracy, Russia with ill-concealed hatred, the English had just landed in Belgium, and Wellesley had just won Talavera. Soult was apparently no longer trustworthy, Bernadotte a conceited boaster, who had to be publicly snubbed. See the order of the day, August 5, number 15614. Clark and Cambycheries are so slow that Napoleon writes them, August 10, not to let the English come and take you in bed. Fouché shows more energy than everyone else put together, calls out National Guards, and sends them off to meet the northern invasion. The Minister of the Interior, M. Cretet, had just died, and the Emperor had wisely put Fouché, the most competent man available, into his place for the time being. Number 17. August 21 St, the list of birthday honours, August 15, had been a fairly long one, Berthier becoming Prince of Wagram, Messina of Essling, Davist of Eckmühl. Marshals Oudinot and MacDonald, Generals Clark, Rainier, Gaudin, and Champagny, as also M. Marat, became dukes. Marmont had already, says Savary, been made delirious with the joy of possessing a baton. Number 18. Comedians, Napoleon found relaxation more after his own heart in conversing with the savants of Germany, including the great mechanic Maelzel, with whose automaton chess player he played a game. Constant gives a highly colored picture of the sequel. The automaton was seated before a chessboard, and the emperor, taking a chair opposite the figure, said laughingly, "Now, my friend, we'll have a game." The automaton, bowing, made signs for the emperor to begin. After 2 or 3 moves the emperor made a wrong one on purpose, the automaton bowed and replaced the piece on the board. His Majesty cheated again, when the automaton bowed again, but this time took the pawn. "Quite right," said His Majesty, as he promptly cheated for the 3rd time. The automaton then shook its head, and with one sweep of its hand knocked all the chessmen down. Women, not having been presented, one woman, however, the mistress of Lord Paget, was quite willing to be presented at a late hour and to murder him at the same time, at least so says Constant. Number 19. All this is very suspicious. For perfectly natural reasons Caesar's wife was now above suspicion, but Caesar himself was not so. Madame Walewski had been more than a month at Schönbrunn, and on May 4, 1810, Napoleon has a second son born, who 50 years later helped to edit his father's correspondence. Number 20. Krems, he left here to review Davist's corps on the field of Austerlitz. Afterwards all the generals dined with him, and the emperor said, "This is the 2nd time I come upon the field of Austerlitz, shall I come to it a 3rd time?" "Sire," replied one, "from what we see every day none dare wager that you will not." It was this suppressed hatred that probably determined the emperor to dismantle the fortifications of Vienna, an act that intensified the hatred of the Viennese more than his allowing the poor people to help themselves to wood for the winter in the imperial forests had mollified them. My health has never been better. His reason for this remark is found in his letter to Cambycheries of the same date. They have spread in Paris the rumor that I was ill, I know not why, I was never better. The reason of the rumor was that Corvisart had been sent for to Vienna, as there had been an outbreak of dysentery among the troops. This was kept a profound secret from France, and Napoleon even allowed Josephine to think that Corvisart had attended him, see letter 22. Number 23. October 14th, 2 days before, Stabs, the young Tugendbundist and an admirer of Joan of Arc, had attempted to assassinate Napoleon on parade with a carving knife. The emperor's letter to Fouché of the October 12th gives the most succinct account. A youth of 17, son of a Lutheran minister of Erfurt, sought to approach me on parade today. He was arrested by the officers, and as the little man's agitation had been noticed, suspicion was aroused, he was searched, and a dagger found upon him. I had him brought before me, and the little wretch, who seemed to me fairly well educated, told me that he wished to assassinate me to deliver Austria from the presence of the French. I could distinguish in him neither religious nor political fanaticism. He did not appear to know exactly who or what Brutus was. The fever of excitement he was in prevented our knowing more. He will be examined when he has cooled down and fasted. It is possible that it will come to nothing. He will be arraigned before a military commission. I wish to inform you of this circumstance in order that it may not be made out more important than it appears to be. I hope it will not leak out. If it does, we shall have to represent the fellow as a madman. If it is not spoken of at all, keep it to yourself. The whole affair made no disturbance at the parade, I myself saw nothing of it. P.S. I repeat once more, and you understand clearly, that there is to be no discussion of this occurrence. Count Rapp saved the emperor's life on this occasion, and he, Savary, and Constant, all give detailed accounts. Their narratives are a remarkable object lesson of the carelessness of the average contemporary spectator in recording dates. Savary gives vaguely the end of September, Constant October 13th, and Count Rapp October 23rd. In the present case the date of this otherwise trivial incident is important, for careless historians assert that it influenced Napoleon in concluding peace. In any case it would have taken 20 such occurrences to affect Napoleon one hairbreadth, and in the present instance his letter of October 10th to the Russian Emperor proves that the peace was already settled, all but the signing. Number 24. Stuttgart, General Rapp describes this journey as follows: peace was ratified. We left Nymphenburg and arrived at Stuttgart. Napoleon was received in a style of magnificence, and was lodged in the palace together with his suite. The king was laying out a spacious garden, and men who had been condemned to the galleys were employed to labor in it. The emperor asked the king who the men were who worked in chains. He replied that they were for the most part rebels who had been taken in his new possessions. We set out on the following day. On the way Napoleon alluded to the unfortunate wretches whom he had seen at Stuttgart. The king of Württemberg, said he, is a very harsh man, but he is very faithful. Of all the sovereigns in Europe he possesses the greatest share of understanding. We stopped for an hour at Rastatt, where the Princess of Baden and Princess Stephanie had arrived for the purpose of paying their respects to the emperor. The Grand Duke and Duchess accompanied him as far as Strasbourg. On his arrival in that city he received dispatches which again excited his displeasure against the Faubourg St. Germain. We proceeded to Fontainebleau. No preparations had been made for the emperor's reception, there was not even a guard on duty. This was on October 26th, at 10 a.m. Meneval asserts that Napoleon's subsequent bad temper was feigned. In any case, the meeting, that moment so impatiently awaited, was a very bad court d'honneur for Josephine, accentuated doubtless by Fouché's report of bad conduct on the part of the ladies of St. Germain. Series M. Number 1. According to the correspondence of Napoleon I, number 16058, the date of this letter is December 17. It seems, however, possible that it is the letter written immediately after his arrival at Trianon, referred to by Meneval, who was, in fact, responsible for it. Thiers, working from unpublished memoirs of Hortense and Cambycheries, gives a most interesting account of the family council, held at 9 p.m. on Friday, December 15, at the Tuileries. Constant also describes the scene, but gives the Empress credit for showing the most self-command of those chiefly interested. The next day, 11 a.m., Count Lespard introduced the resolutions of the family council to the Senatus Consultus. 78. It is today that, more than ever before, the Emperor has proved that he wishes to reign only to serve his subjects, and that the Empress has merited that posterity should associate her name with that of Napoleon. He pointed out that 13 of Napoleon's predecessors had broken the bonds of matrimony in order to fulfill better those of sovereign, and that among these were the most admired and beloved of French monarchs, Charlemagne, Philip Augustus, Louis XII, and Henry IV. This speech and the decrees, carried by 76 votes to 7, are found in the Moniteur of December 17, which Napoleon considers sufficiently authentic to send to his brother Joseph as a full account of what occurred, and with no further comment of his own but that it was the step which he thought it his duty to take. The decrees of the Committee of the Senate were, 1. The marriage contracted between the Emperor Napoleon and the Empress Josephine is dissolved. 2. The Empress Josephine will retain the titles and rank of a crowned Empress Queen. 79. 3. Her jointure is fixed at an annual revenue of £80,000 from the public treasury. 80. 4. Every provision which may be made by the Emperor in favour of the Empress Josephine, out of the funds of the civil list, shall be obligatory on his successors. They added separate addresses to the Emperor and Empress, and that to the latter seems worthy of quotation: Your Imperial and Royal Majesty is about to make for France the greatest of sacrifices, history will preserve the memory of it forever. The august spouse of the greatest of monarchs cannot be united to his immortal glory by more heroic devotion. For long, Madam, the French people has revered your virtues, it holds dear that loving kindness which inspires your every word, as it directs your every action, it will admire your sublime devotion, it will award forever to your Majesty, Empress and Queen, the homage of gratitude, respect and love. From a letter of Eugene's to his wife, quoted by Aubenas, it appears that he, with his mother, arrived at Malmaison on Saturday evening 81 December 16, and that it never ceased raining all the next day, which added to the general depression, in spite of, or because of, Eugene's bad puns. On the evening of the 16th Napoleon was at Trianon, writing letters, and we cannot think that if the Emperor had been to Malmaison on the Sunday 82 Eugene would have included this without comment in the some visits they had received. The Emperor, as we see from the next letter, paid Josephine a visit on the Monday. Number 2. The date of this is Tuesday, December 19th, while number 3 is Wednesday the 20th. Savary, always unpopular with the court ladies, has now nothing but kind words for Josephine. She quitted the court, but the court did not quit her, it had always loved her, for never had anyone been so kind. She never injured anyone in the time of her power, she protected even her enemies, such as Fouché at this juncture, and Lucien earlier. During her stay at Malmaison, the highroad from Paris to this chateau was only one long procession, in spite of the bad weather, everyone considered it a duty to present themselves at least once a week. Later, Marie-Louise became jealous of this, and poor Josephine had to go to the Chateau of Navarre, and finally to leave France. Queen of Naples, for some reason Napoleon had not wanted this sister at Paris this winter, and had written her to this effect from Schönbrunn on October 15. If you were not so far off, and the season so advanced, I would have asked Murat to spend 2 months in Paris. But you cannot be there before December, which is a horrible season, especially for a Neapolitan. 83. But Sister Caroline, with the head of a Cromwell on the shoulders of a pretty woman, was not easy to lead, and her husband had in consequence to bear the full weight of the Emperor's displeasure. Murat's finances were in disorder, and Napoleon wrote Champagny on December 30 to tell Murat plainly that if the borrowed money was not returned to France, it would be taken by main force. 84. The hunt, in pouring rain, in the forest of St. Germain. Number 4. Thursday, December 21, is the date. The weather is very damp, making Malmaison as unhealthy as its very name warranted, and rendering more difficult the task which Madame de Remusat had set herself of resting Josephine mentally by tiring her physically. This typical toady, Napoleon's eavesdropper extraordinary, had arrived at Malmaison on December 18. She writes on the Friday, December 22, beseeching her husband to advise the Emperor to moderate the tone of his letters, especially this one, Thursday, December 21, which had upset Josephine frightfully. Surely a more harmless letter was never penned. But it is the Remusat all over, she lives in a chronic atmosphere of suspicion that all her letters are read by the Emperor, and therefore, like Stevenson's nursery rhymes, they are always written with one eye on the grown-up person. 85, on the grown-up person par excellence of France and the century. The opening of letters by the government was doubtless a blemish, which, however, Napoleon tried to neutralize by entrusting the post office to his wife's relative, Lavalette, a man whose ever-kind heart prevented this necessary espionage degenerating into unnecessary interference with individual rights. Number 5. Date probably Sunday, December 24. King of Bavaria, Eugene had gone to Meaux to meet his father-in-law, who had put off the dog's humor which he had shown since the 16th. Number 6. Josephine had gone by special invitation to dine at the Little Trianon with Napoleon on Christmas Day, and Madame d'Avrillon says she had a very happy day there. On her return she told me how kind the Emperor had been to her, that he had kept her all the evening, saying the kindest things to her. Aubenas says, the repast was eaten in silence and gloom, but does not give his authority. Eugene, moreover, confirms Madame d'Avrillon in his letter to his wife of December 26. My dear Augusta, the Emperor came on Sunday to see the Empress. Yesterday she went to Trianon to see him, and stayed to dinner. The Emperor was very kind and amiable to her, and she seemed to be much better. Everything points to the Empress being more happy in her new position, and we also. On this Christmas Day Napoleon had his last meal with Josephine. Number 7. Tuileries, his return from Trianon to this, his official residence, made the divorce more apparent to everyone. Number 8. A house vacant in Paris. This seems a hint for Josephine. She wishes to come to Paris, to the Élysée, and to try a little diplomacy of her own in favor of the Austrian match, and she sends secretly to Madame de Metternich, whose husband was absent. Eugene more officially is approaching Prince Schwarzenberg, the ambassador. Josephine, like Talleyrand, wished to heal the schism with Rome by an Austrian alliance, while Cambyses, foreseeing a war with the power not allied by marriage, would have preferred the Russian match. Number 9. Thursday, January 4th. Hortense, Louis had tried to obtain a divorce. Cambyses was ordered on December 22 to summon a family council, New Letters of Napoleon I, number 234, but the wish of the king was refused, verbally, says Louis in his historical documents of Holland, whereupon he refused to agree to Josephine's divorce, but had to give way, and was present at what he calls the farewell festival given by the city of Paris to the Empress Josephine on January 1. The ecclesiastical divorce was pronounced on January 12. Number 10. January 5 he duly visits Josephine the next day. Number 11. January 7 is the date. What charms your society has, her repertoire of small talk and scandal. He had also lost in her his agenda, his Journal of Paris. Still the visits are growing rarer. This long kind letter was doubtless intended to be specially so, for 2 days later the clergy of Paris pronounced the annulment of her marriage. This was far worse than the pronouncement by the Senate in December, as it meant to her that she and Napoleon had never been properly married at all. The emperor, who hated divorces, and especially divorcees, had found great difficulty in breaking down the barriers he had helped to build, for which purpose he had to be subordinated to his own Senate, the Pope to his own bishops. 7 of them allowed the annulment of the marriage of 1804 on account of 1. Its secrecy, 2. The insufficiency of consent of the contracting parties, and 3. The absence of the local parish priest at the ceremony. The last reason was merely a technical one. But with respect to the first two it is only fair to admit that Napoleon had undoubtedly, and perhaps for the only time in his life, been completely rushed, i.e. by the Pope and Josephine. The coronation ceremony was waiting, and the Pope, secretly solicited by Josephine, insisted on a religious marriage first and foremost. The Pope suffered forthwith, but the other bill of costs was not exacted till 5 years after date. Number 12. Wednesday, January 12th. King of Westphalia, Madame Durand, Napoleon and Marie-Louise, says that, forced to abandon his wife, the beautiful and energetic Miss Patterson, and child, Jerome had vowed he would never have any relations with a wife who had been thus forced upon him. For 3 years he lavished his attentions upon almost all the beauties of the Westphalian court. The Queen, an eyewitness of this conduct, bore it with mild and forbearing dignity. She seemed to see and hear nothing. In short, her demeanor was perfect. The king, touched by her goodness, weary of his conquests, and repentant of his behavior, was only anxious for an opportunity of altering the state of things. Happily the propitious moment presented itself. The right wing of the palace of Castle, in which the queen's apartments were situated, took fire. Alarmed by the screams of her women the queen awoke and sprang out of her bed, to be caught in the arms of the king and carried to a place of safety. From that time forth the royal couple were united and happy. Number 13. Saturday, January 13th. Sensible, this was now possible after a month's mourning. In the early days, according to Madame Remusat, her mind often wandered, but Napoleon himself encouraged the court to visit her, and the road to Malmaison was soon a crowded one. As the days passed, however, life became sadly monotonous. Reading palled on Josephine, as did whist and the daily feeding of her golden pheasants and guinea fowls. Remained patience. Was it the general she played or the emperor, or did she find distraction in the demon? Number 14. D'Audenard, Napoleon's handsome equerry, whom Mlle d'Avrillon calls un homme superbe. His mother was Josephine's favourite Dame du Palais. Madame Lalling, Viscountess d'Audenard, née Peyrac, was one of the old regime who had been ruined by the Revolution. Number 16. Tuesday, January 23rd. On January 21st a Privy Council was summoned to approve of Marie-Louise as their choice of a consort, who may give an heir to the throne, Thiers. Cambyses, Fouché and Murat wished for the Russian princess, Lardre, Cardinal Fesch and King Louis for a Saxon one, but Talleyrand, Champagny, Marat, Berthier, Fontaines were for Austria. Number 17. Sunday, January 28th. Number 18. Josephine had heard she was to be banished from Paris, and so had asked to come to the Élysée to prove the truth or otherwise of the rumor. L'Élysée, St. Amand gives the following interesting précis. Built by the Count d'Evreux in 1718, it had belonged in succession to the Marchioness de Pompadour, to the financier Beaujon, a Croesus of the 18th century, and to the Duchesse de Bourbon. Having, under the Revolution, become national property, it had been hired by the caterers of public entertainments, who gave it the name of L'Élysée. In 1803 it became the property of Murat, who, becoming king of Naples, ceded it to Napoleon in 1808. Here Napoleon signed his second abdication, here resided Alexander I in 1815, and here Josephine's grandson effected the coup d'état, 1851. When the Senatus Consultus fixed the revenue of Josephine, Napoleon not only gave her whatever rights he had in Malmaison, viz., at least 90% of the total cost, but the Palace of the Élysée, its gardens and dependencies, with the furniture then in use. The latter residence was, however, for her life only. Number 19. February 3 is the date. L'Élysée, after the first receptions the place is far worse than Malmaison. Schwarzenberg, Talleyrand, the Princess Pauline, Berthier, even her old friend Cambycheries are giving balls 86 while the Emperor goes nearly every night to a theatre. The carriages pass by the Élysée, but do not stop. It is as if the palace were in quarantine, with the yellow flag floating. Number 20. Bessieres country house, M. Masson says Grignan, but unless this house is called after the chateau of that name in Provence, he must be mistaken. Number 21. Rambouillet, he had taken the court with him, and was there from February 19 to the 23rd, the date of this letter. While there he had been in the best of humours. On his return he finds it necessary to write his future wife and to her father, and to pen a legible letter to the latter gives him far more trouble than winning a battle against the Austrians, if not assisted by General Danube. Adieu, sick and weary, Josephine returns to Malmaison, Friday, March 9, and even this is not long to be hers, for the new empress is almost already on her way. The marriage at Vienna took place on March 11, with her uncle Charles 87 the hero of Essling, for Napoleon's proxy. On the 13th she leaves Vienna, and on the 23rd reaches Strasbourg. On the 27th she meets Napoleon at Compiègne, spends 3 days with him in the chateau there, and arrives at St. Cloud on April 1, where the civil marriage is renewed, followed by the triumphal entry into Paris, and the religious ceremony on April 2. This day Josephine reaches the chateau of Navarre. Series N. Navarre, on the site of an old dwelling of Rollo the Sea King, was built by Jeanne of France, Queen of Navarre, Countess of Évreux. At the time of the Revolution it belonged to the Dukes of Bouillon, and was confiscated. In February 1810, Napoleon determined to purchase it, and on March 10 instructed his Secretary of State, Marat, to confer the Duchy of Navarre, purchased by letters patent, on Josephine and her heirs male. The old square building was, however, utterly unfit to be inhabited, not a window would shut, there was neither paper nor tapestry, all the wainscoting was rotten, drafts and damp everywhere, and no heating apparatus. 88 What solace to know its beautiful situation, its capabilities? No wonder if her household, banished to such a place, 65 miles from the capital of capitals, should rebel, and secessions headed by Madame Ney become for a time general. Whist and piquet soon grow stale in such a house and with such surroundings, and even trick-track with the old Bishop of Évreux becomes tedious. Eugene as usual brings sunshine in his path, and helps to dispel the gloom caused by the idle gossip imported from Paris, that Josephine is not to return to Malmaison, and the like. Number 1. This was Josephine's second letter, says D'Avrillon, the first being answered viva voce by Eugene. To Malmaison, Napoleon had promised Josephine permission to return to Malmaison, and would not recant. His new wife was, however, very jealous of Josephine, and very much hurt at her presence at Malmaison. Napoleon managed to be away from Paris for 6 weeks after Josephine's arrival at Malmaison. No 1a. It is written in a bad style. M. Masson, however, is loud in its praises, and adds, Voilà dans le protocole du tutoiement re-established between them in spite of the second marriage, and their correspondence re-established on the old terms. Number 2. This letter seems to have been taken by Eugene to Paris, and thence forwarded to the Emperor with a letter from that prince in which he enumerates Josephine's suggestions and wishes. 1. That she will not go to Aix-la-Chapelle if other waters are suggested by Corvisart. 2. That after stopping a few days at Malmaison she will go in June for 3 months to the baths, and afterwards to the south of France, visit Rome, Florence and Naples incognito, spend the winter at Milan, and return to Malmaison and Navarre in the spring of 1811. 3. That in her absence Navarre shall be made habitable, for which fresh funds are required. 4. That Josephine wishes her cousins the Tachers to marry, one a relative of King Joseph, the other the Princess Amélie de Lorraine, niece of the Prince Primate. To this Napoleon replies from Compiègne, April 26, that the de Lion match with Louis Tacher may take place 89 but that he will not interest himself in the other, Henry, Tacher, who is giddy-headed and bad-tempered. I consent to whatever the Empress does, but I will not confer any mark of my regard on a person who has behaved ill to me. I am very glad that the Empress likes Navarre. I am giving orders to have £12,000 which I owe her for 1,810, and £12,000 for 1,811 advanced to her. She will then have only the £80,000 from the public treasury to come in. She is free to go to whatever spa she cares for, and even to return to Paris afterwards. He thinks, however, she would be happier in new scenes which they had never visited together, as they had Aix-la-Chapelle. If, however, the last are the best, she may go to them, for what I desire above all is that she may keep calm, and not allow herself to be excited by the gossip of Paris. This letter goes far to soothe the poor chatelaine of Navarre. No. 2a. 2 letters, the other, now missing, may have some reference to the pictures to which he refers in his letter to Fouché the next day. Is it true that engravings are being published with the title of Josephine Beauharnais née la Pagerie? If this is true, have the prince seized, and let the engravers be punished. New letters, number 253. Number 3. Probably written from Boulogne about the 25th. His northern tour with Marie-Louise had been very similar to one taken in 1804, but his entourage found the new bride very cold and callous compared to Josephine. Leaving Paris on April 29, Napoleon's correspondence till June is dated Laeken, April 30, Antwerp, May 3, Bois-le-Duc, Middelburg, Gand, Bruges, Ostend, May 20, Lille, Boulogne, Dieppe, Le Havre, Rouen, May 31. He takes the Empress in a canal barge from Brussels to Malines and himself descends the subterranean vault of the Escautoise Canal, between St. Quentin and Cambrai. He is at St. Cloud on June 2. Josephine has felt his wanderings less, as she has the future emperor, her favorite grandson, with her, the little wee, as she calls him, and for whom the damp spring weather of Holland was dangerous. She was also at Malmaison from the middle of May to June 18. The original collection of letters, Die Frères, 1833, heads the letter correctly to the Empress Josephine at Malmaison, but the correspondence, published by order of Napoleon III, gives it erroneously, to the Empress Josephine, at the Château of Navarre, number 16537. I will come to see you. He comes for 2 hours on June 13, and makes himself thoroughly agreeable. Poor Josephine is light-headed with joy all the evening after. The meeting of the two empresses is, however, indefinitely postponed, and Josephine had now no further reason to delay her departure. Leaving her little grandson Louis behind, she travels under the name of the Countess d'Arbug, and she is accompanied by Madame d'Audenard and Mlle de Macau, who left the Princess Stephanie to come to Navarre. M. Masson notes that Madame de Remusat needs the Aix waters, and will rejoin Josephine, within a week, under pretext of service, and thus obtain her cure gratuitously. They go via Lyons and Geneva to Aix-les-Bains. M. Masson, who has recently made a careful and complete study of this period, describes the daily round. Josephine, on getting out of bed, takes conscientiously her baths and douches, then, as usual, lies down again until déjeuner, 11 a.m., for which the whole of the little court are assembled at the palace, wherever she lives, and however squalid the dwelling place, her abode always bears this name. Afterwards she and her womenfolk ply their interminable tapestry, while the latest novel or play, sent by Barbie from Paris, is read aloud. And so the day passes till 5, when they dress for dinner at 6, after dinner a ride. At 9 the Empress's friends assemble in her room, Mlle de Macau sings, at 11 everyone goes to bed. This program, however, varies with the weather. Here is St. Amand's version, Derniers années de l'Impératrice Josephine, p. 237. A little reading in the morning, an airing, le promenade, afterwards, dinner at 8 on account of the heat, games afterwards, and some little music, so passed existence. Number 4. July 8th. On July 5th, driving along the Chambéry road, Josephine met the courier with a letter from Eugene describing the terrible fire at Prince Schwarzenberg's ball, where the Princess de la Lion, mother of young Tascher's bride-elect, was burnt. It is noteworthy that the emperor makes no allusion to the conflagration. As, however, this is the first letter since the end of May, others may have been lost or destroyed. You will have seen Eugene, i.e. on his way to Milan, who arrived at Aix on July 10. He had just been made heir to the Grand Duchy of Frankfurt, a broad hint to him and to Europe that Italy would be eventually united to France under Napoleon's dynasty. This was the nadir of the Beauharnais family. Josephine repudiated, Hortense unqueened and unwed 90, and Eugene's expectations dissipated, and all within a few short months. Eugene had left his wife ill at Geneva, whither Josephine goes to visit her the next day, duly reporting her visit to Napoleon in her letter of July 14, see number 5. Geneva was always the home of the disaffected, and so the Empress had to be specially tactful, and the de Remusat reports, she speaks of the Emperor as of a brother, of the new Empress as the one who will give children to France, and if the rumors of the latter's condition be correct, I am certain she will be delighted about it. That unfortunate daughter is coming to France, i.e. to reside when she is not at St. Lô, given to her by Napoleon, or at the waters. On the present occasion she has been at Plombières a month or more. On July 10 Napoleon instructs the Countess de Boubers to bring the Grand Duke of Berg to Paris, whom he awaits with impatience, Brodonnais, 625. Number 5. The conduct of the King of Holland has worried me. This was in March, and by May the crisis was still more acute and Napoleon's patience exhausted. On May 20th he writes, "Before all things be a Frenchman and the Emperor's brother, and then you may be sure you are in the path of the true interests of Holland. Good sense and policy are necessary to the government of states, not sour unhealthy bile." And 3 days later, "Write me no more of your customary twaddle, 3 years now it has been going on, and every instant proves its falsehood. This is the last letter I shall ever write you in my life." Louis at one time determined on war, and rather than surrender Amsterdam, to cut the dikes. The Emperor hears of this, summons his brother, and practically imprisons him until he countermands the defense of Amsterdam. On July 1 Louis abdicated and fled to Toeplitz in Bohemia. Napoleon is terribly grieved at the conduct of his brother, who would never realize that the effective continental blockade was Napoleon's last sheet anchor to force peace upon England. Number 6. To die in a lake, i.e. the Lake of Beauregard, shut in by the Dent du Chat, where a white squall had nearly capsized the sailing boat. Josephine had been on July 26 to visit the Abbey Haute-Combe, place of sepulture of the Princes of Savoy, and the storm had overtaken her on the return voyage. Number 8. Paris, this Friday, a very valuable note of M. Masson, Josephine Repudi, 198, enables us to fix this letter at its correct date. He says, it has to do with the exile of Madame de la T, viz., the Princess Louise de la Tremoille, which takes place on September 28, 1810, and this September 28 is also a Friday. There is also the question of Mlle de Macaw being made a baroness, and this lady had not joined the court of Josephine till May 1810. Lastly, the B. mentioned therein can only be Barrant, the prefect, whose dismissal, from Geneva, almost coincides with this letter. It may be added that the La Tremoille family was one of the oldest in France, allied with the Condés, and consequently with the Bourbons. Barrant's fault had been connivance at the letters and conduct of Madame de Staël. Number 9. The only suitable places, are either Milan or Navarre. Milan had been her own suggestion conveyed by Eugene, but Napoleon, 2 months later, had told her she could spend the winter in France, and in spite of danger signals, inspired by diplomacy rather than devotion. 91, from Madame de Remusat, in her fulsome and tedious dispatch sent from Paris in September, and probably inspired by the Emperor himself, she manages to get to Navarre, and even to spend the first fortnight of November at Malmaison. Before leaving Switzerland, Josephine refuses to risk an interview with Madame de Staël. In the first book she publishes she will not fail to report our conversation, and heaven knows how many things she will make me say that I have never even thought of. Number 10. In spite of the heading, Josephine was at Malmaison on this day, and Napoleon writes Cambycheries, "My cousin, the Empress Josephine not leaving for Navarre till Monday or Tuesday, I wish you to pay her a visit. You will let me know on your return how you find her." Broadonnet 721. The real reason is to hasten her departure, and she gets to Navarre November 22, Thursday. The Empress progresses satisfactorily. Napoleon writes to this effect to her father, the Emperor of Austria, on the same day. The Empress is very well. It is impossible that the wife for whom I am indebted to you should be more perfect. Moreover, I beg your Majesty to rest assured that she and I are equally attached to you. Series O. Number 1. The New Year. On this occasion, instead of her usual gifts, étrennes, she organized a lottery of jewels, of which Madame du Crest gives a full account. Needless to say, Josephine worked the oracles so that everyone got a suitable gift, including the old bishop. See next note. More women than men, the Bishop of Evreux, Manager Borlier, was the most welcome guest. He amused Josephine, and although 80 years of age, could play trick-track and talk well on any subject. Madame de Remusat wrote her husband concerning him, "We understand each other very well, he and I. Keep well." At Navarre Josephine lost her headaches, and put on flesh. Number 2. There is a full account of the birth of the King of Rome in Napoleon's letter to the Emperor of Austria on March 20, number 17496. The letter of this date to Josephine is missing, but is referred to by D'Avrillon. It began, "My dear Josephine, I have a son. I am au comble de bonheur." Eugene, Josephine much appreciated this allusion. "Is it possible," she said, "for anyone to be kinder than the Emperor, and more anxious to mitigate whatever might be painful for me at the present moment, if I loved him less sincerely? This association of my son with his own is well worthy of him who, when he likes, is the most fascinating of all men." She gave a costly ring to the page who brought the letter. On the previous day Eugene had arrived at Navarre, sent by the Emperor. "You are going to see your mother, Eugene, tell her I am sure that she will rejoice more than anyone at my happiness. I should have already written to her if I had not been absorbed by the pleasure of watching my boy. The moments I snatch from his side are only for matters of urgent necessity. This event, I shall acquit myself of the most pleasant of them all by writing to Josephine." Number 4. Written in November 1811. As fat as a good Normandy farmeress, Madame d'Abrance, who saw her about this time, writes, "I observed that Josephine had grown very stout 92 since the time of my departure for Spain. This change was at once for the better and the worse. It imparted a more youthful appearance to her face, but her slender and elegant figure, which had been one of her principal attractions, had entirely disappeared. She had now decided embonpoint, and her figure had assumed that matronly air which we find in the statues of Agrippina, Cornelia, and see still. However, she looked uncommonly well, and she wore a dress which became her admirably. Her judicious taste in these matters contributed to make her appear young much longer than she otherwise would. The best proof of the admirable taste of Josephine is the marked absence of elegance shown by Marie-Louise, though both empresses employed the same milliners and dressmakers, and Marie-Louise had a large sum allotted for the expenses of her toilet. St. Amand says that 1811 was for Josephine a happy year, compared to those which followed. Series P. Number 1. Written from Königsberg, M. Masson, in Josephine Reputi, says Danzig, but on June 11 Napoleon writes to Eugene, I shall be at Königsberg tomorrow, where his correspondence is dated from henceforward. A day or two later he writes the King of Rome's governess that he trusts to hear soon that the 15-months-old child has cut his first 4 teeth. Number 2. Gumbinnen, June 20th. From this place and on this date goes forth the first bulletin of the Grande Armée. It gives a resume of the causes of the war, dating from the end of 1810, when English influence again gained ascendancy. On July 29 he writes Hortense from Witebsk to congratulate her on her eldest son's recovery from an illness. A week later he writes his librarian for some amusing novels, new ones for choice, or old ones that he has not read, or good memoirs. Josephine meanwhile has permission to go to Italy. Owing to her grandson's illness she defers starting till July 16 through frightful weather she reaches Milan via Geneva on July 28, and has a splendid reception. On the 29th she writes to Hortense, I have found the 3 letters from Eugene, the last one dated the 13th, his health is excellent. He still pursues the Russians, without being able to overtake them. It is generally hoped the campaign may be a short one. May that hope be realized. 2 days later she announces the birth of Eugene's daughter Amelia, afterwards Empress of Brazil. Towards the end of August Josephine goes to Aix and meets the Queen of Spain with her sister Desirée Bernadotte, the former kind and amiable as usual, the latter very gracious to me, rather a new experience. From Aix she goes to Pregny-la-Tour, on the Lake of Geneva, and shocks the good people in various ways, says M. Masson, especially by innuendos against Napoleon, and he adds, if one traces back to their source the worst calumnies against the morals of the emperor, it is Josephine that one encounters there. She gets to Malmaison October 24. Soon after his return from Moscow Napoleon pays her a visit, and about this time she begins to see the King of Rome, whose mother has always thought more of her daily music and drawing lessons than of whether she was making her son happy or not. 1812 closed in gloom, but 1813 was in itself terribly ominous to so superstitious a woman as Josephine. 13 is always unlucky, and moreover the numbers of 1813 add up to 13, also the doom-dealing year began on a Friday. Everyone felt the hour approaching. As Napoleon said at St. Helena, the star grew pale, I felt the rein slipping from my hand, and I could do no more. A thunderbolt could alone have saved us, and every day, by some new fatality or other, our chances diminished. Sinister designs began to creep in among us, fatigue and discouragement had won over the majority, my lieutenants became lax, clumsy, careless, and consequently unfortunate, they were no longer the men of the commencement of the revolution, nor even of the time of my good fortune. The chief generals were sick of the war, I had gorged them too much with my high esteem, with too many honors and too much wealth. They had drunk from the cup of pleasure, and wished to enjoy peace at any price. The sacred fire was quenched. Up to August fortune had smiled again upon her favorite. With conscripts for infantry and without cavalry he had won Lutzen, Botzen, and Dresden, and even so late as September Byron was writing that bar epilepsy and the elements he would back Napoleon against the field. But treachery and incompetence had undermined the empire, and Leipzig, that battle of giants, where 110,000 soldiers were killed and wounded, made final success hopeless. In 1814 his brothers Lucien and Louis rallied to him, and Hortense was for the only time proud of her husband. She thinks if he had shown less suspicion and she less pride they might have been happy after all. My husband is a good Frenchman, he is an honest man. Meanwhile, Talleyrand is watching to guide the coup de grace. Napoleon makes a dash for Lorraine to gather his garrisons and cut off the enemy's supplies. The Allies hesitate and are about to follow him, as per the rules of war. Talleyrand, the only man who could ever divine Napoleon, sends them the message, you can do everything, and you dare nothing, dare therefore once. Hortense is the only man left in Paris, and in vain she tries to keep Marie-Louise, whose presence would have stimulated the Parisians to hold the Allies at bay. It is in vain. Unlike Prussia or Austria who fought for months, or Spain who fought for years, after their capitals were taken. Like Nineveh, Carthage, Babylon, and Rome. France yields to the conqueror, vanquished at home. After Marmont's betrayal Napoleon attempts suicide, and when he believes death imminent sends a last message to Josephine by Caulaincourt, you will tell Josephine that my thoughts were of her before life departed. It was on Monday, May 23, that Josephine's illness commenced, after receiving at dinner the King of Prussia and his sons, one afterwards Wilhelm der Gries, first Emperor of Germany. Whether the sore throat which killed her was a quinsy or diphtheria 93 is difficult to prove, but the latter seems the more probable. Corvisart, who was himself ill and unable to attend, told Napoleon that she died of grief and worry. Before leaving for the Waterloo campaign Napoleon visited Malmaison, and there, as Lord Rosebery reminds us, allowed his only oblique reproach to Marie-Louise to escape him, poor Josephine. Her death, of which the news took me by surprise at Elba, was one of the most acute griefs of that fatal year, 1814. She had her failings, of course, but she, at any rate, would never have abandoned me. Appendix 2. Genealogy of the Bonaparte family. Many more or less fictitious genealogies of the Bonapartes have been published, some going back to mythical times. The first reliable record, however, seems to be that of a certain Bonaparte of Sarzana, in northern Italy, an imperial notary, who was living towards the end of the 13th century, and from whom both the Corsican and the Trevisan or Florentine Bonapartes claim their origin. From him in direct line was descended François de Sarzana, who was sent to Corsica in 1509 to fight for the Republic of Genoa. His son Gabriel, having sold his patrimony in Italy, settled in Ajaccio, where he bore the honourable title of Messire, and where, being left a widower, he assumed the tonsure and died canon of the cathedral. From him an unbroken line of Bonapartes, all of whom in turn were elected to the dignity of Elder of Ajaccio, brings us to Charles Bonaparte Napoleon, father of the Emperor. Appendix 3. Reputed letters of Napoleon to Josephine. Taken from the Memoirs of Madame du Crest. The author asked the advice of Monsieur Frederic Masson about these letters, to which he at once received the courteous reply, Il faut absolument rejeter les lettres publiées par Regnault Veron 94 et reproduites par Georgette du Crest, pas un nest authentique. No one who has read much of Napoleon's correspondence can in fact believe for a moment in their authenticity. They are interesting, however, as showing the sort of stuff which went to form our grandfather's fallacies about the relations of Napoleon and Josephine. Madame du Crest occasionally played and sang for Josephine after the divorce. Her father was a nephew of Madame de Genlis. Madame du Crest married a musical composer, M. Boxa, the then celebrated author of Dansamani and Noces de Gamache. He afterwards deserted her, and her voice having completely failed, she was compelled to write her memoirs to earn sustenance thereby. Of these memoirs M. Masson has said 95 that in the midst of apocryphal documents, uncontroverted anecdotes, impossible situations, are yet to be found some first-hand personal observations. No. 1796. From General Bonaparte to his wife. My first laurel, my love, must be for my country, my second shall be for you. While beating Alvanzey I thought of France, when I had defeated him I thought of you. Your son will present to you a standard which he received from Colonel Morbach, whom he made prisoner with his own hands. Our Eugene, you see, is worthy of his father, and I trust you do not think me an unworthy successor of the great and unfortunate general, under whom one should have been proud to learn to conquer. I embrace you. Bonaparte. No. 1804. To General Bonaparte. I have read over your letter, my dear, perhaps for the 10th time, and I must confess that the astonishment it caused me has given way only to feelings of regret and alarm. You wish to raise up the throne of France, and that, not for the purpose of seating upon it those whom the Revolution overthrew, but to place yourself upon it. You say, how enterprising, how grand and, above all, useful is this design, but I should say, how many obstacles oppose its execution, what sacrifices will its accomplishment demand, and when realized, how incalculable will be its results. But let us suppose that your object were already attained, would you stop at the foundation of the new empire? That new creation, being opposed by neighboring states, would stir up war with them and perhaps entail their ruin. Their neighbors, in their turn, will not behold it without alarm or without endeavoring to gratify their revenge by checking it. And at home, how much envy and dissatisfaction will arise, how many plots must be put down, how many conspiracies punished. Kings will despise you as an upstart, subjects will hate you as an usurper, and your equals will denounce you as a tyrant. None will understand the necessity of your elevation, all will attribute it to ambition or pride. You will not want for slaves to crouch beneath your authority until, seconded by some more formidable power, they rise up to oppose you, happy will it be if poison or the poignard. But how can a wife, a friend dwell on these dreadful anticipations? This brings my thoughts back to myself, about whom I should care but little were my personal interests alone concerned. But will not the throne inspire you with the wish to contract new alliances? Will you not seek to support your power by new family connections? Alas! Whatever those connections may be, will they compensate for those which were first knit by corresponding fitness, and which affection promised to perpetuate? My thoughts linger on the picture which fear, may I say love, traces in the future. Your ambitious project has excited my alarm, console me by the assurance of your moderation. No. 3, December 1809. To the Emperor. My forebodings are realized. You have just pronounced the word which separates us forever, the rest is nothing more than mere formality. Such, then, is the result, I shall not say of so many sacrifices, they were light to me, since they had you for their object, but of an unbounded friendship on my part and of the most solemn oaths on yours. It would be a consolation for me if the state which you allege as your motive were to repay my sacrifice by justifying your conduct. But that public consideration which you urge as the ground for deserting me is a mere pretense on your part. Your mistaken ambition has ever been, and will continue to be, the guide of all your actions, a guide which has led you to conquests and to the assumption of a crown, and is now driving you on to disasters and to the brink of a precipice. You speak of the necessity of contracting an alliance, of giving an heir to your empire, of founding a dynasty. But with whom are you about to form an alliance? With the natural enemy of France, that artful house of Austria, whose detestation of our country has its rise in its innate feelings, in its system, in the laws of necessity. Do you believe that this hatred, of which she has given us such abundant proof, more particularly for the last 50 years, has not been transferred by her from the Kingdom of France to the French Empire? That the children of Maria Theresa, that skillful sovereign, who purchased from Madame de Pompadour the fatal treaty of 1756, which you never mention without shuddering, do you imagine, I repeat, that her posterity, when inheriting her power, has not also inherited her spirit? I am merely repeating what you have so often said to me, but at that time your ambition was satisfied with humbling a power which you now find it convenient to restore to its former rank. Believe me, as long as you shall exercise a sway over Europe, that power will be submissive to you, but beware of reverses of fortune. As to the necessity of an heir, I must speak out, at the risk of appearing in the character of a mother prejudiced in favor of her son. Ought I, in fact, to be silent when I consider the interests of one who is my only delight, and upon whom alone you had built all your hopes? That adoption of the 12th of January 1806 was then another political falsehood. Nevertheless the talents, the virtues of my Eugene are no illusion. How often have you not spoken in his praise? I may say more, you thought it right to reward him by the gift of a throne, and have repeatedly said that he was deserving of greater favors. Well, then. France has frequently re-echoed these praises, but you are now indifferent to the wishes of France. I say nothing to you at present of the person who is destined to succeed me, and you do not expect that I should make any allusion to this subject. You might suspect the feelings which dictated my language, nevertheless, you can never doubt of the sincerity of my wishes for your happiness, may it at least afford me some consolation for my sufferings. Great indeed will be that happiness if it should ever bear any proportion to them. Number 4. Part of a letter said to be dated Brienne, 1814. On revisiting this spot, where I passed my youthful days, and contrasting the peaceful condition I then enjoyed with the state of terror and agitation to which my mind is now a prey, often have I addressed myself in these words: I have sought death in numberless engagements, I can no longer dread its approach, I should now hail it as a boon, nevertheless, I could still wish to see Josephine once more. Number 5. To the Empress Josephine, at Malmaison. Fontainebleau, April 16, 1814. My dear Josephine, I wrote to you on the 8th instant, it was on a Friday. You have perhaps not received my letter, fighting was still going on, it is possible that it may have been stopped on its way. The communications must now be re-established. My determination is taken, I have no doubt of this note coming to your hands. I do not repeat what I have already told you. I then complained of my situation, I now rejoice at it. My mind and attention are relieved from an enormous weight, my downfall is great, but it is at least said to be productive of good. In my retreat I intend to substitute the pen for the sword. The history of my reign will gratify the cravings of curiosity. Hitherto, I have only been seen in profile, I will now show myself in full to the world. What facts have I not to disclose? How many men are incorrectly estimated? I have heaped favors upon a countless number of wretches, what have they latterly done for me? They have all betrayed me, one and all, save and except the excellent Eugene, so worthy of you and of me. May he ever enjoy happiness under a sovereign fully competent to appreciate the feelings of nature and of honor. Adieu, my dear Josephine, follow my example and be resigned. Never dismiss from your recollection one who has never forgotten, and never will forget you. Farewell, Josephine. Napoleon. P.S. I expect to hear from you when I shall have reached the island of Elba. I am far from being in good health.